and TWA Flight 800. Oh, no, it wasn't fucking fuselage blew up. There's conspiracies with everything. I don't give a shit. What? I like to listen to it because I like to hear people argue. But, like, at the end of the day, like, I don't give a shit if the Earth is flat or round, because guess what? I gotta go to work tomorrow either way.
Exo's
We're
next.
military because we're too dumb for college. That's what we get all the time.
Nah, dude, we're war dogs, man. War dogs.
We love violence.
Bullet sponges, hell yeah. But yeah, I think it's one of those things that it's also perfect for Twitch. I feel like
That's actually what they're talking about in the channel above, Banjo.
I feel like it's perfect for Twitch. There's enough people on Twitch that get really. It's a perfect example of Twitch, actually.
Oh, he's been set free.
Who, Banjo? Oh yeah, Banjo goes. But like how I guess you can say a group of people can listen to one person, one Twitch streamer, and that's the answer. Like drama is only the drama depending on the streamer you're listening to at the time. You know what I mean? So I can portray something because I have influence to a certain community and make it fair. Like say take an ARC for example. I can say dude's cheating, look at this clip. I could play the clip 100 times over because I selected the clip, and then boom, how many people are going to believe they're cheating? A lot of people. And then what do you know, like from then on out they are now a cheater.
Right.
My influence is there, but yeah, I'm interested to see as well what happens. But I also want to jump into the channel above to see what's going on up there. So yeah, go ahead, I'll meet you guys up there in a second. All right, gents, that's it for today. Once again, that was a good solid refresher from the first one. Pulled into some other things that we didn't talk about last time, and then like I said, debate's gonna be planned. I'm gonna start talking to these guys on setting dates. I think I get a couple people. I'm also gonna reach out to a couple YouTube flat Earth debunkers, and I'm gonna see if I can get them on here too, because content creators are content creators. Let's see what they got to say. So let's see if we get them on. We'll no, don't end the stream. I have to. So just know that there's going to be more like this. We already had one, we had two. I love this kind of stuff. It gets everybody riled up, everybody thinking, everybody doing things. So let's keep doing it and follow the fucking channel. Subscribe if you got it. That's a great way to support it. You know what I mean? Hey, Sellout Sunday. All right, guys, I'm out. I'll catch you guys tomorrow with some captivating gameplay, I'm sure. All right, later, gents.
Hello. 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 Massive shout out to Quantum Eraser YouTube channel and Quantum Eraser himself for this concise explanation of the Black Swan argument. I'll put a link to the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel down below. Subscribe today.
The death of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion again. Now, here's the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. There's the kill shot. There's what they call CGI. And they think this thing's a boat. Unbelievable. Observer's height is 1 foot. The distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Why? Because we can see the horizon behind the second platform. The argument isn't in regards to the oil platforms. This one, or their boat. Right? The argument is solely the horizon behind the second platform, which everyone can see. I don't care if there's a Chinese Superman on a hobbled refracted unicorn wearing a tutu on these platforms. Don't care. That's not the argument. If you bring it up, it's a red herring fallacy. That is a diversion or irrelevant. My argument is purely on the horizon behind the second platform. I hope that's clear to everyone. In about 9 months, it should be. They should be able to restate the actual argument. Like I said, the observer's height's 1 foot. I gave him 5 feet, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute. Distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Like I said, it's behind the second platform. The distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles is 1.22 miles. Based on geometry, that's it. It's hardcore. That's it. Even if he was at 5 feet observation height, which he's clearly not, but I gave it to him, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon is 2.73 miles. So way up in here. Even if he was at 35 feet observation height with his camera next to the water, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it should be between the first and second platforms. So they have no argument here. None. Here is the actual argument. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Listen closely to the argument, Globies. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. That's the geometric horizon. Not Q, because the horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you your Black Plague, the Black Swan. There it is. Bye-bye, ball.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So, what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'm with my
Okay.
friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask, and the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by like the center of Earth, and they're showing like how if you were to go like around, like if you were to go across the world, you would be able to like go from like Europe, or like you would be able to go to Europe to like Asia, not Europe, like UK to Asia, or like you would be able to go to from like Florida to like, let's say like California, if you're like just going around. That's just like a bad example, but like, you know what I mean.
Okay, so you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay. So
Many hundreds of years.
as far,
100.
hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like travel in ships. There was one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, you know, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah. Parmesan, 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So like technically, okay. I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not. You know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, you know, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did, and then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. You know, it just reified what he already thought before.
Can I say one?
So it wasn't. Just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify. Just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do or in
theory? No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I mean, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you can do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right? Mm-hmm. The sun goes, sun. The sun comes,
Yeah. What does the sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean, we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. So moving to like the top left and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe if you want to look it up or something. But how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
That's true. That's he said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because I don't know much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
That's some shit.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there's no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire? And you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside. When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to, is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth.
So but doesn't that like pressure stay in because of like gravity and the like the center of the Earth, doesn't that have like a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at on the beach or whatever. Stop. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline. You have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. You guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have 2 questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah. Let me wrap up these points. Okay. So
right.
if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence and whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah. I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we can do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
Then can't you just walk off the Earth? If the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
My bad.
All right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you will be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica. And also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add. But you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is going to probably throw you for a loop, but we can't. Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that when it's summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So when it's summer,
the north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe they would be expected to be kind of the same.
Yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, look at it right now.
All right, Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west, and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. You know, when it's summer, it's closer to the north. And in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we can see that, and we could do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly. Just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, If it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing: we can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very like structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're gonna show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel into the vacuum of space, because all gas pressure needs to be contained. So
if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them,
that's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay. And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes. And matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, or this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now, and it's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, 12. You go to 12 seconds in there. it looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move on. We're going to move on because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to think about the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right. What does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one sentence.
Just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
sure.
what does knowing mean?
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
no.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
well, no, you don't.
A whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. Okay. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better, but the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the
flat horizon? You don't experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
What you experience, right?
Oh my
gosh. I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
the
below
ground?
your feet?
Like I go to the ocean?
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second.
Right.
I just want to say. So you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yeah, you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
me. This is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
You just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is salt water. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now you say you can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well, that's anything in the physical world.
Sorry,
that was the best one, man.
This is it. This is the logic we're talking about, right?
There's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
Who just barked like a radioactive dog? That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball, what do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what NASA.
I don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that. One of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use the number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of 5.
Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say one, and when you say one, we mean the same thing. We're using it the same way.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're not saying you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with one now? We did the same thing with the word prove. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number one. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word. Proof.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
One apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? If we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
What he's saying. Wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school. Okay, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof. Right, Matthew?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So how many senses do we have to use before we start to... How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
Would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the, with our physical senses, I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof, the same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time. How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen, no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is what we experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
so what about this? What about this? That Super Spinning Monkey Ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh, right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
Real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, though. You definitely don't know it.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it. You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know pot, you can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoron statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See, like, listen, let me just address Says Who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
a pot of water, an apple, but he knows.
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word.
No, because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
No, there's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can you?
Crack your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know that the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
But you know that Canada exists. You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about salt water.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists, and salt water is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
now show the strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because there's no curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe, since you've just
knowledge is a separate question.
Can't be proven. So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
I said I can't prove
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you asked me about proof, and I said.
Okay. Let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that.
Maybe I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit. He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get into it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please. Are you saying
yes? No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Madam.
Go.
One question. So you're saying you can prove the curvature mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is. I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems in epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are. Right, yeah, so again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs, as will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this. Okay. and you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle. Right. Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily. Right. Okay. So truth would be the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay. In the middle, where the vagina is, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay. But the issue is that you say you can know things, first, you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things, in fact, are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any arguments.
Students, Matthew?
Am I going to what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief, crypto. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No,
I know that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that it's a whole thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixed.
Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah. Give
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yeah.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point what we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through. This is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold. And this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse. Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we
we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just riffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. definition of vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I think there's holes in both theories from what I've seen. So I'm just I don't really, to be honest with you, David, the reason why I don't get into it is because there's a lot of division and there's a lot of negative energy that weighs in on it. So that's one of the main reasons why I don't, and it's not going to change my life, even if we find out it is flat. But
I 100% disagree with that. Yes, there's negative energy if you allow it, and we'll have this conversation. It's going to be.
Hello and welcome to the Syncretism Society podcast. Episode 8. My good friends, as you can tell, my dear friend Santos is not sitting beside me today. Earlier today, his father, Victor Bonacci, passed away at hospital, and I just want to send out the greatest and largest condolences and prayers to him and his whole family. We're all with you, my brother, and we're supporting you all the way through, as you know. So Logan will be sitting in today as our dear guest. Yes. And we have a very, very, very special guest today. You all know him very well. Mr. David Weiss. Round of applause, guys.
No, come on. I don't know if they all know me. I mean, I am outspoken a little bit. But
they all know you, David. They all know you.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah. So it's amazing to have you on here. Really excited about the content that you've been providing. I've been watching you for a while now.
Okay.
And I was saying how you literally, I'm not going to go and say the word, but you literally take a nice all over all the Globers. Nice one. Nice big one.
You know what? It's so easy to do, and people that they're, we have our dedicated Globers who basically are soulless, channels for Satan or whatever you want to call it. But then there's just the people, the normal people that are like, oh, flat earth is stupid. And they don't understand their own model, and they don't understand our model. They think that we're a disc floating in space, which you've seen me show every time. And that's crazy. We're not that, and they've been to the Flat Earth Society. We're not that. That's not us. That's crazy. And I would think that flat earthers are stupid too. Here's what I just want to clear up. When we say the earth is flat, there's hills and valleys and stuff. So it's not flat like that. We live on a plane with hills and valleys, and we don't know what's under it. Nobody knows whether ball or flat. We don't know how many dimensions are above us or below us. There's so much we don't know, but we know that we don't know. Ballers think they know it all. One thing that we all know for sure, that anyone that's researching, is that we don't live on a spinning space ball flying through an infinite space vacuum. We didn't evolve from pond scum.
For sure.
I mean, maybe some have, but I don't think
Yeah, I could point some out downstairs.
Yeah.
From our studio, for sure. There's a couple. But man, I'm so excited to have our audience look at some of your content, man. And let's get into it, man. Before we get into it, if possible, my friend, can you just give us a little bit of background about you and how you got into the flat earth?
Imagine a teenage girl being grabbed by the ankle and dragged into a pit of alligators that are very hungry. That's how I got into flat earth, right? Because I was forced.
Alligators.
Yeah.
It was horrible. It was just horrible. I was like, flat earth. I was doing a conspiracy podcast, and I hate the word conspiracy now just because it's so psyopted. But I was looking into all of the deceptions, the New York one, Connecticut, the marathon, all that stuff, and I was doing great work on it. and working with tons of other people. And then people said, hey, look into flat earth. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Ha, ha, ha. And then they'd send it again. I'm like, okay, you're banned from ever listening to my podcast again. And then I was forced by Sophia Smallstorm to take a look. Right? I was like, not you too. And I went in closed-minded, planning to debunk it. This is going to end this. This is dumb. It's the dumbest thing ever. And I thought it was the dumbest thing ever because of all of the programming I had to believing what flat earth isn't, what, you know, they wanted me to believe something that it really isn't.
Yeah.
And then when I started understanding, I'm like, okay, this is interesting, but you know, it's all online. I got to prove this myself. Spent $1,000, bought a Nikon P900, good tripod. And I went down to look at something that should have been 66 feet over the curve. And there it was. And I could see the water, the surface of the water for dozens of miles beyond it, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. And I'm like, that's not a refraction. That's just there. And then I understood. I started looking into how our eyes work. And we have tons of videos explaining the angular resolution limits of your eyes. And what happens, you know, that's not the only reason things disappear because of angular resolution. When it's angular resolution only, you take a zoom camera and bring that ship right back into view.
Yep.
Right. So, but then sometimes you're like, oh, you really can't bring it back. Well, that's because there's miraging going on. There's haze. There's little waves in the, you know, as things go into the distance, you know, something's big and it moves away. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if I had a wave this big, right, it doesn't really block it, right? It doesn't really block it. But as I go away,
obviously
that wave isn't getting, I'm going backwards. That wave isn't getting smaller. And it starts blocking, and then everything converges into the horizon, and it's a fake horizon. Clouds at 5 or 10,000 feet, whatever height that cloud deck is. When you look out over the water, just 20 miles away, 20, 30 miles away max, they're already compressed into the water.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
And then that's everything just goes beyond, and it just looks like it's going down.
So I have a question on that for you.
Before we get into I don't think we recorded this. So Logan, for our guests out there, Logan is neutral.
Yeah, I'm neutral. I don't really care because it's not going to change my life. But anyway, David said he has a reason why.
That's the one thing that triggers me. When someone says, what difference does it make? It's not going to change my life. It's going to change your life.
To hear what you have to say on that.
It's going to change your life.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's awesome. So I like to learn new things. Okay, so I observe the hell out of nature, okay, especially being here in the sun in Mexico.
Nature doesn't
lie. And when you're at high noon here on the beach, and I put my hands up. Now I know there's obviously light refraction that plays a role into all this, but when you're putting your hands up above to block out the light, to look at the sun, to me anyway, from my perspective, I see the sun as a specific size. And then on the top deck of my casita, I have a fourth spot where I can go up there and I can watch the sunset. And to me, the sun is bigger as it comes down, what it appears to be going below the horizon than above. Now, if it is going straight across the earth, then to me, it would be the same size and it would get smaller as it moves away from us. And that just is not what has happened since I've been observing it here.
And that's because you do not understand what you're seeing. And tonight, I'm going to teach you all what you're seeing.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I'm going to show you guys two tables. Are these the same width and dimension?
Well, I know.
You know.
No, I've watched your stuff.
Okay, so again, so your eyes, it's very difficult. So this is just showing you that unless you can touch it and measure it, you can't really tell. So first, let's you guys, you probably have seen this, but I want to show it again because then I'm going to lead into something new that I'm going to show. Have you seen my flat Earth kitchen? Seen this?
Yes, I've watched your video on this.
Just real quick so people can see it. We're looking.
This is for our guests for sure.
We're looking at the sun from the elevation of the sun. This line is level. Yes, it's level. I verified it in the full video, but you can see that it's level. Here's my counter. Here it is moving along. This is it can be a cloud deck or a mountaintop, whatever. It's opaque and it's above it. Now we're going to look at the view of the same path from the table, from the far end of the table, and look at the line. It looks like it's going down. If I showed you this first and said, is this line level? You would say, no, it's going down. And look, it never went below this, but this is from the viewer's point of view at your eye level. This is compressed into the horizon. Look at the line now. It's almost going straight down. Okay. So this is just without any atmosphere, refraction, magnification, nothing. Okay. Now we compare it to a real sunset. And look, it goes behind. This is the real sunset. An atmospheric deck. So this is that cardboard bottle thing I had, right? Yep. But your eyes can't see the difference between that line and the apparent horizon, and it all crunches together and it all just disappears beyond this cloud deck, atmospheric deck of opacity. So now we're going to talk about perspective. So when you watch something go away, it gets smaller. Bam, it just goes away and it gets smaller because you are at the same level as that thing. As it goes away, it gets smaller. Nobody disagrees with that. So this is perspective, and it literally goes away until it disappears. Now, these lines are all level, but look at these lines here. These are almost going straight down. Okay. This is a hallway. And it's level, but your eye perceives these as going down. So here we have a sun that's already elevated, okay? It's really going straight across, but due to perspective, it goes down. And this is what an observer would see. This is like a cross view of it. And this is what you would see. Though this sun is just going down due to perspective, like I just demonstrated, okay? So I forget what the name of the effect is. So here the train cars, it's already reduced.
Yeah.
And as it goes away, it really doesn't change size very much. So this is a cartoon. Let's look at it in reality. Here's two balls, okay, that are the same size, 6 feet apart. The one in the distance is way, way, way small, okay? So we have a camera looking at it. One's very close, one's very far. It shrank already, as things do as they go into the distance. But when we lift the camera up, straight up, not getting any closer to the other one, watch what happens, okay? Because when something is already away from you, its perspective drop gets less and less. And at 7 feet high, they're pretty much the same size, right? So if I move this ball along the track, it's not going to get any smaller. And perspective tells you it's going down, okay? This is all just a trick of the eyes.
Yeah,
and that's how it works. Now, here's another thing. There's two more things I'm going to tell you. One, as that sun is going away, as it becomes lower and lower, you're looking like when you're looking at the sun above you, you're looking through just a little bit of atmosphere. But when you're looking at the sun away from you and it's already dropped, you're looking at it through all of the atmosphere. And when you're looking out over water, there's moisture in that air. So as the sun is going away, remember, it's already up. It's not going to get much smaller. It's also being magnified a little bit sometimes, not every day. That's why sunsets look at different sizes on different days, okay? It's called atmospheric magnification. That just plays a little part. And then the last thing is it's really not bigger. When you see, the next time you guys have an opportunity to see a moonrise or moonset that is gigantic on the horizon, well, you're like, wow, that's big. It's not. It's the same size as this one above you. And the way to do it, you know, you think like, wow, look at that moon. You take a picture and you look at the picture and go, oh, it looks tiny, right?
Yeah.
But you look at it, it's gigantic.
Huge,
it's your mind. Here's what you do. Sounds gay. It's not. Turn around, spread your legs, bend over, and look at the moon upside down through your legs. And it will be tiny.
You're kidding me.
It will be tiny.
Why? Because
your brain short circuits and it can't.
Oh my God.
It's totally a short circuit. It's the way we see things. We don't see. Yeah. So the whole argument of the sun not getting smaller, and by the way, it does get smaller many times, depending on the.
Try it out later.
Yeah. Is it a full moon? Look,
no, it was a few days ago.
Yeah. So, well, it might be big enough, but this was taken by a soldier in Afghanistan, super dry, not over the water, and no humidity, and the sun just goes away. Paul McCartney knows the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. And this, look, we are spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Why isn't that sun going down? It's just going away, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Okay. So.
And then you zoom in and then you'll see it again.
Well, here's one. Looks like this one's setting over the water, right? But as I showed you before in my kitchen one, you can't see that there's space between the sun and the water. And when you zoom in, because, you know, these clouds over here are the same height as the ones above you. But when you zoom in, oh, look, it's not touching the water. It's still up there. Oh. And then over distance, like right here becomes opaque and the sun will just go behind that. And it looks like it's going down. It's not. We showed you that with the perspective. And it looks like it's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not. There is no physical horizon. We can see too far. It's all nonsense. Next.
I love this guy.
That was a good explanation.
It is. It is. That's why it's so.
That was a good
it's very simple to
Yeah.
fall into the flat Earth because it's all the
here's the
proof
thing.
is the pudding.
Sorry, I just get very excited.
Yeah, I would be too.
When you're looking at things that you can't touch, There's many reasons. Like people say, well, why do the stars rotate in the opposite direction in the south? Well, if I'm sitting here watching the stars spin around me and they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder, so they're going this way, right? Left shoulder to right shoulder. Right. Well, if I was in the south and I was over here, going from my right shoulder to my left shoulder, and they're not going the different direction. Here's what you just think about this. No matter where you are in the earth, the stars, the sun, and the moon rise in the east and set in the west. They're all going in the same direction. Okay. Whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise, just has to do with the direction that you are facing. They all rise in the east, set in the west. They're all spinning around like a perfect clock above us.
Of course. Guys, if the globe's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, we're traveling through space at 66,000 miles per hour. Do you think the stars would stay in the exact same positions?
We're chasing the sun
over and over again.
4.5 billion miles a year we move. 4.5 billion. And there's no parallax. No parallax ever. But NASA says that they can measure parallax from like June and then December, when we're on the other side of the sun, 183 million miles. And they can tell by the parallax and how far they are, right? But what about the 4.4 billion miles that we moved, in the course of a year? And then when you talk about these speeds and distances, people have no friggin' idea. Let me just show you. Watch this. This is the hypersonic sled. It's going to go by Mach 8.4. Don't blink. Okay. Did you see it?
Whoa.
Okay.
That's Mach 8.4?
This is Mach 8.4.
Wow.
We are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. And we are chasing the sun 90 times faster than that.
Insane.
And all of these orbits, all of these motions are not straight. Like they're elliptical motions. Imagine you're in a car on a perfectly smooth road and you have a dinner plate and you fill it with water to the edge and you're going perfectly straight on a perfectly smooth road. That's fine, right? But when you take a little bit of a turn, that water is coming right off the plate. But we have lakes that look like this. We are going 10 times and 90 times in two different directions faster than that hypersonic sled. But we have lakes that don't do this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says that because of the spin of the earth, the water bulges at the equator. Well, that makes sense. I get it. It makes sense. It was 14 miles high. 14 miles high. If I left Alaska and I wanted to fly to Santiago, I'm only flying at 5 miles high. At what point do I triple my height, my normal cruising altitude to skim over a hump of water? Okay.
Well, I don't think they promote its actual water. They said that over the billions of years of development of the Earth, that it's turned into oblate spheroid. So it's not the water itself that they're talking about. They're talking,
bro.
Yeah, exactly. The BS that they're pulling is that the thing has turned into this oblate spheroid. It's no longer a sphere. Meanwhile,
what does gravity follow the contour of that? Like you're going and gravity goes up, now go up, now go down. It's the dumbest thing ever. Here,
of course it is.
You know my Bitcoin challenge. I have a Bitcoin challenge on my app. If you watch the daily video every day for 2 weeks and you still think the Earth is a globe, do you know about it?
No.
Oh, have you seen my app?
I know about your app. Yes, for sure.
Right. I'm going to show you the app in a minute. We're going to go over seasons. Then I'll show you the app and then I'll tell you my challenge. And then I got another challenge. The first challenge, you get 3 Bitcoins. The second challenge, you get 100 Bitcoins.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. First of all, you got 100 Bitcoin? I'm
going to give 100 Bitcoins.
You got 100 Bitcoin, David?
Wait until you hear the challenge. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that's.
I'm in crypto myself. 100 Bitcoin.
Nice.
That's no joke.
Are you a Hexican?
I'm part of the Ripple army.
Ripple, baby.
Oh boy. Good luck. You're either gonna make it or not make it.
No, but Hinman's deposition was yesterday, so we're about to find out what's going on with the case. Yeah, everything's.
That's a Ripple. All right. So getting back to Logan's questions.
Yes.
Logan, what about season? Do you want to ask that question?
Yeah, actually, since we're at questions, the other one that I observe is the sun's pattern as it spins around according to the flat Earth model, and the amount of daylight and nighttime certain places on the map have. So I was looking at the south of the very south of South America and Argentina, and it having during December it has like
as you're saying this, remember daylight and sunlight are two different things.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. So the sunrise and sunset gives it about 16 hours of daylight, as well, according to the map here.
Some sunlight mixed in there, yes.
Right, and then you have all the way at the opposite end up in Alaska. I don't know the town, but it doesn't.
It doesn't set at all. Correct.
Right. So how do you manage that kind of aspects?
Yeah.
With the
So on the tilted wobbling space ball, we're supposedly tilted at whatever degrees, right? My green is picking up. So we're tilted. So when the sun is summer, when it's over the Tropic of Cancer, it's summer in the north, and everything has its weather patterns. 6 months later, it's the opposite, and equal latitudes south should have the same weather, but they don't. It's completely different. Animal life is different. Plant life is different. Everything, weather, light, it's all different. So that kind of disproves the globe right there and leans towards the flat earth model. When I say lean, I mean heavily represents what we're seeing on the flat earth. What we're seeing here, this is a dome, and we have an external light just moving just a tiny bit. And you watch the light patterns. This is the actual light patterns put on the flat earth map from time and date. And you see when the sun moves in, it lights up this area. And when it moves out, it wraps around. So in the far south, the light will wrap. Watch, because it comes around and it wraps around. And it wraps around here. So the sun is long gone because it antarced away from you, hint, hint. Okay. Versus when you're in the north in Norway or Alaska, the sun is arcing around you. Arctic, hint, hint. Okay. So they're telling you what's going on. This is how it happens. If the earth was a spinning globe, besides us all being dead, you wouldn't have light patterns like this. You would have matching seasons at 60 degrees south and 60 degrees north. And when you look in Alaska, there's bison, whatever, moose, all different types of plants. But at equal latitude south, there's almost nothing. And that's because the way the sun goes around. So let me pull up my app, and we'll talk about seasons and the light patterns. I have to activate it here.
You getting all this, Logan?
Yeah, no, definitely.
He's taking it in. It's new information, and we're going to get into why it matters because with all the crap. I listened to your podcast yesterday. You guys were hitting on all the stuff that we're worried about, and this is the most important topic of our time because if we ever get our freedoms back, how long are we going to keep it when the elite, the people that are running this place, they know the truth of this world? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm having an issue. Give me 1 second.
No worries. No worries at all.
What is go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say about the flat earth. People need to understand that what they're trying to push onto us is the fact that we're so insignificant that we evolved, like you say, from this pond scum, that we're spinning on this globe, traveling through space meaninglessly. And this is what they're taking from us. So it does change everything.
It changes everything.
It changes the whole ball game. So,
all right, Logan. So
here we go. Yeah.
Everything I'm going to say here is really easy to understand. Clear your head from the memorization and regurgitation training you had in all of your schooling, and we're going to learn something new that's very, very simple. All right. And so imagine, before I show you, Logan, you and I are where you guys? You're in friggin' Mexico, so you don't even know what snow is, but maybe you know what snow is. Let's say you're here in Connecticut. You're from New York. All right, upstate New York. Yeah. So it's freezing cold, middle of the winter. We're sitting outside in a snowy field for some stupid reason, and we're about 20 feet apart, okay? And we're freezing. And then somebody comes over with a long pole and a big, huge heat lamp and holds it 10 feet over your head. You look up and you're like, I feel that heat. It's coming down on me. That's your summer sun. I'm 20 feet away, and I see that, due to perspective, much lower in the sky. I could barely feel the heat. It's far away, and I don't feel the heat. That's my winter sun. And then they move that light over, straight and leveled, 10 feet over my head. I'm like, ice is melting off of me. It's lower in your sky. It's farther away. You don't feel the heat. That's your winter sun. So right here, And this proves that we're not a spinning ball flying through space. Seasons make zero sense on a globe Earth. So the sun and the moon are a perfect clock. Right now, we are part of this Earth system. We, as humans, we can't live off of this Earth. We're connected to it. And they're lying to us about the time. The sun should be pinned to the hour hand, but they're telling us it's an hour later than it is for some ridiculous reason. So the sun keeps track of the hours and the days. The moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. Remember, there used to be 13 months of 28 days.
Yep.
And as you can see, the sun is catching up to the moon and the moon is waning. The sun will lap the moon once every 28 days. So the moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. Okay? You with me so far?
Yes.
So now I'm going to turn on the stars. The stars are also going in the exact same direction. They tell us the moon is going in the opposite direction. It's ridiculous. The sun is going, it doesn't lap the stars don't lap the sun every 28 days like the sun laps the moon. The stars lap the sun once a year. What does that mean? So we were just in the Tropic of Cancer, which has moved past, and now we're in Leo. And it's slowly, Leo is going to get past the sun in about a month. It takes about a month for each one of these to pass. So that's how the sun is in each zodiac. So, so also the sun that we see, we'll get into that, migrates in between the Tropic of Cancer, which is this inner yellow line, and the Tropic of Capricorn. As you can see, it goes pretty warm in Mexico, right over you, just like that heat lamp, right over you. But I'm up here in the north. It's still pretty close. It's not too bad. Australia is having their winter, right? Because the sun is it's coming back. You know, June and July, it was out over here, but now it's moving back towards Australia. If I jump forward to December, the sun is out over Australia. They're having their summer. We're having our winter. Up here in New York, it's freaking cold because look, here's New York. You see my mouse? And the sun's going to come around all the way over here. So far away, like that heat lamp, far away, low in the sky, shorter days, less heat. Like at the high point of the day in December, the highest point of the sun for that day, on a clear day, you can look at the sun here in Connecticut and not even feel the heat on your face. But in June, when the sun is on the horizon, at the most severe tilt, if we lived on a ball, that's more than the 23-degree tilt. Literally on the horizon, as soon as it shows up, I can feel the heat on my face. That's a much less direct phase. You know, they would tell you there should be an ice age, according to mainstream science, every morning, but there's not. And it gets worse. In the helio-nonsensical bullshit model, they tell us that during our northern summer, we're 3.5 million miles farther from the sun than we are in the winter. So they want us to believe that on December 21st, when I'm looking up at the sun, pretty direct angle, and I can't feel the heat, that we're 3.5 million miles closer than when in June, I look at the sun on the horizon and I feel the heat on my face. This is nonsense. This is complete mind control. They've inverted everything. All right. So real quick, and I'll just get out of the app. Every day, here's the thing: 3 Bitcoins for if you watch the featured video every day for 2 weeks, and then you can come up with 1 proof of the globe. But before you do it, you have to hit the question mark. And when you do, up comes what Google is hiding from you. Right now, they're still on YouTube, but we have plans to move them off of YouTube because of the censorship. But if you say, hey, Dave, what about eclipses? What about gravity? What about ships over the horizon? If I click ships over the horizon, hit open YouTube, up comes a list of videos that Google will not serve you. They don't want you seeing these. They haven't deleted them yet. They've deleted a bunch, but they're in here. And then you watch these and you're like, all right, I got to go test that myself. Don't believe anything I'm telling you. You need to test this yourself. Unlike NASA, we can't verify anything. Also in the app, if you hit the web button, tons of other resources. Our video will be here. When you guys upload the video, it'll be right there under DITRH interviews. Here's my channel, DITRH, the initials for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, short videos. Biblical Flat Earth, amazing stuff, even if you're not into the Bible. And then on the bottom right, one of my favorites is Tartaria and the Mud Floods.
Baby. I love that.
And then also I've added Stellium 7, where he's showing mammoths, mountains that were mammoths. You know, I laughed at that until I was forced to watch it again. I'm like, Jesus. Now you go outside and you don't know what the heck you're looking at. It's truly amazing. Tons of stuff, books, One of my favorites, 16 emergency landings that prove flat Earth. I'll show you that in a moment.
Nice.
And another one, the Iron Republic. What's beyond Antarctica? Very, 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 very interesting story. Tons of stuff in there, tons of resources. And if you're unsure about spending $3 on an app, what's that?
The Iron Republic is what again? It's
a story about. Let me get out of the app. Also in the app, tons of like when you're talking flat Earth with somebody, you want to show them some pictures. You're like, oh, you believe in satellites? Like you believe this is going on?
Is that what people really believe in?
This is what people believe. Look, check this out. Imagine this satellite right here is geostationary, which means this one stays above this point of land, right? Well, the Earth is. This is what the Earth is doing. This is what the Earth is doing. It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting the sun at at that hypersonic 10 times the hypersonic sled speed and chasing the sun. And that satellite somehow mimics all of those distance, all of those directions, speeding up and slowing down on all of them, and somehow stays over the same point of land. That is nonsense. Complete and total nonsense.
Insanity.
It really is insanity. And there's so much more. And another feature I'm adding, which is literally I'm testing it this week. I think it's going to need another week or two, but you can find other flat earthers that have the app. You can turn it on and you can say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be invisible. That's fine. Or you can say, hey, just give my general position or give my exact position. So I could be like down in Mexico and say, hey, I want to go grab some tacos. And I'll look at it and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers hanging out in the taco place on the corner. And I'll go in. I'm like, hey, I'm the guy with the gray hat. Come say hello. Like if I was at a beach and someone said, hey, sent me a message like, hey, I'm at this beach. I'm going to the tiki bar. Come say hello. I'm in. I love meeting flat earthers. They're the greatest people on earth. So,
wow.
You said you're in Connecticut?
I am.
Where? That's where
I'm in the lower Fairfield County.
Oh, Fairfield. Okay.
Is that okay?
Nice.
Oh man, we need this information out to everyone. Everybody.
You're really tan for Connecticut, though, my friend.
I spend a lot of time on the water, and nice. I enjoy my summers the best I can because the sun cures the C word, and suntan lotion gives you the C word.
That's right.
Oh yeah, big time.
So I don't use suntan
said.
lotion. And I also turned my brightness down a little bit because I didn't want to be.
Oh, it's good, man.
On my light,
get a little saturated going on. Oh, good for you. I'm happy that you get out there in the sun.
Yeah. When are you going to come visit us, David?
I want to come soon. I'm literally considering moving to Mexico. So
do it. Come to our town, man. Come to our town.
I will. We'll talk about it. So seasons prove the Earth is flat. Prove that it's not a globe. What else you got? What here? If I said to you right now, what's the number one thing? We've taken the sun shrinking off the table. What's the number one thing that makes you think the Earth is a globe? I'm not even going to say flat. Let's not talk flat. What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't think it's a globe.
All right, we're done. We're done here, everybody.
Really clear with everybody that's listening. I'm neutral because I said.
So what do you think it is, though? If it's not a globe.
No,
it's not a flatter plane.
No, I lean more towards the firmament. I believe I believe that we're under something.
Okay.
And I think the Earth is an egg shaped, and we're actually underwater. But it's a little bit of a deep rabbit hole to go down since we're not even kind of getting into that.
I would love to get into that a little bit too. Why not? Let's get into that. My question is this. My question to Logan is this: when you picture the plane that we are on, right? When you close your eyes, what do you see?
Oh, for sure.
Do you see us standing on a sphere? Do you see us standing on an oblate spheroid like Neil deGrasse?
No, dude, I'm not into the globe at all.
What do you feel that we're on? What do you feel that we're standing on? What is it that you think that we're standing on then? If it's not a globe and if it's not a flat plane, then what is it? Is it a triangle? Is it or what is it?
I mean, we could get into so many different. Well, I mean, obviously, we're on a flat stationary.
So you believe?
I totally am 100% on board with that for sure. But there are many other layers to this whole entire concept.
Absolutely. There's heavenly realms right above us. We can see them. Look at the clouds.
There's things we can't really kind of define, I think.
100%. We're 1,000% on the same page.
That's what I'm after. The stuff that we can't define. Yeah, the stuff that we can't define. David, I have a question for you. This is my last one, right? And I know you'll be the best person to ask. How do you clarify the moon observational points when you're on the flat Earth and everybody's seeing the same exact moon? the picture of it. If you're standing in one area and you look up, you're going to have an exact replica of someone standing in the far north looking at it. Whereas if you're really looking at it from that flat Earth and you're
What do you mean by
moving,
the same size? You mean?
I'm talking about the same.
No, the
I'm
same.
talking about what this exactly
same
what
face,
it
but
looks
the
like
war-
to you in the south, but it looks like that in the north.
But it does look
At
like
the
it's
same time.
cartwheeling as it goes across, just because it's turning around. And in the south, it's upside down. Well, if you drew a smiley face on your ceiling, and one of you stood at one end of the room and one stood at the other end, one's going to see a sad face, one's going to see a smiley face.
Of course, that's the
But that's
canvas
just the
keeper.
orientation. That's fine. But that's people are like, well,
orientation.
no, it's because you're upside down. And no, that's
Right.
mind control. So here's the thing: the things that we see in the sky, I don't believe any of them are physical. They're all, for lack of a better word, projections into
sure.
our realm through the firmament. Right. I don't believe that the sun that we see, and there's so much more evidence coming out. If you've looked into the second sun or the spirit sun, as Crow 777 talks about,
Yes.
and we've seen it during an eclipse when the sun is dimmed enough where you can see the projector. You ever watch a rear view movie on like a hanging sheet or something? You can watch the whole movie on the sheet, but if you look at the sheet real carefully, you can see the projector, the source of that projection. So I believe that the sun is. The sun and the moon are being projected into what I call our personal atmospheric dome. So each person is inside of in the center of each personal atmospheric dome. So watch the sun's over here. It's set for this person. It's set. And as it comes back, watch this point of light. Here it comes, is rising, this intersection right here. So it's noon here. It's early afternoon here, late afternoon here.
I'm not catching. What do those domes represent?
So these represent the way we see. We can only see a couple hundred miles,
Oh,
and
I
the
see what
sun
gotcha.
is being projected, and we're seeing it in our personal atmospheric dome. So as it moves along, imagine this being Connecticut and this being California.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
So as the sun is moving away, it's noon there. It's noon there. It's late afternoon here. It's evening here. Okay. As the sun moves away, that's how we see it. So it's being projected and it's just moving around. And then, this is an animation, not an animation. Yeah, that's an animation. So we can do it in real life and get the same results. So I took a glass dome, if I could find it, it moved. And I got a light and I put it outside the dome and I moved it over. And what we see is I don't see the video. It's gone now. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So this is actually more of sunrise and sunset, but watch, I'm just moving the light across the top, not lowering it. And it looks better in person. You look inside the dome and it really looks like a ball sun. It looks like a ball. Like when you take a magnifying glass and focus it, to burn things, it looks like a ball. And then it never goes below. It just, watch, I'm bringing it back now. It appears on the horizon, sunrise. It rises up through the sky and, noon for the observer. And then it just goes away and then it fades away. It never goes below. Let me show you I don't know, you guys you have seen this, right? My, this is my drone, freezing cold. It has to be below freezing, no humidity, super clear. And I watched the sun. It went down, down, down in 5 minutes times. It just went down, down, down. And if the earth was spinning, it would keep going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 down.
Yep.
And it stopped and it sat there. Super sped up. It just sat there for 10 minutes. It should have been long gone. And instead of it going down,
oh my Lord.
Instead of it going down, watch. It just disappeared.
Just disappears.
It just disappeared. This is the most.
Is that not proof enough?
Where was that at? Where was that at?
I filmed this 7 different times from Connecticut. Okay. But you have to be, people are like, well, how come other people haven't filmed this? I'm like, because you don't have retards out there at, it's freezing cold, super clear, flying a drone that's about to drop out of the sky because its batteries are freezing and looking out a sun that it's a tiny little speck, right?
Look at that. Huh.
Yeah.
Is
And it just
proof
fades.
enough?
It fades away.
Is that not proof enough?
That's just, that's.
And but here's the thing, people, it's out of focus. You need a solar filter, right? So when you please somebody, when I please the trolls, whatever, I listen. I said, okay. And I went up, I put a solar filter on and the sun went down, 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 and it disappeared before it even got to the most interesting part because the solar filter makes it so you can't see the dim light. So then I landed the drone, took the solar filter off, put it back up. Oh, there's the sun. right? It looked like it's set with the stupid solar filter. That's why when they yell solar filter, what they're saying is put a blindfold on, and you might as well put a muzzle on too. Okay. So again, I filmed this again and again and again. I have a playlist called Sun Fade Out playlist on DITRH. It's mind blowing when you watch these things. It'll make you cry when you watch it in full. This is what's happening.
Where's this at?
On my YouTube channel, and they're in the app. Also on the app, where did the sun go? Hit the question mark. Where did the sun?
What day on the calendar was this?
This one, I don't know. I do them all. I mean, it was cold. It has to be. It's normally November, December, January, February. Yeah. Because once the summer sun comes back, there's too much moisture in the air, and then the atmosphere gets too thick, and then you see it set behind that atmospheric horizon. Before it fades
just
away,
disappearing like that, it stops.
Right.
It stops its decline.
It literally went down. It was you can watch it. It's going down, and it stopped.
There is no explanation.
Yeah, that's the stuff that you can't explain.
You can't explain it. The sun's just moving away. It's very simple. The sun's moving away. Earth is flat. It matters, not the shape of the earth. Like, I used to say when I was dragged in kicking and screaming from the alligators, I said, what difference does it fucking make? I still have to go to work, right? And I had my own company. I was making more money than I ever thought I could make. And then something in the universe said, walk away from it all, Dave. Send this message out, because if we get our freedoms back, how long can we hold it if we're in a prison planet in our mind, flying through an infinite space vacuum where, most of the world has no idea who they are or the power of their mind? They don't want you to know that your thoughts create your reality. This center that you're in, did you help create it?
Of course.
Yeah. So you helped create it because you had positive intentions. You sent it out, and the universe conspires to give you whatever you're thinking about, not whatever you want. If you're focusing on what you don't want, they're going to give it to you. Okay. Focus on what you want, and it gets delivered. I have a friend who isn't happy with his job, and he made a comment, and I really felt it, a month ago. He's like, I'm really done with this business. I need to do something else. I'm done with it. Okay. Right. And so he's still plugging away at his job, but all of a sudden his bosses started coming down on him and started laying more and more and more crap on him. And like, look, he's like, I think they're setting me up to fail. Well, that's the universe conspiring to help him out. He's like, you just said you didn't want this, so we're helping you make that move. It's literally like you're in a river and you go with the flow, and the flow is your thoughts. And if you try to stop that river, it's just going to back up until it busts a dam. Okay. So I walked away to bring this to people. The amount of emails I get, people saying, Dave, I was depressed. I was lost. I didn't, wasn't happy. And after I found Flat Earth, my depression went away. I've never been more interested. I've met the greatest people. I went to Flattoberfest, which is a conference we're having in South Carolina in October this year. And life gets better. Here's the thing. When you become a flat earther, you lose some friends. Some friends are just like, they can't handle it. And then that's all right. That's their journey. My brother and sister don't talk to me. We never even discuss flat earth, so I don't even know. But you make a new family. Every single flat earther I've met at all these conferences I've gone to are now my best friends. They're amazing. And my app, the Find Other Flat Earthers feature, is going to bring people together. There's going to be babies because of this. Okay.
Little flat earth babies. Huh?
I mean, great. So you like talking to flat earthers. What if you were out in town, you flipped up your map and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers. Wait, let me zoom in. You're like, hey, they're over there at the tequila bar. You're going over there to say hello.
Because you already have more than one thing in common with somebody. If they believe in the flat earth, you already know there's more in common.
Right. They're awake and aware.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're the most interesting people. People from all walks of life, all socioeconomical levels. They're all awesome. And I always say, if I had a roll of $100 bills and I dropped it at the conference, somebody would figure out whose it was and return it to me.
Wow.
Okay. And you can't say that anywhere else. Flat earthers are amazing people. Amazing people.
I just like people that are in that kind of mindset of challenging everything that's on the norm.
But I heard Santos say it yesterday that he's not going to stop because flat Earth is important. When someone says it's not important, that is the worst case of Stockholm syndrome ever. It's not important that you don't know who you are. It's not important that you don't know where you are. That's not important that they're hiding free energy. They're hiding our history. They're hiding more land.
Everything.
They're hiding everything. They're hiding your true potential. And the thing is, everyone's like, I went to lunch with an old friend of mine when I was in the printing business. And as we walked into the place, he went and put a friggin' face muzzle on. And I friggin' yelled at him. And I told him, I called him a lot of names, one being a cuck. And I told him, I was like, what the? He goes, well, I don't know what the rules are. What rules? Here's the thing. The only power government, mind control, govern the mind, has is in your imagination. It's just like space, the only thing that's going to space is your imagination. What is beyond the shoreline of Antarctica? Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It contains our world pond. Okay. Yeah. If you're at a pond and you went to the edge and you dug a hole lower than the pond's going to flow out. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It's the container of our pond. What's beyond it? Maybe David, there's more land out here.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I want to really move away. No, not move away, but I really wanted to get into the things that we don't know, the things that aren't factual to us. Yes. Everything that you're presenting right now is bare facts. It's absolute evidence. What's outside of let's dig deep. Let's see what we could
here's a Japanese map showing all of these other continents outside of Antarctica.
So what do you think? Do you think that the firmament, right, is the dome over our pond? Or do you think the firmament is the dome over all the ponds?
One of the people that came up with I call it the egg theory, the cosmic egg theory. We're here, our sun and moon are circling around, but then there's another sun and moon out here. Maybe Mars and Venus are the sun and moon out here. And I did a little model. I got to film it where I have a distant sun. I have the light out farther away, and then I looked at my dome in the middle, and it looked like a star. I'm like, it looks like just like the way we see it. And then out here is another sun and moon, which would be the sun would be Saturn and the moon would be Jupiter, right? So these are possibilities. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm called The Outward Flow of Civilizations about where did all the Mayans and the Incans and all of these civilizations, where did they go? Maybe they flowed outwards with their sun, and then a new sun was born in the middle. Sounds a little biblical, right? So the sun oscillates, it moves. Where the sun goes, people go. Maybe there's more civilizations out here.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It might be underground tunnels leading you to them as well. You don't even.
I would call people that live in the extra land, the extra territory, I would call them extraterrestrials. And if we live in the inner space, they're coming from outer space.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
So the book that's in the app, and you can find it on YouTube. John the Morgile read the whole book online. It's about a senator that retired, got sick of the politics and everything, and went to Antarctica, and he found an opening, and he was like going through it, and then they came out. They're in the ocean. They were lost for about a month, and they came across some land, and some people came out on a boat and said, "Oi," and they spoke English. And they're like, we're from America. Where are you from? He goes, this is the Iron Republic. And he's like, where's the Iron Republic? And he goes, well, it's on the other side of Antarctica, about the same distance America is. And they're like, what? And they went in. This was in the late 1800s. And they were taught, the guy wrote these articles about flat screen TVs and electric cars and levitating things and a whole different advanced society that was living out there. And they said, where did you come from? And they're like, well, we used to live where you lived in the 1600s, but we didn't like the tyranny. Moved. Imagine that.
That's interesting, man. You get into the Truman Show and him exiting the stage.
The True Man Show. True Man Show.
Yeah,
man.
Right? Yeah. The True Man Show.
Yeah. I actually, it's interesting, David, you're talking about this, and then you were bringing it up because I have somebody that I can't remember who it was. I think her name's Lisa. If you're watching this, thank you, Lisa. But she had sent an email on us being involved in 4 different worlds. And those are the 4 corners. And so we're in this one world where the sun is, and the sun's about to move from this one to the next one. And they don't want you to know that.
Here we go. Here we go. Right. And that's why are all the elite running to what's off of Australia?
What's that?
The land off of Australia. It's I'm just spacing on the name. I'm having a brain fart.
New Zealand?
New Zealand. Why are all the elite buying property in New Zealand? Because it's out there. If our sun moves outwards, that's going to be the tropical lands.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So, so I don't know if you guys have seen the Iwaranon stuff. Have you seen that yet?
No.
What's that?
Okay, this is mind blowing, and I resisted it at first, but it is
excited.
friggin' mind blowing. Ready? You ready?
Yeah.
This is an inverted picture, a reverse picture of the moon. And
oh yes, I've seen. All right.
yeah.
Yep.
And so he mapped out all the countries, and they're all here. It's like the coincidences on top of coincidences.
Dang.
It's too much. It's just too much. So this outer yellow line is the shoreline of our world. So Antarctica would be out here, and so our North Pole is right here on this red line. Well, this is what is all this other land? So our North Pole is. They always tell us it's moving, right? It's moving. Our North Pole's moving. So if our North Pole's moving, it goes all the way around here in a great year, like 25,000 and some odd years. So it moves 15 degrees every 2,160 years. So this puddle, the sun again goes around our North Pole. So it melts out this puddle. So in 10,000 years from now, the puddle's going to be over here.
Yep.
Okay. And this is where everyone's going to be. And these places out here, these outer places are very, I guess they're, I don't know. It's fascinating. It's like, I don't know, maybe our controllers are here in the middle because it always stays unfrozen because it's part of all of the circle. On the app, this is, and I put this video up. It got deleted from its original channel. On the app, you hit the web button right in the center, right here. The Lost History of Flat Earth. Hit that puppy. And now, like, if you know my channel, DITRH, my videos are less than 5 minutes each because for people with short attention span or people that think Flat Earth is stupid, they're not going to watch a 5-hour video.
Never.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
they're not.
right.
But here's the thing. If you're looking for, turn off, get rid of Netflix, get rid of your television, get rid of the whole thing. I tell people, and everyone that does this, I say, watch the first 10 minutes. If it's interesting, watch the second 10 minutes. It's 7 parts. Then if you like the second 10 minutes, you're 20 minutes in, just watch chapter 1 and then, come back another time. And the same thing happens every single time. Everyone watches the whole thing. I've watched it 4 times already and I'm ready to watch it again. 5-hour video. And I watch all my videos on double speed. I watch this at regular speed. Regular speed.
Oh, you watch it on regular speed?
I can't wait for the next cold, rainy day because I'm going to put it up on the big screen. I'm going to get some snacks and I'm going to watch the whole thing again. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's got over 300. I put it up not long ago. It's got over 300,000 views. It should have 300 million views.
Oh, wow. We're going to watch it.
Dude, you are going to explode. Your brain is going to go, holy crap. Flat Earthers know that they don't know. What's that?
Is it who's the gentleman that put the videos up?
He's anonymous. He calls himself Iwaranon. And then there's also another 18-part series, much shorter videos that are phenomenal. He gets into mud floods, Sataria, technology, microwave buildings, what churches really were. It gets into everything. It gets into everything, and you can't turn it off.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if we had some of them who are on the outside looking in, sending us this information.
Oh, sure. So you know what's funny is I forget who said it. Maybe you guys were talking about it. This is Santos said it yesterday, I believe. This is the apocalypse. This is the lifting of the veil. Flat Earth came here to free us. Flat Earth. Why does Flat Earth matter? As I was saying, if you don't know where you are, you lost control. People that wake up to Flat Earth unplugged from the Matrix. Everyone that's living in this life is Neo in the Matrix at the beginning of the video. And all the Flat Earthers are Neo at the end of the Matrix when they've taken their power back and they've realized who they are, where they are. And they say, no, I'm not listening to you, Mr. Smith. You are a friggin' tool. Okay. And that's our governments.
For sure. We're living
Those
this.
are the apex,
We're
the
living
apex
in the
predators is what I like to call them. But
yeah.
This is the Matrix.
Oh, for sure.
We're in it.
Of course.
We're in
Logan,
it right now.
Are you aware of the flight routes?
Yeah, I've looked into the
Yeah, but
flight
there was
routes.
one that you were like, how does this work, right? And,
Yeah, but I went on and I looked at it and I was
made
able
sense?
to debunk. Yeah, I was able to make sense of it myself.
You were able to make sense of it. How?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look at my.
Let me show you one that you can't make
Go ahead.
sense of. How's
Show
that?
us for the audience.
So-
it's for the benefit of everybody else.
So this is Santiago, Chile, and this is Eastern Australia. And if you want to fly, you would think, why don't you just go like this?
Directly.
Right.
Yeah, but we can't disturb the penguins. So, but you can still fly around. This would be the short. But instead instead of going this way to Australia, they go this way. What the hell are they doing? So when you go to Australia, when you go fly there, you go all the way up, all the way over, and all the way down. And it's worse. If you want to go to Western Australia, again, this would be the shortest route. Okay. They go north, they go all the way over to China and Singapore and down. This is ridiculous. But when you look at it on a flat earth map, here we go. We go up across America, China, Singapore, Western Australia, a straight line. Okay. That's how you get there. Sometimes the flights vary by like 5 hours. That's because they use the jet streams up there. And sometimes they're not as favorable as they want. If you look at the jet streams, they show us the jet streams, being this huge sine wave. But on the app, if you hit the winds, and I go to 40,000 feet winds, right now we have these white and pink areas. Those are going 200 to 300 miles an hour. And by the way, they're outrunning the spin of the Earth, that 200 to 300 miles an hour. That's crazy. If the Earth was spinning, they'd be outrunning the spin instead of lagging behind like they should. But but also these winds here are favorable. This is like 100, 150 mile an hour wind. So you fly up, you grab these tailwinds, and then you get over there. Bam.
Wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
Fascinating stuff.
Totally. I like that. The last part, the other worlds, because that's totally got my attention. I'm gonna have to start digging into it.
Hit the Tatario. Find out about Tatario. Watch John. If you're like, oh my God, I don't have time for these big videos. John Levy, JONLEVI. All of his videos are 20 minutes. You're going to go, oh, this guy sounds a little bit depressed, but then you'll realize he's awesome. Like John Levy video comes out, drop everything, watch it, 20 minutes, right? And you can listen to him at 2.0 and he sounds like 1.0.
Is that just John Levy on YouTube?
John Levy on YouTube. Yeah. And I'm going to actually make a separate button for him in the app. His channel deserves a direct link with no other interference. Amazing stuff. But the other thing is, NASA, the liars at NASA, you know that NASA's fake, right?
The National Association of Space Actors.
I mean, I have my own kind of concepts on why NASA does what they do. So.
Do you think NASA is in space?
No. I mean, I personally believe NASA is actually trying to project what they really want to do, and they need enough consciousness to tap into that idea to make it a reality. So that's just kind of what I believe.
I can follow that. So I just want to show you what happens is NASA's in charge of radar. NASA's in charge of GPS. NASA's in charge of all flight routes, all international flight routes. So they've got full control of where people go, and how they get there. So there occasionally, though, something happens on an airplane and they have to do an emergency landing. As a matter of fact, I think it's today's featured video. Today's video on the app is another emergency landing. Look at that. So if you have the app, make sure you don't miss that. Or if you miss it, just hit the archive button next to the featured video and watch it. But
links are in the description, guys.
Links are in the description. Nice, thanks. So if you look at the flight routes, there's a flight from Taiwan to LA. As I'm stalling, as I find it, here it is. So Taiwan to LA, this is where they say they're going. This is where Hawaii is. And right about here, there's a medical emergency. They needed to land the plane right away. Someone had a heart attack or a baby, I'm not sure. And they could have landed here, or they could have kept going. But instead, they went over 1,000 miles out of the way, a couple thousand miles maybe, to land in Alaska. And the reason is because Taiwan,
direct route,
emergency, Alaska. Los Angeles, right? So there's 16 times that this has been documented. And every time They land in a crazy place according to the globe, but if you take a line on the flat Earth map and draw it from the origin to the destination, they always land right on that line in where they were going every single time. How many times does that have to happen before you realize that you don't live on a spinning crazy space ball?
I mean, how many pilots have been put on the spot, and how many pilots have been recorded and asked, do we live on a flat plane? And all of them go, yeah.
Well, most of them. And somebody just said there was a pilot that just was talking to us and said he used to be in the military. He said, yeah, it's very common. Most pilots know more than you realize, but they can't say anything because they lose their job.
Yeah, of course.
Globebusters interviewed a KLM pilot, a woman, and she's like, yeah, you know, and I know this, and she's showing all this stuff, and just the whole show was fantastic. Next day, she was grounded.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Right. And now astronauts are coming out and admitting that we never went, and they're backpedaling. Like just the other day, Conan, you know what? Let me bring this up. Did you see on Buzz Aldrin on Conan?
No, this is recent.
Yeah. I seen it. And he goes.
Let me play it.
Space landing. Yeah, go ahead. Play it.
So he was on there, and again, this is them moving the globe post, I call it, where they're because all the documentation of the moon landing stuff, it's all being taken apart. It's like looking at the movie Jaws going, yeah, I can see that it's not real now. It doesn't hold up over time. So they're literally backpedaling. So
even non-flat earthers believe that we can go to the moon.
Right. No.
Stop sharing that.
I decoded the moon landing, dude. It's all, yeah.
Yeah. So share with sound. It's really short. I'll play this. Ready?
Yeah, watch this.
Yeah. So let me get going. Can you guys see that, right?
Anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop.
It's
a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah,
not a bad line for an actor.
What?
Because
said you watched an animation.
There wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation.
Insanity. People who believe that we landed there deserve to be in an insane asylum. It's just
and they think we're the crazy ones. All right, here's my 100 Bitcoin offer. You ready?
Bring it.
100 Bitcoin.
$20,000 of Bitcoin, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
How much?
40 grand.
Yeah. So 100, so whatever, $4 million. Big deal. You're not going to win it. Show me something dumber than the heliocentric model. Show me something dumber. It could be, show me something dumber, right? Somebody came close, actually. They said Don Pettit, and I'm like,
that is pretty close.
It's pretty dumb, but it's not dumber than the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model, people go, flat Earth is ridiculous. There's tons of proof of the globe, and there's none of flat Earth. Well, it's worse than polar opposite because there's no proof of the globe, and the heliocentric model is the dumbest shit on Earth.
Now that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it really is. It really is.
Yeah.
Oh God, Lord, help us, save us.
So listen, Logan, you triggered me on 2 points. One, your name's Logan, and we had a Logan that we don't like very much. So I'm trying to get over that. That's not your fault.
Good on me, dude.
This is the best Logan.
I'm not. It's my own personal problem.
He's the complete polar opposite of that Logan. I guarantee you.
Thank God. And so, why does it matter? All the flat Earth, I woke people up to all those other deceptions I talked about, and they go right back to sleep because it doesn't affect them. Flat Earth, when you become flat Earther, you think about it every single day because it connects you back to your truth. Your soul goes, he's seeing the truth now. I can talk. He'll listen, and we take our minds out of the television programming, the television programming, just listen to the words. And we take it back. Like every once in a while, every 6 months or so, I go, I want to watch the news. I want to watch the news. I want to watch a segment of news. 5 minutes in, I literally think I have cancer. Okay. I think that the news causes cancer. Okay. Just to be honest, it causes cancer. And so watch the news, get cancer. There you go. So when you wake up to the flat earth, you take our power back. And I'm glad you're into crypto. People say, well, crypto is evil. The word crypto and, governments are tracking and this and stuff. Bitcoin is trackable. It's super trackable. Many things.
Of course
Ripple,
it is.
but there's privacy coins out there. When people
Monero.
wake up to what Monero and Pirate
Yeah.
Chain,
Yeah.
right?
Pirate
And-
Chain,
yeah. And other ones. So
Yeah.
when people wake up to this, the people that are running this world are the people that are controlling us with their nonsense fiat money. They don't need money. They need money to control us. They have our minds in a prison. That's the globe. And they control us with their money. Now, we need money to operate in their system. People say, why don't we just trade? I was like, well, I've got something. I've got this big crystal here that you guys want, and I want to buy that painting from you. Well, how am I going to transfer the money or whatever, whatever. And crypto is the perfect money. If it's done right, if we control it, and we do control it. So the way to take them down is stop playing in their money game. So that's number one, and wake the F up to where you are, who you are, what you are. Take back your God-given power that they've tricked us into giving away.
Yep. And take back your wealth.
This
Take
is
back
the most important topic ever of our time, and it affects every single person on this planet. 9/11 doesn't affect people in Africa, doesn't affect people in Ohio. Okay, nobody cares. They don't care, but this affects every single person. So again,
For sure.
you need to
For
wake
sure.
up, and
You know-
guess what? There ain't a lot of time left. Okay,
There
this
isn't.
is it. This is
David,
it.
we say all the time, Santos and I, we constantly repeat ourselves over and over again. The flat, stationary, horizontal plane is the number one thing that needs to come out.
I heard you say that yesterday, and I was like, I've always looked up to Santos for years, and the fact that I heard that Santos and you were excited to have me on their show, I'm like, the world is totally upside down. This is insane. This is insane, right?
It's our number one tenet, for God's sakes. Our first tenet in syncretism is to know that you live on a flat, stationary plane. This is number one. You cannot know anything else. We don't want you to know anything else. That's the first thing we need to know.
I tell people do this, right? Go outside and sit down, get yourself nice and situated, and meditate, and imagine yourself spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, chasing at 500,000 miles an hour, moving sideways, right? And then literally you feel like shit. Your soul is like, what the fuck are you doing? And then shake it off, get a glass of water, and then come out and sit and say, I'm sitting on the foundation of the universe. It doesn't move under any circumstance. All of the luminaries are circling in perfect order above me. And just by saying that and imagining it, your spirit lifts right away. You're like, whoa, I feel lighter. I feel great. Your mind comes together. Your soul starts talking to you again.
Yes.
Because right now, I think people's souls are pissed. They're pissed at them. They're like, what are you doing? Right? The awakening's here. All the information's here. The elite are telling us what's going on. They're telling us everything. Right? And people just don't see it. They're telling us.
That's part of the show.
Do you like my shirt?
Part of the show. What's it say?
It says, never go full fucking retard.
Never go.
He's got the dart on there.
It's not a dart. It's the jab.
It's the
Well,
jab.
I know,
It's the
but-
jab.
Yeah, that's the jab.
And by the way, my t-shirts, I have awesome t-shirts. One of them is my new favorite one is let me show it to you. It's they're all in the app on the t-shirt shop. Where did it go? Where did my thing just go? Here it is. And this is one I made, which I really love. Hug safe. Verified.
I'm fascinated. I love
That's
it.
good, man.
I love it. Yeah, because we have a group chat, right, that we have with the community throughout Playa del Carmen, Cancun, and Tulum, and we have a lot of people. It's a mixed group, right? So a lot of people are really woke, and then there's some people that aren't. There's some people that are even vaccinated, and we're talking about how the simple fact of you being vaccinated allows
easy what you say here. I want to put this on YouTube also.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's not
Yeah. So
talk about it then at all. Then.
Yeah.
It's not good. They'll flag us for this one.
Yeah. I'm surprised at how yesterday's stream stayed up for you guys. You
Yeah,
guys were out of control.
We're gonna tone it down though. We're gonna tone it down. We have to tone it down.
Isn't that crazy? The land of the free. Watch what you say. Don't think. Don't say what you think.
Yeah.
It's just insanity what's going on.
Yeah.
Right?
No, for sure.
Hard to tail end, man.
Hey, let me ask you a quick astrology question. in astrology, I used to laugh, like, how's a planet, 40 million miles away going to affect me? But once you understand that they're right here within our system and they're all energetic and, sentient, you understand, like, wow, it totally affects my life. You chart the motions of all of these celestial objects, and, you can be a baller and still get it right because the models kind of have the same motions. And I've noticed that, flat earthers really can put the model together much better. And I think they're just become more powerful astrologers. Does astrology take into account the motion of the earth, considering we're moving in 4 different directions at once, going billions of miles a year? I don't think it does.
I've never observed it that way. I mean, I'm an avid astrologer and I've never.
But you don't pay attention to the earth moving.
Not
well,
at all.
that means it's not moving.
Yeah. Wouldn't you take it into account?
The only thing that moves is the ecliptic.
Okay.
Like it's on, that's the most important part of the whole thing is the ecliptic, which is the ring.
I see.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the idea that the ecliptic's moving like they tell us is beyond insane.
Right, right.
We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour in a curved loop, and somehow all of the other planets keep up with us and they stay on the same plane.
Million things.
It would be going like this. It would be going in every direction at once.
Of course. The sun, for God's sakes, they say is 93 million miles.
Well, there's a reason for that because it's tied to Saturn and stuff through the numbers and all that kind of stuff. That's
but that you got to look at that and from a different paradigm. It all is tied together. You're right.
Paradigm, yeah.
Just simple things. Like 100. The moon is supposedly, they say, 170,000 kilometers away. The sun is 93 billion. 93 million miles away. Excuse me. 93 million. But they perfectly eclipse.
Wait, so the chances
of that happening
400 times bigger, 400 times farther is 1 in a quadrillion. A number
I don't
so
think
big.
that's the moon anyway, personally.
Wait, that's fine. That's fine. And then happening again. Well, that's like winning the Powerball 2 days in a row, right? And then it's worse. It's worse than that. And then it happens every year. And then 18 years later, the entire cycle repeats. Okay, the Soros cycle, the eclipses repeat every 18 years. Does that sound like a random beehive, heliocentric, gravity-induced theory, dark matter universe, or does it sound like a perfectly ordered clock in the sky?
Oh, it's a perfect.
David,
definitely, it's perfectly orchestrated.
I'm moving in close to the camera on this one.
Right,
you ready for this? Was this question?
Sure.
What the fuck is it?
What the fuck is this place?
What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, we're in a physical simulation, and we're here to expand the mind of the creator. Okay,
we are the creator.
We are the creator. With our soul, this is just a meat suit. Our soul animates this meat suit, and our soul is a piece of the creator. All of us together are the creator. Okay,
that's right.
And we're here to expand the mind. So those of you that are lost in the television programming, those of you that have sold your souls in all the different ways that you can do that, are, look at Biden, soulless. Okay. Look at all the people in higher government, all the people in Hollywood. They're all, they've all lost their souls. I mean, who was it on 60 Minutes? Was it not Billy Joel? One that said he sold his soul to the big guy. He's paying. Bob Dylan. Yeah. And there's many, 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 many stories of this. So, whether you believe it or not, that's your problem. I believe it. And we have a simple, what is this place? It is an amusement park that we agreed to come to expand the mind of the creator. And we have just a couple of rules. Don't lose control of your soul and don't break anyone else's free will. Have a good time.
Do you think you come back? Do you think you come back?
Well, you either come back if you fail the class and you have to do it again, or if you pass the class, maybe you come back. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure which one's hell and which one's heaven, which is great.
Do you think, I'm sorry, Logan, do you think that you move forward somewhere and you maybe become something else?
Yes, I think that
we pass the class just like you would upgrade, move on to 6th, 7th, 8th grade, so on and so forth.
I think that we're all rising up, and those of us that are maintaining control of our soul and listening to our soul rather than to the television programming and getting cancer. We rise up and we become bigger and better, and then and our souls probably travel in groups and stuff. So we have different lives here. I can't prove any of that. That's what resonates with me. Yeah. That's what resonates with me. No. And, Jeff Berwick said today, and he goes, but everyone's afraid of death. He goes, death is probably the most amazing thing that could ever happen to you in any circumstance. And he goes, but don't get me wrong. I don't want to, I don't want to FOMO out of this place. I want to see what's going to happen next. But the worst case scenario is the best thing that could ever happen. Okay, where you have unlimited potential. Like when you die, you go back to unlimited potential. Right here, we literally are trapped in this meat suit in this crazy world with psychopaths. I find it fascinating. I love puzzles, and this place is a puzzle. And I love roller coasters. This place is a roller coaster. I'm happy as can be.
Yeah.
David, what's your birthday? Just your month and day.
July 16th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, happy belated, man.
Yeah. Happy belated.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, it's interesting because you have so I'm into the cards. I'm into tarot and astrology and all that stuff.
Fascinating stuff. That's the real science. I don't understand.
You and Santos have the same birth card.
I know. I heard that the other day. When was he born? Like July.
He's March 24th. But these cards have a certain boilerplate chart to them. And July 16th is the Queen Clubs, which is the same as Santos.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what are we doing on time, by the way?
I got to run anyway.
We got to go. Time's up.
I got reading.
Time's up. Hey, David.
David, thank you so much, man, for sharing your wisdom.
You're such a blessing just to have on, man. Really, truthfully, man. I love your energy and I love your everything about you. Everything. And I would love for you to come on again if you can, please, with Santos here. It'll be.
How close are you guys to the water in Mexico?
2 blocks.
Right here. It's literally right.
All right, I'm moving there. I'm coming.
It's not 2 city blocks, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's just crossing 2 streets. I should say it's crossing 2 streets.
All right.
And
you're are you on the Gulf side or the ocean side?
No,
we are on the water. Like we're 2 streets.
Which side? On the ocean side, the Pacific side, or the Gulf side?
On the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We're in Cancun. We're one town up from Cancun.
I don't know my geography of Mexico.
You got to come to Puerto Morelos. It's one town over. It's magical. You really got to come.
We'll talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Let me tell people real quick. If you're a flat earther, you probably already know about my app. Get the app because the Find Other Flat Earthers thing is going to be a game changer. We're going to use their technology to bring us together when they want us apart. Okay. There's going to be flat earth meetups every day, everywhere, because people are going to go out. Like if I'm in like New York City or Mexico or California, I'll look and I'm like, hey, there's some flat earthers at this beach or at this bar. I'm going to meet new people every time I go out.
Love it. Quickly, can you tell us about what's going on in October again?
In October, if you go to flatearthfestivals.com, and we have it's a dual conference and music festival, 2 days. I think it's Saturday and Sunday in like February and October 22nd, right around that weekend, whatever it is. Flatearthfestivals.com. Click Flattoberfest. It's inexpensive. It's in South Carolina. There's people coming from all over the country. I believe there's people coming from other countries. I'm driving down from Connecticut, and this is the third time, and it's always a blast just getting around flat earthers. Forget the presentations, forget all the other stuff. It's all about meeting, like you turn around, the person behind you that you've never seen before is your closest friend.
Hey man, I'm probably gonna come. I'm probably gonna join you, man.
Absolutely, 100%. Flatearthfestivals.com.
We're in South Carolina.
It's in Spartanburg, I believe. I'm saying that correctly. I got yelled at.
I know that's where that's at. Yeah.
Okay.
And grab a ticket and grab the hotel or find a bed and breakfast because I don't know how many there are.
Wonderful, David. All of David's links are in the description, guys. Go to his channel. Guys, so much. He has so much to offer, so much. And promise us you're going to come on again, right?
I will come on again. I would like to talk to Santos. It's always been something I've wanted to do.
Of course.
The app, just watch out. They're on the Android. You need an 8.0 or higher. There's already a Flat Earth Society, but it's run by the Ron Media Group, who ripped off the name, ripped off some of the graphics. I think their app is free. I'm not even sure. Don't send me emails telling me my app sucks. My app is the highest rated app in both stores. Okay. And they're gatekeeping you there. They have, the trolls on there. It's just horrible.
Your app is just $1.99 or something, right?
It's $2.99. $2.99 one-time charge. Now people say, well, there's a pop-up that says, would you like to subscribe? The pop-up shows up. It's 99 cents a month, but you don't have to pay it. It pops up once a day. There's no ad. You exit out the second it comes up and it's gone. And that's it. And you still get everything. But the app costs thousands of dollars a month to run. So people wanted me to add more stuff. They're like, put a donation link on there, Dave. And I'm like, they don't let you put a donation link. So I put a subscribe link and you could just literally exit out. But if you love the app and you want to support me, it's $11 a year. Go for it.
I'm gonna go for it. I'm already there. That's it.
Yeah.
You got
the
me.
app, the new feature will. That's the only thing that it's going to require a subscription. It'll still work, but you just can't message somebody unless you're a subscriber because the messaging costs money. I'm starting literally my own instant messenger thing. It's insane.
You're the man. Cool. You are the man. You are the man. Guys, get on his app, download it. Subscribe, all right? You need to be supporting these people. You need to be supporting people.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not asking for donations. I'm telling you, basically, if you bought me a beer in a bar, it would cost you more, and then I'd piss it away, and that would be the end of it. We'd have a good time. It would probably be worth it. $3, you get the app for your whole life. Just read the reviews. Read the reviews. And here's the thing. Here's another challenge. Nobody can read the reviews and not buy the app. Just the way it is. I'm offering 0 Bitcoins for that.
I like how transparent you are.
I love him. I'm telling you, I love this guy.
That's awesome.
All right, my good friends out there. Thank you all for joining us.
Awesome.
Signing out.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, David.
One
Appreciate your time, man.
See ya. Thanks, guys.
Much love to you.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas need to tore it up. Shit, for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Venus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce. For the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you think these buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed. Cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc. Yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill. Yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me. No, you can't go to space. Cause it's on the TV. Yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream. Flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc. Yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill. Yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me. No, you can't go to space. Cause it's on the TV. Yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Get my 44 up off the dresser now. Another track is still flat.
Good day, all. Brief pause in the bot, so let's give anyone that might want to an opportunity to speak. Turn that off because I forgot to mute my YouTube. I'll get to it before it does it again. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0. Right now we're observing silence and playing recordings and other various stuff because, you know, it's been 7 years now for me at least, and a lot of other people. We've got some valid questions that have not got valid answers. So we're still sitting here waiting for them. Sometimes there's going to be silence. That's okay. To me, it's just an example of the lack of globe evidence. This server wouldn't exist if there was globe evidence. Anyway, if you happen to be listening on YouTube, you're curious about the subject, right now is a great time to come on here and discuss. Got knowledgeable people sitting here on the panel that fully understand that they don't exist on the exterior of a spinning, oblate, whatever ball, 70% covered in water, zipping around in 4 or 5 different vectors, directions, however many it is, and speeds up to million miles an hour or whatever. And all this is going on in the vacuum of space while our gas pressure system is just sitting there next to the nothingness with no containment. So we understand we're not on that. What it is we're on, there's a lot of speculation. We try to stay on topic here. So if you want to discuss the actual deception and how it's being orchestrated, we'll be glad to talk to you. That's the Dave rant for today. Back to silence for the next person talking or whoever's playing the bot. Thank you.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just riffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Creating mission, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Great one from our friend Chocolate Saying. You can check him out on YouTube. I think he still has a channel, Chocolate Saying. Here's another opportunity for anybody else that wants to speak. This is Dave shutting up.
Hoi, hoi.
Somebody say something. Who was it? Hello.
That was me. I was just saying ahoy, hoy. Good to see you, Dave. Hope all is well.
Live from Canada, it's Kiwi. Give us a full report from Canada.
Canada is. We got a heat warning in place while Ontario, Toronto, and we are sitting low and tight on this flat plateau, stable and in place. How are you, my friend Dave?
Oh, same shit, different day.
SOS, SOS. Same old shit, only softer, as my grandfather would say.
So does, not to get political, but does Commissar Castro have everything under control up there, and he's looking out for everybody's best interests in Canada?
Yeah, he sent out some funding last week, I think, to try to buy some votes. So yeah, he's doing his thing. JC in full effect.
Fair enough. I guess we got any new people on here, do we?
So Dave, I was thinking about something. You know,
What?
one of their arguments, the globe folk, is that the stars spin in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere.
Yep.
So realize that if you were to hang a clock from your ceiling, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Standard clock, shorthand, longhand, second hand. You got 12 pointing in one direction, and the hands are obviously spinning clockwise. If you walk over to the other side of the room and look at that clock, the clock's going to be spinning in the opposite direction, counterclockwise, and the clock will actually appear to be the other direction, if you will. I.e., 12 is still in the same location, however, you're observing 6 at the up, if you will, versus at the bottom. Does that make sense?
Different perspective. I think I'm following you, yeah.
Yeah, different perspective. Same object, different view. And I'm thinking that crossover point where you actually turn in the room happens at the equator. Like, the equator is actually the transition point where you actually start to observe the moon and the stars from the opposite other angle, if you will. And that's
Yo, ain't they call somebody obsessed with the moon a lunatic? Bruh.
A lunatic, you know.
I hear you, bud. Keep going. I just wanted to say something.
Sky science. No, that's just it. I know that yeah, you're the dude. You always say sky science, but I'm like, wait a minute. If we tape a clock to the ceiling, right? We actually observe the clock, but from two different perspectives.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a clock that goes up above us with the sun and moon. Listen, what did you say? There was a word that you said. So science, sky science. There's no such thing as sky science. I
only say sky science because it's like we don't understand it.
Well, what's funny is it's ironic. It's like Globers will say shit like astrophysicist or sky science, right? It's like, you guys are, no, that's not right. That doesn't make sense. You either have sky stuff or science, but you can't test anything in the sky.
Agreed, Glad.
Clearly stated. I like that.
I hear what you're saying there, Kiwi. I mean, when they bring up these star things to me, at first, if you really think about it, they're admitting that the stars are moving. Because if they're doing two different directions, they have to be moving, right?
Bingo.
So, right there, if you got a ball spinning in one direction, why would there ever be different directions? So even if there is different directions, that's just what the stars are doing. And they're admitting up front that the stars are in motion. So
yep,
they're dead in the water right there.
Can't have two things moving. That would just be crazy.
But I do.
Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
The
Proud America.
I'm turning. We don't know what the fuck it is, right?
Yep.
I generally agree with Glad. Anything in the sky, we're not going to be able to science it. So it has nothing to do with the shape of what we're standing on. And there's no curvature, and that's a problem.
What do we have for him, Johnny?
A big, flat, stable plane.
You know, it's all I can ask for.
Something I thought about the other day. My growing up, I always would ask my mom questions like, "Why is this? Why is that?" So on and so forth. And two things she would always say to me in her responses: everything is not always about you. Number one, and you are not the center of the universe. Come to find out 30 years, hold on. Come to find out 30 years later, right, that it actually is all about us. I know she in the perspective of which the conversation she was talking about, obviously she was outlining it's not always about me, but I'm saying that come to find out, how weird is it 30 years later that it actually is all about man and the universe actually does revolve around us because we're the only things not moving in this entire equation. I think it's pretty cool.
Well, your mom should have said, well, no, sorry. In my opinion, the reason she said it's not all about you is because she meant to say, well, we don't have all the answers, and you shouldn't be the one that stirs up the muck at the bottom of the pond just because you want an answer. Keep your mouth shut. Not everything's about you. Learn your stuff and regurgitate it, and that's it. That's my opinion about what was going on in her head. But maybe not. Anyway.
Thank you for that mental image. Thanks for the mental image of muck at the bottom of a pond. That was vivid. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure everybody's seen muck at the bottom of a pond. So it was a relatable metaphor. Anyway, my mom said the same shit to me. She's like, Sean, why do you need to know?
Yeah.
Like,
why do you need to know?
You
Why
don't
does
get
it matter?
I'm asking you a question for this need to know something. Mom, why? People know that. I want to know. Yeah.
You did some weird roboting, at least for me. Was it just me?
No problem. I'm in a bad signal area. You guys carry on. I love you all.
Your satellite's temporarily out of service. It'll come right back.
Sure it will.
Throw it out there. Anybody might be listening on YouTube or whatever. Click the link. Come in here and discuss. If you think you live on a spinning ball that exists in nothing, we would like to go over some of the questions regarding that. Help you think for yourself, maybe. Kiwi has some questions for people.
It's true. The Village Idiot has some questions for Globers. I can't understand it. I need to know more. So many questions. So little time.
Well, I guess while it's dead air, real quick, I can throw out there. Happened to hear a month ago from a old college roommate I was good friends with. I haven't seen him for like 28 years. We were catching up. Kind of slightly introduced this subject to him, and I believe he's sincerely investigated it, and he's got a lot of questions for me. So far, so good with him. So, one at a time. It's just nice to hear from an old friend and actually have them actually look at the information instead of just scoffing, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, man. If you can make some space and they're actually considering what you're saying, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Teach a man to fish, right? And it's like, I keep on using the idea of teaching a man to fish versus giving him fish, but it's the idea of like you're telling somebody we live on a globe and it's spinning and blah, 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 blah. That's giving a man fish, right? But if you can teach a man to just stop and look for things and observe things and just wait to see what comes to you, that I believe is teaching a man to fish. So well done, Dave.
Thanks, man. It's just like you're saying, just let nature speak for itself. Let it speak to you. Don't listen to what I'm saying. The whole problem we've gotten to this point, we listen to what other people said. These people made up stories about all the shit in the sky, and we all believed it. You know, you got to somehow shed that and get back to the roots of the whole thing, and just let nature speak for itself. You know, just think about your reality. That's all we ask people to do.
And that's an open challenge to anybody that's listening on YouTube, anybody hearing this message, to come on by the server and have a conversation with us and see if you can bring something to the table, and this is going to be the kicker, of intelligence without the creation of other men. I don't want to hear about quotes from Newton and gravity and Einstein, nothing. No man's creation, no space creation, no NASA photos, none of that stuff. I want to know what you witnessed that you can state that tells us that this world is round. And I think you're going to be batting a big fat 0.
Yeah, 100% support that. And what about your natural experience of nature tells you that it's a ball and it's in motion? We'd love to hear about it. Not what some man taught you about it, but what you actually know, what you experience. What's your body telling you? Are you in motion right now, or are you still? Come on, people. Back to you, Kiwi.
Maybe I'm dating myself, but hey, Dave, I don't know if you can see the chat real quick, but you remember the short guy? Plane boss, the plane. Remember that dude?
Tattoo from Fantasy Island, yeah.
Yeah.
The plane. Everybody look, you live on the plane.
I think about him, right? And I'm like, were they actually just trying to tell us this entire time? The plane, look at the plane. Because again, when I look at the plane, I see the plane flying by in the sky. And I'm like, that plane's moving. And then I look at a car and I'm like, that car's moving. And I look at a bird and I'm like, that bird's moving. But I'm not moving. The plateau that I'm standing on is not moving.
Yeah.
But then there's this whole argument that movement is relative to, what is it? The place you're looking at it from, or something like that. Plane of relativity, I think, is something that they talk about, is it not?
Yeah, it's this relativity bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
Because you see something in motion doesn't mean you're not the actually one in motion. You can't really tell. Some kind of bullshit like that.
Okay, so if I get into a hot air balloon and I go up in the hot air balloon, at what point does that relativity leash or whatever, where the ground would start moving and the hot air balloon wouldn't be moving with it, where would I observe the Earth moving if I'm in the hot air balloon?
The global answer to that is, as long as you're in the atmosphere, you're moving with the ground, so you're not going to see the ground moving.
That blows my mind.
So you could theoretically go all the way to the moon, allegedly, because you're still in the atmosphere and you still wouldn't see it. But anyway.
Interesting.
The Fantasy Island show had another interesting tidbit. Think about it, they were on some uncharted island that wasn't on the maps.
Interesting.
Could there be other uncharted territories out there that the general population is not privy to? Possibly. Just speculation.
Question being, are we aware enough to allow ourselves to see it? Because you've heard that question asked. If somebody was to come out today and tell you that the Earth is actually flat, would you believe them as a glober? And a lot of people have said they wouldn't believe it. Sounds like ego to me.
Yeah, who knows? Oh, you can be robot. Yeah, I'm sorry. Get your robot. Sorry, man.
Hello, AI. Good to see you, my friend.
Let him reconnect and see what he had to say there.
Saying once the mainstream puts out any new paradigm, 90% of the population is going to believe it. It's pretty much the way it goes. Well, I mean 90% of the globally population.
Yeah, if I agree with that statement, you're loud and clear, just letting you know.
Like the people that we encounter who go against the mainstream narrative and come up with their own answers to the phenomenon to try to keep it to be a globe. They're always going to, be zealous. A lot of them won't necessarily switch. Most people will.
What do you think the hang-up will be, AI?
The number one hang-up is space as a future destination or a future salvation. And they don't want to give up this idea of endless space where they could eventually, even though they're dead, their progeny, could go out into the stars and find the answers. That's the number one thing they don't want.
Yeah, the one thing that I took in a couple months ago was 3D printing. So 3D printing houses on Mars. And they totally had a 3D model going of how this whole idea of printing houses on Mars would work. And yeah, that, as you say, you sell the vision, right? Tell the programming, they accept it, hang their dreams on that dream. I see Flatty typing. Flatty, what are you typing, man?
I'm getting ready to go into a bad signal area, so I'll be on mute for a little bit. Y'all continue.
I feel like I'm all by myself. Where's the music bot? Send in the bot.
Where's the Globe Defenders? We got crickets here, maybe. Some Globe Defenders.
Yeah, Lumpy, if my mic's still working, I look at all this silence is all the lack of globe evidence being amplified. The silence is deafening, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Lumpy, I see you're a skeptic. What's the deal, dude?
I know, right? But I can't give myself roles. I'm as flat as anybody.
All right, cool.
I still have lots to learn, but hey,
it'll come in due time.
I mean, I don't know. Right?
I mean, I would vote for you, Lumpy. I know you've been around for a while. You know all the arguments. You should have.
Hey, I had names prior to Lumpy Gas. I got that from QE. Betty, beautiful Betty, said, yeah, they believe that, gas got lumpy in a vacuum, or that gas giants are in a vacuum. And he said, yeah. QE responds to her. He goes, yeah, they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. Dude, I just busted out laughing. I was like, that's great. Yeah. So now I have the name. Oh, and I get responses all over the place. People know what I'm implying.
Awesome.
Yeah. At the library, I'm here in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, and I was dealing with a court case. Anyway, I needed to get something that was notarized, sent to an attorney. So anyway, so I'm getting help at the library because I don't have a printer or whatever, these sort of things. And he reads my name because he's attaching the email to be sent, right? And it's lumpy gas in a vacuum. And he goes on to tell me about how there's on Jupiter, there's ice crystals. And I just didn't even. Ice crystals of argon gas or something. And I just let it be because I wanted to get out of there.
Yeah.
And yeah, he literally looked like the sort of guy that would like be on like The Simpsons with the fat belly and the goatee. And dude,
nice.
You make this stuff. Oh man, life is too weird, dude.
I love it.
And then Panda
here's a question.
To anybody? Yeah, go ahead.
No, here's a question for you. So, in terms of your discussions of enlightenment, what's your flat smacking point? What's your number one go-to, or do you just like to
gas pressure
or whatever? Gas pressure. I find that's
the most obvious.
Gas pressure needs a container, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Because why would we have I think about the idea of air, and why would we continuously, or the creator continuously pump, or where would air come from being pumped into this? We can just breathe it in and then breathe it out, and it's gone, right? Like it's not a renewable source. To me, you put it in a closed system and you make that system constantly renew itself, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we do live in a dynamic system. What with Charles' law to be considered, I'm not going to make a claim to knowledge on this, but I consider the atmosphere is in equal pressure when considering temperature.
I wouldn't even. You explain, please.
Say if you take a balloon, right, and you have it in an 80-degree room, and then you bring it out to minus 40-degree temperature, it'll shrink down to just a hundredth of its size.
Okay.
Gas is thermally expansive. It increases pressure with temperature. In fact, that's what's happening inside of the cylinder of a vehicle. It's the thermal expansion of gas.
Right, but isn't it the idea that so as the particles in the gas get excited, they heat up, right?
The sun is doing that. That's the entropy generator. Yeah. Gas is completely temperature dependent.
Yeah. No, I can see that idea with the balloon. So as you have the balloon in your standard room, which measures 20 degrees Celsius, let's say, and then you go outside to even minus 10, the gas in the balloon becomes less excited, right? Therefore, they're not traveling as far, let's say, bouncing off each other or whatever. And I hope I'm explaining this theory correctly. I know Gospel's listening, so I hope I'm not doing a terrible job at this. Or I hope he's listening. But in terms of the gas getting less excited when it's colder outside, and the balloon therefore contracting, that would make a lot of sense.
Well, it is in line with Charles' law as well. And just for me, the concept of entropy is that there's balance in the system.
Yep.
Yeah. With the sun generating entropy, of course.
Well, I don't see, and that's another thing. I don't necessarily know if I can state that the sun is a generator.
Well, it's exciting the gas mostly on the ground because it's radiating. In the sky, that's why, especially at the cloud layer, we almost always see like mountaintops are frozen. So it's just like the water cycle to me. Let's get off that. Gas pressure does need containment. Period.
But, okay, hold on. No, but think. I want to throw. I'm going to throw an idea your way about the moon and the sun for a quick second. You've heard the idea that they're luminaries, right?
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
And I remember when I was in school, I think it was like grade 10 science, we were talking about the measurement of light. And the measurement of light is measured in lumens, Lumens. And that is the light output of a light, right? Like a light bulb or whatever. It measures in lumens. We know them as watts, but also as lumens. I think watts is the input of the energy or the consumption of the energy, but the lumens is the actual output of the light, the resilience of the light. So my thing is, if the sun and the moon have been classed as luminaries, I quickly wonder, hey, the plane, boss, the plane. Thanks, Glat. I quickly will say that not quickly will say, I wonder if the sun and the moon are illuminating the gases in this closed environment versus projecting or generating anything. Thinking of the sun like the element in an oven, right? Just making the gases active in the atmosphere that it's interacting with. What do you think?
Well, I'm your favorite.
Throwing the ball around right now, my guy.
Yeah, you're good. Ideas are, it's what we got right now because we've been lied to about everything. So we might as well just try to pan out what's reasonable. You know what I mean? And try to work it out because it's not a spinning ball in a vacuum, man. We know that.
No, that's for sure. We throw that one out for sure, for sure.
Hey, you know what would happen on the water on Earth if we were in a vacuum, they claim? It would triple plane.
It would what?
It would boil and freeze it simultaneously.
At the same time. Interesting.
It would.
All right, 12 o'clock for me. Gotta go make lunch. Work break. I'll be back.
All right, guys. To any baller maybe orbiting this conversation, it's just we would like some demonstrations of the claims. Even one demonstration. Just come here and tell us about why you believe, or come talk. Or any newcomer that just wants to ask questions, you guys. I keep putting this out to like Reddit and all over. I'm trying to get people to engage. I'm trying. Oh, guys, I'm going to mute. I'm just too shy to talk all on my own. I can't do it.
No stress. We're all here. Don't ever feel pressure that you have to keep the conversation going. We are all here, man.
Hello, hello, hello. Anyone, anyone, anyone?
Hola, senor.
Who is Quad? I don't know this Quad. It might be somebody I know, but they might have changed their screen name.
How are you?
Does anybody know who Quad is?
Nope.
I don't know if they're provoking me accidentally or on purpose.
Okay, well, I also replied to him. So, what do you think? Go speak on it, man.
I have so much. I'm amazed that at this point everyone in the world hasn't heard me by now. This is my refutation of that claim.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
All right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
I mean, hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
No, it's specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
That was awesome.
So Kiwi, did you have a chance to look over my thing?
I did. And from a standpoint of, I've heard you talk about breaking down other words and them meaning different things, and I read that, and then I think to myself, look at a word like governmental, and again, govern the mental, and I know that your piece it's airtight. In my headspace, I think, so when do we pick and choose when we get to break down words and use them for literal representations versus non-literal? Because most men aren't able to look at it from what you just posted. Because what you posted is amazing, right? But I'm going to say, again, being the village idiot, I'm going to look at that and I still look at it and I think govern the mental.
Yep. So I would agree that most people are illogical, but if you're going to use logic, then you'll have to understand logically how words are in form. There's such a thing as a root. There's such a thing as a prefix. There's such a thing as a suffix. So identifying what the root of a word is, identifying whether or not a word is a compound word or a word that has a prefix or a suffix, understanding logically that a suffix or a prefix does not cause a word to become a compound word. These are the necessary things. So because a suffix does not equate to a root, because a suffix doesn't cause a word to become a compound word, therefore no one should ever logically deduce that type of interpretation because it's fallacious. It is a fallacy. It's actually at least 2 different fallacies that I'm aware of, but you could call it a lexical fallacy at the very least. So etymological fallacy, lexical fallacy, possibly even anachronistic fallacy. That might be a little bit of a stretch, but it's fallacious. It's bad. It's bad logic. So, al is a suffix, and ment is a suffix.
Okay.
Okay. So MENT's root actually isn't even the word mind.
Okay. I got you.
So
I see where you're going.
MENT is a modification of any word that it exists on for the nominal, well, the verbal meaning to become adverbial.
Right, you're taking it and you're pushing it. Yeah, I got you.
So MENT is a suffix that changes a verb into an adverb. I like you, Kiwi. Right? I like you. Like, it is likely that I like you. Likely, L-Y. Likely, adverb. Like, verb. Or, yeah, I would call that a verb. So the point here is likely. Oh, he said likely. That means he likes to lie because he said like lie.
Gotcha.
Well, that
I
would
see what
be
you're saying. Yeah.
really, really, really bad to say that ly is equal to lie, but some people would. Well, some people are like, well, lie soap. So this is actually he likes to take baths because of lie soap. Well, that would be retarded, right? So the point here is ly is the modification of the verb into an adverb. Ly is a translation of MENT in English. So the actual root for the suffix, which, by the way, just because a suffix has a root, that doesn't mean that that is its literal meaning. Okay? It means that that is how it was used. It's like you find a rock on the ground. Well, a rock is not an arrowhead. That's not what a rock is. A rock is a rock. But a rock could be used to make an arrowhead. Okay? So the origin of MENT is analogically what I'm talking about as to rock. So MENT is to arrowhead as protrusion or chin or edifice is to rock. There's your analogy, your SAT style analogy.
Thanks
so the actual origin of the MENT as a suffix is not related to the word mind. It is related to the word chin, protrusion, or edifice. Okay? And this is again not how you define that word. It's how you understand what it came from. So this root idea in a how language develops kind of way got used to add on to verbs to change its meaning as an extension, quite literally, of the word. Like as in likely, or like to likely.
Right. Thanks for that, man.
I've been arguing with people's memes on this topic because of, what is it, Santos? Yeah, Santos Bonacci. I think that he's one of the first people that that popularized this idea. He's not the only one. He's just one of the ones that gets referred to and stuff like that. But anyway, I've been trying to help people out with this fallacy for years now.
Appreciate the lesson, the show. So, another word for you, asking the breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
Mortgage.
No, that's Death Note. But the thing about Death Note, which I had shared last time, I think you had brought it up, or somebody brought it up over the weekend. It's because the note dies, not you die. It's not you dying. The note dies if you die, or when it's paid off. So here's the pretending that it's nefarious is, I don't know. It feels like a sci-fi movie or something. That's not a really good metaphor.
My food's
But
ready.
What's that?
I'm still listening. My food's ready. Oven's going off. I'm still listening though.
Okay. So it just said a death pledge or dead pledge, and it says so called because the deal dies either when the debt is paid or when payment fails. The deal dies when debt is paid or when payment fails. So yeah, I like this quote from 1664. I'm going to read it out loud. I think it really sums it up. Fantastic. 350 years ago. Really, really good here. And it seemeth that the cause why it is called mortgage is for that it is doubtful whether the fiafor, that's a word we don't use anymore, whether the fiafor will pay at the day limited such sum or not, and if he doth not pay, then the land which is put in pledge upon condition for the payment of the money is taken from him forever, and is so dead to him upon condition. And if he doth pay the money, then the pledge is dead as to the tenant. Coke upon Littleton, 1664. Something dies. The deal dies one way or the other.
And I listen. I look at my personally again, village idiot. Mort, Latin to die, gauge, measuring, right? How long is it going to take you to die? But yeah, no, I can see the how long does it take for the paperwork to die. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
But that's not what gauge means.
Yeah, GAIGE in what you posted, right? Sorry,
No,
shuffle.
I just put it in the live stream voice text.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the breakdown. Appreciate that.
Oh wow, that's probably where we get the word loan from. The German. Fascinating. There's only one G.
I'm being funny.
That's pretty. That's really pretty.
I wish I had taken it.
I guess that would have been taken from a drone. It doesn't appear to be 6 foot off the ground.
Or one of those giants we keep hearing from the Tartarian mud flood nonsense era.
Oh yeah, yeah. It could be that, or they could be standing on a pier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little dock out there. But what's great about those kinds of pictures is that's genuine. That's not done up at all. That's what that shit looks like out there. Phenomenal.
Yeah, and where is out there? What is that?
It looks... I don't know if it's Caribbean, Bahamas, something. Because it's super blue, super clear, but it's a light blue. I think that's Caribbean. Could be wrong. I've been to the Cayman Islands and Jamaica. Caymans twice. So Caymans do look a lot like that. Jamaica didn't. Jamaica's the water was dark, at least as much as I can remember. I was 7. In the Caymans, I was 15, so I remember. Anyway, go ahead.
I just think it's so amazing how different the ocean looks in so many different spots, but it's all connected.
Yeah. Well, it's like weather.
Yeah, it is. It is like weather. That's a good point. However, aren't clouds pretty much clouds everywhere? Like there's the different kinds of clouds, and the different kinds of clouds happen everywhere.
Well, yeah, I think you can only have a certain number of types of clouds, right? Like 10 of them or something.
What I mean is, like, some oceans are always crystal blue like that, but right somewhere else they're always green, or they're always a darker blue, like even like close up, and maybe that has a lot to do with what's under the water. That would make sense to me, but I also think the clarity of the water might have to do with
there might not be a lot of rivers going to it, bringing a bunch of soot. I'm not sure.
Oh, well, maybe rivers are a contributing factor. I was thinking maybe even ocean life, like micro life.
Yeah. Plankton and stuff that small whales and certain fish eat. Yeah, it's like they just open their mouth and it gathers, and then they close their mouth. Something like that. Like microscopic algae and stuff. It's all there.
Algae. Yeah.
I think it's a bunch. I just think it's a function of the ecosystem that is the ocean. I don't know if we'll ever be able to explain it. Obviously, some of the color has to do with, I would say gases and something in the water. I mean, hydrogen is blue, right? So does that mean? I guess
I don't know. Is that a fact?
Well, that's what they tell us, man. I don't know. Don't know.
If that is a fact somewhere or another, then why wasn't that the immediate answer in school? Which for me, it was not the immediate answer as to why the sky is blue.
Well,
because
they're not. You know, they're not going to.
the answer I got in school was because the water is blue, and then it's like a circular reasoning sort of thing. It's like, well, why is the water blue? It's like, well, because it's how light passes through it.
Yeah.
Okay, then why can't that answer be used
Well,
for
and
the sky?
Well, not only that, it's like, okay, so what about the desert? Why can the sky be blue in the desert, idiots?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Because you're seeing a reflection of the ocean so far away. Wait a minute.
So far away, thousands of miles
Wait
away?
a minute.
So.
We're starting to get a little weird.
Why?
No, I'm just not us. I'm talking about the inconsistencies of the narrative.
Yeah, it's crazy. And people don't care, though. They're like, oh, that makes sense. I'm just going to not think about it ever again. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God I don't have to do the research on my own on that. Hey, did you see the Packers game last night?
Yeah, definitely not one of those guys. I probably never watch a Super Bowl or any of that ever again. I'm done with all sports. Once they start doing canned clapping and similar shenanigans and the whole, stuff to do the thing to get into the game and all of that, I was like,
the whole thing is helpless and depraved. It's bad. Yeah. The whole thing sucks. It's been ruined, and the game of football itself is, I guess, fine on the surface, the base level, but yeah, I mean, everything gets corrupted, exploited, ruined by pop culture, popular things, in my opinion.
Yeah. Tainted.
I don't like that word because my taint's usually pretty clean. I'm just kidding.
I don't know this word. I'm looking this word up. I guess I would have to go to
which word?
Urban Dictionary for
taint.
Yeah.
Well, taint does mean to tarnish.
Yeah.
I think.
But you were using it as a euphemism of some kind, maybe.
Yeah. What's the word? Something a Tory. Well, anyway, nomenclature. Yeah, it's also called the grundle, space between the reproductive and the other one. Spots.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
that's what it means. Yeah, it's like it's a part that has really no purpose. It just gets dirty. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Only on the flat Earth can these things happen, folks. You don't agree? Come on in. Chat with us about it. You may be surprised at what we found.
Explain tornadoes.
They're spinny. And I'm told it's hot air mixing with cool air and going up and down, left and right. And I think all you need to know about tornadoes is from the movie Twister. And I'm not kidding. I think that they actually kind of nail it in that movie.
Good old Twister. Greatest Ford commercial of all time.
That's just me. Yeah, I mean...
Or was it not Ford? Was it Dodge?
Really is.
Was it Dodge? And I think it actually was Dodge.
Dodge truck. Yeah.
No.
Back when Dodge, I guess, needed help.
Yeah, I don't know. They had me going when I was in high school. I was like, yeah, Dodge Dakota, man. I think I want to get a Dodge Dakota. It's a really nice truck.
They're a little more badass than Fords. Just a slight bit more, big and heavy and, whatever.
If I actually was going to get a truck, I would want the Chevy Silverado, the older ones, like late '80s or something like that.
Yeah, those are pretty tough because they weren't trying to cater to millennials.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my truck's so sweet. It's got 7 USB ports and 3 TVs in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how's that gonna help you farm or do construction?
I mean, I'll put this picture in the chat. I mean, that truck right there, it looks like it's ready to go to work.
My wife said I needed a sexy truck to match my sexy tractor.
Imagine that truck looks tough and ready to go to work, right?
Yeah, but then you meet the drivers. Most of them aren't. At least, like, when I was in Austin, Texas, all you had was punk kids with, like, a shotgun in the back, and they're just speeding by like they have race cars, but they're trucks, so it's really embarrassing for them, but they don't realize how embarrassing they're being to themselves. So, yeah. But out here in the country, yeah, it's slow driving truckers, big rigs, that kind of deal.
Uh-huh. Like 1980, man. That was a really good year for the Silverado.
Like a rock. Oh, like a rock.
Yep. I don't know. It just looks right. Something about that looks like what a truck is supposed to be to me. But quite a subjective thing, I'm sure.
Black trucks are the best trucks.
Yeah, the black is a good look. Although, let's see if I can find one. This right here. Let me see if I can. I would definitely rock one of these, though. Silverado. Oh my goodness. I like the yellow. I'm a fan.
You guys said trucks.
Uh-huh.
I love this truck. It's an F650 by Ford. Modified, of course. It's on bags. They call it the Hollow Point.
Isn't it too low of clearance? Like
It's on bags.
impractically.
It's on bags. They you just raise it up.
What does on bags mean?
Air ride. Air suspension.
So when it drives, it's higher up?
Yeah. So they hit a
Gotcha.
switch. So it's just like hydraulics.
Yeah.
Oil, but they use air instead.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like a 650 or something. What did you say?
Yeah, Ford F650.
Oh yeah, it looks massive. That could carry a fifth wheel with no trouble at all. Your voice didn't break. It really wasn't. It wasn't that bad, Glatt. It wasn't that bad at all.
Push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, push your feet. Yeah. Glover came in and engaged. He's telling me just how far that I should see on the CD. Yeah, but it's not that feet. You to me, yeah. Time to eat. I push your feet, yeah. Club the feet, galaxies, yeah. Fantasy, gravity, another geek. He climbed a tree just to see it's not green, yeah. At the sea, I got no C's, yeah. I studied on the live stream, yeah. QE, Oakley, yeah. Creation B, my homies, yeah. We push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, push your feet, yeah. I ain't speaking on no Chinese, that pink chaling. Glover's tasting on defeat, like on repeat. And it's CB on the beat, I float in steam, yeah. Shuffling the feet, like Ali, yeah. Glover's tasting sweet, like honey, yeah. And we do it for free, not money, yeah. Effie ladies be some honeys, yeah. Glover's in, they be funny, yeah. Push your feet, I 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 push your feet, yeah. Circle round the map, we go east. I push FE, cloud new ballers for FE. We don't want no peace. Got a spot across the pond, no curve degrees. Drop the dot and then we plotting exotic beams. See a curve, it's FE, globe is on your screen. Worship balls like it's D's, you know what I mean. Portuguese or Chinese, yeah, still FE. Water freeze, ain't no curve, yeah, still FE. Privately, live stream, bitch, I push FE. Debunk the glow, space is fake, bitch, I push FE. Push FE, I push FE. Yeah, I push FE. Hey, I push FE. He paranoid, he can't sleep, the topic deep. Got facts on me, that's why they watching me. I push FE, I push FE. Push FE, I push FE. I push FE. Hey, hey. Yeah. Brought up FE, a red pill, of course. Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah. It's flat in a cup of water. Yeah. Water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. Yeah. FE community, the whole endorsement. Yeah. Can't leave the earth, man. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Slept the troll, now we finally tussling. Yeah. Bring the heat, you better ask some questions, yeah. Too rich a checks, doing the VC for it. Took the R out of the alphabet, then try to sort it, huh? Push your feet, I 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 push your feet. Yeah.
So you're looking through a sextant at things through the sextant. Which one of these represents that, first of all?
Your sight to the star would be line B.
Line B. Okay.
Yes.
And where's the horizon?
The horizon's not in the diagram.
You know how a sextant works?
Yeah.
What do you look at in a sextant?
Well, you look at a celestial object. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
Now, the way that you operate the sextant is you start off by looking up at a celestial object, perhaps the sun. So you're looking up. Then you pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon,
you don't need a horizon for a sextant.
You unlock this door with the key of retardation. Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of bullshittery. You've just crossed over into the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn. Don't need. You sound a little bit quivery in your voice there, Bob. You don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
Say what? Are you high right now? What the hell did you just say?
You don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
Pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon,
you don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
Now what'll happen is you'll bring the sun down to the horizon.
That was slightly incoherent, but sometimes the long form with more context is helpful, but oh well. K. Duke. Hi, Duke. Huh?
I found you guys on YouTube, by the way.
Okay, welcome to the server.
Well, thank you.
What interests you in the subject?
In the subject of I guess just the flat Earth. I guess just discuss it. I don't know, just the flat Earth thing. It sounded sort of funny. I don't know. Like videos or stuff like.
What's funny about it?
Because it's a flat Earth. It's like stating that the Earth is flat.
As opposed to?
As opposed to the Earth is round.
Which comes from where?
What do you mean by that? Which comes from?
Where does the idea that the Earth is round come from?
Science.
Okay, who science what? I would love a non-man created reference that gives you the perspective that we're on a ball.
Science is proven on a ball. Google Earth.
Science is man's creation. Give me something with more substance, my guy.
What he's saying here is what in physical reality.
I mean, yeah, I believe in multiverse. Yeah, of course, I believe in that.
Multiverse? How did we jump to that? I'm just asking you for a layman's explanation as to what do you witness from your perspective that gives you the idea that we're on a ball versus a plateau.
Because if you look at the sky, you can see one end, it has a circle and it goes all the way around.
Whoa, how does this one end of the sky have a circle? Explain this to me more, please.
Because, like, you look at one side and it looks like a globe when you look all around.
No, it doesn't. What I witness from my purview is that the horizon remains flat and the rest of the horizon vanishes beyond that point.
I don't see no flatness. I don't know what that is, but okay.
I'll ask a simple question.
Hold on a second. If I take a level, i.e. I go to an infinity pool and I look at the edge of the infinity pool across the horizon at the beach that is in front of me, the edge of the infinity pool remains completely parallel with the horizon that is in front of me. And I know that infinity pool's edge was built with a level which shows a level water plane. The only thing that's curved in that level that you use to construct the infinity pool is the meniscus, which is the curve of the water that touches the edge of the container that the water is within, which we do not witness in real life purview because there's no meniscus, because the water is not touching any edge of a container that we can witness.
Here, make this simple for you, K. Duke. Why does the horizon exist?
The horizon exist? Why does the horizon exist?
Yep.
What's an horizon?
No, it's a that's a good question. It's a good question. And I wasn't asking you a trick question, just to be clear.
Yeah.
So the horizon is where the air appears to meet the surface of the Earth.
Well, the horizon with the air is thin, as a quote has say, the air is thin. Like in thin air, disappear in thin air, so the air is thin. Yeah. So the horizon is part of the air that's thin. I'm guessing.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah. So maybe you're still not understanding my definition of what the horizon is. I will say it again, and then I'll try and say it in a different way. Where the sky appears to meet the surface. That surface could be ground. That surface could be water.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's so, like I said, okay, so you're saying that on the ground, the Earth is flat, but in the sky, the Earth is a dome.
Well, that's
I'm
what
looking at the sky right now, and it
Uh-huh.
looks like a circle going all the way around to the other end.
Uh-huh. So
Yeah,
let me ask you a quick question. You know how to draw a circle on a flat piece of paper?
Yeah.
And do you know the tool that you would use to do that? It's okay if you don't.
As like a, I don't remember what it's called, but I do know what it's called. But it's I don't remember what it's called.
They call it a compass.
What it is.
Sometimes they'll call it a compass scribe. Hello?
Like
Hello? Wow, you're roboting hard. You're roboting super hard. Yeah, that's really terrible.
Tell me where I got Mr. Roboto.
Saved by the robot.
This really is a good GIF to demonstrate how flat things can be turned into sphere things. I actually really like this GIF. I've seen it before.
Does he have access to chat?
Yeah, I gave him the VC verified.
Thanks, man.
You better there with your roboting there, K-Duke?
Yeah.
No, it's still roboting pretty hard. But just disconnect and reconnect if you know how to do that. You leave the voice chat and then you come back, and you sometimes that resolves it.
But if the Earth is flat,
you're roboting. Here, I'll disconnect you. I hate it when people don't follow. Maybe he couldn't hear me, but
he could have.
You were roboting. Come back.
When you were asking, I swear I almost jumped in with protractor, and I'm like, wait a minute. No, the protractor does the angles.
Yep. Trust me, I've mixed those up even up until recently. It's hard to, because you use them at the same time in that era of math class, which is probably like geometry, the first geometry that you take, maybe, or maybe even like 7th grade math or something. But
I was using set squares until second year of college in architecture. So very much relative.
What is a set square?
I remember compass by
picture. Those two things.
Favorite. Sorry, I remember compass by everybody's favorite symbol, the compass and the square. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Oh, that's what the square is. Then.
The set squares, 1 equals 30, and 30 on one side and 60 on the other, and then 90 on the other. And then the other one is 45 on all sides, an equilateral triangle. So those you use those combinations to create architecturally, quote, good designs. I need Chris for backup. Where's Chris?
No, I get it. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But square and the compass, right, is very much relative to what we talk about a lot. Square and the compass in that those people, that group.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that kid will ever find out how to join the Discord again. He wasn't following instructions, so I just DC'd him. But
he might have taken it personally.
Yeah,
they don't want me.
It's no problem. Been researching for over 18 years of multiple topics. First students. Hangouts, YouTube 9 years ago.
I caught the end of him talking. Did he say the sky makes him think it's a globe? Is that what he was saying?
Something like that. Hi, Rose. I saw you unmute, but I couldn't hear anything.
Hi.
Hello.
Good day.
Welcome. Have you been to the server before?
No.
Okay.
Welcome to the
Never
server.
been here. Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
What brings you to the topic?
I've been covering this since 2015. So,
Okay.
and I've been in a lot of debates and went over this 100 times, not more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why
So
do
I'm
you?
very familiar with this.
So what do you say causes the horizon?
What causes the horizon?
What's the explanation you have for the horizon?
Said earlier.
I mean,
Yeah, hold on, K-Duke. Hold on.
how do I explain the horizon to like a glober?
No, well, to anybody, so for instance, a glober would say, well, if they knew, many globers do not know, but if a glober knew, he had been in the conversation before, thought about it, read NASA articles, whatever, he would say, well, the cause of the horizon is the edge of the Earth, the tangent point of the globe. From your perspective, that's what the horizon is. What else could he say?
Right. But the horizon is just perspective, though. It just looks like that, but it's not, obviously, because you can go. We've seen people on Bear Island in Chicago or something, and they're able to zoom in and see hundreds of miles away that you shouldn't even be able to see if there was curvature. You wouldn't be able to see that. So.
Yep.
Yeah,
well, welcome to the server.
It just looks like that. Okay, thank you very much.
I agree with it.
If anybody ever asks you that question again, by the way, Miss, my suggestion is to answer with, it's the apparent place where the sky meets the ground.
Right. Perspective. It's the apparent.
If you want to sound smarter, if you want to sound smarter than you are, that's what you say. I'm just kidding. That's what I say because I'm not very smart. Anyway.
But they're not very smart. And I just woke up and I haven't even had coffee and I'm just coming in to listen to you guys.
Understood.
I'd love to hear you say more.
Rose, on Fridays, I'm supposing you are Pacific Standard Time. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
All right. At approximately 2 p.m. on Fridays, there's something called Ladies' Night. Would you like a role in the server so that you are pinged and made aware of when those are happening?
Absolutely. I like to meet some of the ladies.
Cool.
Yes, my Discord is just a bunch of guys, and it's annoying. So I'd like to meet some ladies. That would be really nice. Thank you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
Just around 200, I believe, in the server that are specifically having the ladies' night tag. There's probably a lot more females in the server out of the 27,000 people here, but yeah. Anyway, there you go. You'll be pinged.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
K-Duke, you were having lots of roboting problems, but it sounds like it's you're back in business. Maybe. And maybe not. That was anticlimactic.
Hello, K-Duke. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Compelling voice you have, Dave. I said what I said and I was completely ignored. You said what you said. Instant response.
I do believe we have contact.
Yes, I agree with the Earth is flat now. I agree with it. Thank you. Seeing these pictures of New York City in the flat area, yes, I agree. It's flat.
You sound like a beaten man. You sound like you've been beaten into submission versus like you've given up on science.
Well, I just have one more thing to say. If the Earth was flat, then how come when you look out like when you look out to like a distance, you can't see what's on the other side of like far away. If the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see trees and stuff like that all the way down. But it goes like you can see down there, but then it goes like it goes down like a round.
Did you ever do the vanishing point activity in grade school?
The vanishing point? No.
Yeah, I did that. It's perspective. You got to learn perspective in art class if you had a quality art class.
So okay, so real simple, real quick. Take an 8.5 by 11. We're going to turn on landscape. We're going to draw a line from left to right. Bingo. Thank you. So who is that, man?
Oh, bro, I had to use pencil and paper. Or
I need to give a shout out to Grim for just slapping that share. So that's vanishing point, my guy. That's why you can't see forever. That's why the sun sets. That's why the sun vanishes versus goes over an edge. Vanishing.
And where does the sun go when it vanishes? It goes on the other side of the world. It goes on.
No, it travels to the next. It keeps it, my friend. It's not a globe. It's a plane, and it rotates. It moves to the next area as it vanishes. So, in perspective, if you want, I'll throw you up a quick little GIF, or somebody's got the animation of the sun that we can make reappear by just traveling towards it. If somebody can hit me up with that share, otherwise I can get it. But that's why, my guy, the sun vanishes versus sets.
And then what happens when the moon goes up?
When the moon goes up.
Yeah.
Explain this concept more, please. When it comes up,
like when the moon, when the sun goes
like
down,
the sun does?
The moon comes up.
Okay.
So if the moon comes up, it has to come from where the globe comes down, and then where the sun goes down, the moon comes up. So it has to come up from somewhere. It doesn't just move far away and come back.
It appears to go down because of your perspective. That's just how it works. How hard is this to understand? It's not going down, it's going away.
Well, how is the sun going away? How is the sun
what moving? Do you mean? That's what it's doing. Do you want me to explain? Do you want me to try to explain to you the mechanics of why the sun does what it does? No, thanks. I just know what it does.
Hold on, K-Duke, real quick. Hold on, K-Duke, real quick. Can you see the chat, please?
Yes.
Okay, do you see what's happening? So we have the sun, which appears to set. However, if we just travel towards it, the sun then appears again.
So you're saying when we zoom in, you can see the sun more clearly?
I'm not saying zooming in. I really want to remove the idea of zooming in. I want to instill the idea that we're traveling towards it. So the sun has traveled away from us, and we're saying, okay, sun, we see that you've traveled away from us. We're going to come closer to you. So we're going to pack up our stuff, and we're going to move closer to you. And in the animation that you're seeing is us packing up our photography gear and moving closer to the sun. And then all of a sudden, the sun comes back into perspective, i.e., we've reduced our vanishing point. Does that make sense?
So you're saying the sun like goes farther and farther.
Bingo.
So what happens when it sets, though, when it like disappears? Does it just keep going, or does it like stop?
You're seeing it right in front of you. That is a sunset, my guy.
No, I'm talking about when it gets dark, when the sky goes dark and there's no sun. What happens there? Does the sun just die out or something? I mean, that makes no sense.
No, it's traveled beyond the perspective of your relative space to engage with it.
So perspective is a good word. Perspective is a good word.
It goes out of view because you can't see forever. The end.
And also the atmosphere, and also you have to bear in mind, my friend, that when the sun is present in the atmosphere that you are engaging with it within, once the sun decides, and I'm honestly being very specific in explaining it this way, once the sun decides to pack up its stuff and move to a different vicinity, the atmosphere that it was once present within no longer has the advantage to engage with the sun any longer. Therefore, lights disappear, things get colder,
and
things start to fall apart. Does that make sense?
See the moon. Then you see
and then the moon appears. You're correct. And then I'll be very specific. We start to observe the opposite happening, i.e., moonlight is 5 to 6 degrees colder than shaded moonlight.
Oh, now you're making sense. Okay, I see it now. So I have one more question.
What's up?
So whenever a solar eclipse happens and the moon and the sun come together, and there's a darkness to it, how do you explain that?
I haven't gotten that far, man.
No, moving away thing.
Where's Glatt? Sky stuff.
Yeah,
there's a certain, and I'll tell you.
I'll quickly. Listen, check it out. If I want to talk about, I love this analogy. If I want to talk about my ceiling, do I then focus on my floor?
No.
Yes or no? What?
No.
Exactly. So why the fuck would you look, hey. So why the fuck would you look up if you're talking about down?
I don't know.
The answer is you would not. Okay? The answer is you would not. So we want to measure the ground against the current accepted globe math. That's it. That's all we need to do, right? We don't have to look at the stars, anything, the planets, nothing, none of that, right? Because the thing we're standing on, where your feet are, is what's important here. And it's a specific argument, right? We're not talking about all that other stuff, but the great part is, and I'll leave it here for now. The great part is when you debunk Earth curvature, you debunk the whole fucking model. Because if you don't have curvature, you ain't got the rest. No spinning ball, no ball to spin, no gravity, nothing. Can't have it. So there you go.
Yeah,
but this person saying Earth is not in the sky.
Hold on. This person, right? And there's a lot. It's a lot to swallow when somebody shows up, punches a bully in the mouth, and says, "What now?" And that's kind of us, right? We're showing up, we're punching the bully in the mouth, in the idea that we're saying we don't see or witness anything that tells us we're on anything but a flat, stable plane. I can see a plane moving. I'm not that dumb. I know the plane's moving because I see it moving. But I don't see anything that tells me relative that I even the potentiality of me moving in reference to the clouds, because the clouds are moving, which I heard somebody use as an explanation one day, which kind of blew my mind. The clouds move because the clouds move. They don't move because we're moving. They know.
Okay, I've seen this agreement sent people or sent us. It is showing that the space, but it has the Earth that looks like a flat area. Well, that's looking from the top. That's not looking from out, like moving out and zooming out and seeing what it's like. It is a globe. They have people that go in rockets and go out there. If it wasn't a globe, they would say, "Oh, the Earth is flat."
Okay, and I know that you probably didn't hear the challenge that I issued earlier, right? But I'm going to issue it again, just to set the tone. I'm going to urge anybody that's going to engage in chat with us today to not lean into any man's created stuff. No NASA, no photos, none of that stuff. I would love to hear somebody walk up into this chat and bring to the table and edit an actual verifiable thing that we could actually entertain that tells us we are on anything but a plane. And again, that cannot be created by man. No photos, no NASA, none of that stuff. Newton is gravity. No, none of that. No. I guarantee you, all Globers are going to be batting a big fat 0. Goose egg. Zilch. That's the only thing that's round around here is the goose egg that you guys are batting at.
Get him.
I've heard this from sources that know what the Earth is, though.
My guy, sources are man created.
They claim they know.
They say
It says in the
claim
Bible,
they know, bro.
It says in the Bible the Earth is round.
Who cares?
Whoa, no. Please don't bring scripture into this, man. Because I'm going to tell you, if you're going to go there, I'm going to tell you, you didn't even get past the first page of the first column of what he created on the second day. I'm going to challenge you on that to take your version of the Bible and come back to me when you want to and let me know what he created on the second day in your version of the Bible. You can DM that to me, and then... No, he
and I'll tell you this about the Bible. I'll tell you this about the Bible. There's over, I believe, 240 scriptures referring to a flat stationary plane. Only once does it say circle of earth and ball. And when it says ball, it's in reference to taking all the evil, putting them into a ball, and throwing them out of the nations into another nation.
Oh, super.
So confusing. Because I'm confused now.
Well, circle does not mean ball. It means circle. He sits above the circle of the
Why can we comprehend when we look at the Earth, like the sky? It looks like a globe. How come our mind comprehends that if it's not?
To be honest, because that's what you were told. That's what you listen. That's what you were told growing up, so you automatically buy it. They got you early, kiddo. They got you early.
What?
So, and listen. So you've got your Universal Pictures. You've got your, all these kinds of things that are showing you a globe countlessly. You've got how many globes in a fucking school? Countless. Like, they're pushing the agenda. And they wouldn't have to keep reminding you that it's a globe if it were. Thanks.
All right. That's my question to you. What's going to tell you that you look up in the sky and that tells you that it's round?
Because you see one end and then you see the other end. That's what tells me that is round.
Okay, but when I look,
like a circle.
Okay, how high have you ever been in your life?
On an airplane. I've been on an airplane. It looks flat there, but it.
Oh man,
I've been
where's
above
Sunny?
the
Is Sunny
clouds.
here? Sunny jumps out of airplanes all the damn time. All right. And what did you witness? Did you witness?
Flat Earth.
Yeah. Did you witness a horizon that was level from left to right the entire time you changed elevations?
No, I witnessed us going straight and getting to our destination. That's what I witnessed.
He's asking what you saw when you looked at the horizon. Did you see a fucking curve or was it flat?
Oh shit.
You don't see
it was flat because that's above the clouds.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's above the clouds.
That's not on the ground. That's a whole different perspective.
First off, if you're going to try to claim you saw curvature from a plane, I jump out of the fucking things.
Yeah.
I never see curvature in a plane, okay?
I'm saying that's from when you're in the plane, it looks flat, but when you're on the ground, it looks oval.
Are you fucking? You're on better drugs than I am.
I'm not on any drugs. It's just what it says.
Well, do you wear fisheye glasses? Because nobody sees the ground curving.
Do you live near water?
No.
Okay. There's nothing that you witness. I can 100%, because you and I aren't experiencing the world any different. I 100% can tell you that. I'm not going to bring drugs into this because that's pointless. I am telling you 100% that the horizon that you witness is always flat no matter how high you go into the sky. Period. End of discussion. That does not change. That is a constant. That is a constant that we observe in a hot air balloon when we go up. Up. The ground that I leave, the hot air facility place that I went to, never leaves because I can go up and back down on a calm day in a hot air balloon, right? And I always observe the horizon goes from left to right when I'm in a hot air balloon. It does not change.
Okay.
And once you realize that, everything else that they attempt to sell you, 66.6 degree tilt, rotating mass, we're a pear-shaped because water makes it slightly fatter at the equator because we're on a spinning water, sticky water surface. But like, no, all of it falls apart. All of it.
So you're saying it looks like this?
56 degree tilt. I never heard that. It's 23.4, I believe, and it leaves 66.6 as a remainder from a 90 degree angle.
Yeah. 90 minus 23.4 equals 66.6. Sorry, I apologize if I missed.
Tell me if that's what you're talking about, what the Earth looks like.
Bro, we can't see that. If you want to DM it, maybe we can take a look.
Well, I can't send no pictures to this, so I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, I sent you a DM. If you want to post it there, I can post it in the chat for us.
And there's nothing wrong with bringing drugs or alcohol into the conversation. The last time Earth spun for me, I was halfway through a bottle of tequila. Thank you.
Yes, flat man.
God, guys, he sent the space pizza.
The flying through space pizza?
Are you hungry, Duke?
No, that's what it says. Is that what flat Earth?
No, dude, no. You need to leave that at the door, my guy. Please, no. We're on a stable plateau. Nothing is moving. Everything revolves around us. We are the center of everything.
Think of us as the bottom of the bucket of the universe. There's nothing below us except hell and all the demons in it, and heaven is above.
Yeah, there's no
It says,
space.
it says without being in the sky, it is impossible to see a curving of the Earth. However, you can always see a demonstration of this if you visit a harbor or any place with a wide open view of water.
Yeah, the water doesn't curve, bro. It's super simple.
So if you're able to watch a ship sail off to sea, watch it mass and flag as it fades off into the distance.
And then I can take out my phone, and I can take out my phone or camera and zoom that whole entire ship back in after it disappeared from my naked eye vision. So
beyond that point at which you would see it, just to be sure.
Duke, you're trying to tell us the water's in a hill. Listen to yourself, brother. Come on, man.
Side of the hill. This phenomenon can only be experienced as a sphere-shaped planet.
Yeah, water doesn't do that.
Well, it's a good thing you believe everything you read. That'll get you far in life.
Oh, and they even have a YouTube video. How does the horizontal work? Work.
Horizontal, exactly.
Fraud's here. It's over.
Yeah, listen though, Duke, you're trying to tell us that the water's in a hill.
And the International Space Station has pictures.
No, we didn't just go to the flying space box. The tin box. Yo, Fraud, hit him up with the space box guy.
International Swimming Station.
Wait, but
it is. It tells the truth, man.
You're only trying to debunk this space pizza. Remember?
I'm just debunking it because it's not right. It's not true.
No one here thinks that except for you.
ISS is dude, the ISS is not. No, it's not all that it's flown up to be.
You only think it's a pizza floating in the solar system because you've gone to the wrong sources for information.
Earth is round. See what Twitter has to say about this.
Twitter, this guy.
Yeah, to Twitter we go.
Wait, so like, how are you going to debunk the flat Earth? One, you don't know.
Okay, what if the Earth is both round and flat?
You don't even know what the globe is, bro.
Round like a penny or a quarter and flat, fine. But we're not even trying to go to the how shall I put this? The actual leveled shape, be it a rectangle or whatever. What we're standing on is observably and physically, we feel like we are stationary, not moving. And it's visibly flat across large bodies of water at extreme heights of 120, even up to 200,000 feet, independent Hot air balloon footage without a fisheye lens, flat as a fucking pancake. So go ahead. Any globe proof you've got that's not NASA or the ISS or Copernicus or any of those bitches, Galileo, go ahead, bring it in. Any actual visual evidence, your own evidence, go ahead.
I got this photograph right here.
DM it to the same gentleman you did before, and he'll let us know if you captured curvature in it or not.
Yo, K-Dude, you see that picture posted at 52 minutes after by Acid Rain?
There you guys go. There's photos. There you go.
All right, real quick though, scroll up a little bit. 52 minutes past the hour. 3 minutes ago by Acid Rain.
Oh, hold on a minute, bro.
Please.
Acid Rain. What?
Look,
52.
Look, 52 minutes past the hour, posted by Acid Rain. It's literally the second picture above. Okay, that's the model that we're working with, my guy. Flat, stable, stationary, plateau.
So you're saying there's a round globe around this flat surface? That's what you're saying.
A round globe around the surface.
It looks like there's a round
I'm afraid to answer this.
above the side.
Like it's the setup
shows
question.
a round circle, and then it shows flat land.
Okay, so we are the flat. We are on the lands, right?
Yes.
And there is a roof above us, a lid, a closed system that we function within. We are in a renewable, recyclable resource.
Yes.
We cannot leave it, period. To quote HRC, the glass ceiling.
I don't know about that.
If I can help the gentleman looking at that image, that's a man-made drawing of the biblical description of where we are, with the sun, moon, and stars within the firmament, and we are within that air pocket between the waters below and the waters above. It is scriptural. And you said in the Bible, it says it's a ball floating in space, soaring through the heavens like an eagle through clouds. And it doesn't say anything like that in Scripture at all.
Well, let me just help you out, Duke, because you sent me pictures of curvature from an airplane. So, yeah, well, this is like, I mean, you're not even trying at this point. So, I mean, we can just help you out a little bit. But do you know that you can't see curvature from an airplane? Mathematically.
Do I know what?
Do you know anything about the globe, brother?
Yes,
How big is it?
Pretty big.
Okay, so how big?
It's globe.
There's an actual measurement. There's an actual measurement given to you by your scientific globe people. You know the measurement.
It's okay if you don't know. Just say you don't know, but...
Oh, here we go. Here's a picture right here. The Earth looks round right here. Here you guys go.
Okay.
Focus, buddy. 5 minutes.
Yeah, the Earth is round. If the Earth was round, look at that. Tell me that doesn't look round.
Okay, listen. You know you can't see curvature, brother. This is according to the math and according to your experts. So if you knew about the globe, you'd probably know that the pictures you're sending don't match reality.
It does.
Oh, okay. Well, why does Neil deGrasse Tyson tell you can't see curvature? You're sending pictures from airplanes.
There is proof that the Earth is round.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying, Duke. Focus maybe for 5 minutes. Why does he say...
surface? And he said, wow, it's in space. Look at that. No, it's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's like 130,000 feet in the air. So you're seeing this where?
On Twitter.
Right, exactly.
Didn't we say... no, not we. Didn't I say like 10 minutes ago to not supply us with man's creation? Is there anything that you can witness? Get up off your butt. Hold on. Is there anything that you can witness? Get up off your butt and stop using your smartphone that's trying to tell you that you're smart, and go outside and smell the fresh air and hug a tree and take off your shoes and walk in some grass and realize that there ain't nothing moving, buddy. except the birds and the bees and the planes in the sky.
Oh, this
There's
guy's
not.
jumping off an airplane and they see it's round.
Yeah, you had an advantageous of being up in an airplane, witnessing this creation, and you choose to walk away thinking that it's circular? Buddy, I want to trade places with you.
Yeah, I'm the person that jumps from the airplanes and has never seen the fucking horizon curving. So what are you talking about?
So sad. Look at that, man. It's left. You could stand on it. Flat as a damn pancake. Flat man's on fire with that. Thanks for the share, man.
Yeah, you see the photo my friend took?
Buddy, could stand on that shit. It's so flat.
But according to
Actually
this
comical
guy,
now.
he sees curves standing on the fucking ground, people.
Yeah, it's comical. And that's the thing, dude. Again, and what I was attempting to illustrate to you and what I said to you before, Duke, was the idea that no matter how high you go, hot air balloon, skydiving, up in a plane, whatever, as long as you're looking out at a natural horizon, I say natural, not altered by a fisheye, bubble eye lens, you will always witness a horizon that goes from left to right. Always. Guaranteed. And the last thing actually I want to mention before I go is I think what Cream was attempting to illustrate earlier is that I think you're just at the point now where you're doing the what about this, and what about this, and what about this. Class is finished, right? We've taught you and presented you with enough stuff for you to take on and consider. You can't throw anything back at us now, dude. It's pretty much like case closed.
Yeah, it's been case closed, and this guy's just goofing off, obviously. Sending me pictures of the curve the wrong way and stuff like this, dude. Like, so.
You know when the bell goes, you ring, everybody's packing up their bags, and I've used this before, but you're packing up their bags and they're going down the hall, and you've got that one guy that's at the back of the class, like throwing stuff at you, but like this, and you're like, guy, go to geography, get to class, go to gym class, go wherever you need to go. Class is done.
And you really can't trust pictures anyways, because you don't know what kind of lenses they were using and you don't know what they did to the pictures. I've flown on an airplane from California to New York, and it was flat everywhere. Like no matter what side of the plane I looked out of, because I was excited, so I was looking out everywhere, and that was back in 2006, and you can't see, it's flat everywhere, and that was a long flight, so I got to see it like over the whole United States, going from one coast to the other. So you can't, I mean, lenses and stuff just can make things look different. You can't trust it that way. You need to see it.
Thing on here. Need help.
That was Rusty Road. Welcome to the server.
Do you hear me? It said there's proof on here. This guy says the earth is not flat. Yeah, it's not flat.
This guy says man's creation, my guy. We're having first-hand witnesses of people who are like, dude, it's not round, right? And you're literally hold on. Your knee-jerk Your knee-jerk reaction is, well, this guy says different. Gentlemen, for the court, I'd like to render first-hand accounts of witnesses who say that the earth is flat versus man's creation stating different. What do you take as testimony of the court?
Dismissed.
I rest my case.
Yeah, the Twitter testimony doesn't hold up very well in court. So
This guy literally giving us the first results from Google. We've been here like 7 or 8 years looking for curvature of Earth and motion of Earth. You think you're going to do a Google result and find something that's going to debunk us? Good luck.
This is like preschool baller level. I'm also wouldn't be surprised if he's like acting just horribly. But if you guys want to play with the food, do it.
Other than that, it looks flat. How do you know for sure?
Because you can measure it, Duke. It's that simple. Just go outside.
I'd like to see you try to measure a whole Earth.
Okay, let me explain something to you, my guy. Hold on. He asked for it. Let's go with it. Let's go. Let's play ball. All right, my guy, where do you live? Roughly. I don't need to know specifics. I'm not coming for a visit. Trust me.
Yeah, the last thing any of us do would waste gas going to visit a Glober.
Canada.
My guy, fellow Canuck. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Let me help you. I'm in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, man.
Does that
I'm in
make you
Toronto,
feel more
Ontario.
comfortable?
Let's go. Toronto, Ontario over here. Are you familiar with the Sky Dome?
Yeah, I'm in Ottawa. Yeah, I'm
awesome.
in Canada.
Okay, so the Sky Dome. All right, so we're gonna go down to, you know where Burlington is, right?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so Burlington is 60 kilometers away from downtown Toronto. Okay.
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
Pardon me?
I said, yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, the Sky Dome has a height of 85 meters to the peak. That is 260 feet approximately, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, I'm saying okay for you to say okay, i.e. you understand. I'm not looking for you to say, yeah, I understand. I'm looking to hear an okay from you, okay? When I say okay, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay, great. So now we're going to go down to Burlington. Burlington's 60 kilometers away, okay? Based on the globe math that is known, if somebody can hit me up in the chat with their globe perspective drawn in AutoCAD 2016 version, based on your math of the globe, that would give you an observable depression of approximately 800 feet. So I'll ask you, why is it that the Sky Dome, which is 300 feet in height, can be seen from Burlington along the water's edge, my guy? When it's only 300 feet in height. Based on your globe measurement, that should be an observable depression of 800 feet. You asked for a measurement. There's your measurement.
He left.
Kobe.
Yo, does that count as a win or is that a default? Default. Two of the sweetest words in the English language.
It's a win. If they just take off, it's a win.
Bro, I couldn't believe that he's a fellow Canuck. Burlington, dude. The answer's right there. And actually, you know what I realized? Because Glad hit me up with that share from that lady that made that observation. I can't remember, but she was across the pond too. I went to Burlington, which is west of Toronto. And that observable distance that lady did that share, I think she posted up on YouTube, and then Glad had the picture. She came at it from the south distance, I believe, right? And you can still see the Sky Dome. Right, and that's actually a triangle that's formed because Burlington is off to the left, and she came at it from the south. He caught you dead in the water, literally over water. Get out of here with that, man.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Clay. I think the last guy was just acting really badly. But that was just my sense on the situation.
Yeah, they weren't taking it seriously. They didn't sound like him. Anyway.
Yo, Platter, thanks for that backup, my friend. I'm like, Sky Dome? That's the calculation that I took too. 282 feet above field level.
Yeah, I see it every day. It's like you can see the white roof reflecting. It's like I gotta get one of those cameras.
Thank you for that, man.
What a name too, Sky Dome. That's not random.
Oh.
They changed it to Rogers Center because they went broke. Again, the only goose egg around here, the only thing round is the zero that these guys are batting. 1,000% average of wins for Flat Earth, buddy. That's right. 100 to nothing. 1,000 to nothing. Undefeated. Bring me your unman-made, non-man created stuffs for consideration.
Please, yeah. It is 100 to 0, 1,000 to 0, but they still have the home court advantage. They have the crowd on their side. We get the white jerseys on. We're away, but it's all good. We handle our business, score our points, get out of there. We don't need the crowd on our side.
I'm used to them coming in here and throwing all types of crap claims around and then leaving saying, I'm going to go get some of my own proof and I'm going to come back and show you guys what I got. And they never come back. I'm used to that. It's like putting on socks now. Okay? Probably a few times a day at Global will claim that crap. What I would really love to see is at least one of them, or hear one of them come back and go, you know what? I failed. I couldn't find shit. You guys are right.
Okay, so let's talk about the science community and the fact that all these guys are on YouTube and they've all got their channels posted and all this stuff looking for ads and handouts and all this different stuff. And they're selling this idea of science. Yet, we're speaking over here, we're speaking the truth. The truth is a thankless job. Ain't nobody lining up to pay for the truth. Ain't nobody coming back to thank you for telling them the truth. It's just the way it goes down. It sucks. Telling the truth is a thankless job, man. Smack some people up and they're like, I'll get back to you.
It drives me up one wall, across the ceiling, and down the other when people say, you're making money off Flat Earth. Like, if somebody if somebody does, like, it doesn't bother me. Someone can sell a Flat Earth t-shirt to somebody, go ahead. Like, why would that make a Glober jealous?
What I'm saying is, where you really need to really check yourself, if you are selling falseness.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no,
you're selling bullshit. That's what gets me. These science guys that are literally out here saying you're a shill. I've been called a shill left, right, and center for the idea of what we telling
but
people.
That means you're paid, right?
Shill. That is correct.
Okay, yeah, I've been called that crap too, and I'm definitely not paid.
And what I'm saying to you, no, but don't misunderstand me in the idea that you are speaking and walking with the truth, my friend. Right? That is what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is the science community at this point in time, it baffles my mind as to how something so outrageous and outlandish has become so popular and people are lining up to pay for this stuff. And people are readily asking for, ooh, you like this? I'm going to send you more. It's like his science becomes sensationalized. Is that what's happening? That's my question, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. They're paying, way overly paying for these CGI images, and they're all falling for it. And falling for it to the point where they're being promoted to do it. Like, I mean, it was hard for me to listen to it and watch it, but it was a Star Talk thing with Neil deGrasse and this chick and the James Webb Telescope crap, and a bunch of cottage industries have sprung up thanks to this James Webb Telescope. Yeah. Lie cottage industries. Like, it's all CGI bullshit.
But then...
I don't know, man. I think we got a good deal on that. It's only like 10 billion or so, and they got beautiful pictures, so...
I know, I was sitting here thinking, screw the homeless. We need to put a $10 to $18 billion telescope into an environment where it'll probably get torn to shreds within no time, Makes sense.
Yeah, I'd love to know.
We're always wise and frugal with our money. Don't worry about that. Sarcasm. Go ahead.
What is the count of satellites in the sky? Does anyone have a count on that?
I believe it's over 5,000. Now, I didn't verify that information, but I'll share what it is that I have.
And they're traveling how fast?
I think I heard a number of 6,000 and something. But
that, I don't even, and I say this respectfully, God may laugh at me for saying this, but I'm going to say it because I think it's funny. I don't even think God can orchestrate a more perfect dance than that. Because that's a dance. How many satellites are in space right now? Traveling how fast? Who's coordinating that dance?
Well, Elon.
Anybody?
So like I said, I didn't verify it, but according to that meme I shared, 6,542 satellites orbiting Earth, and according to what they say, their space station is moving at 17,000 miles per hour. So it must be in sync with these satellites, otherwise it'd be smashing into them, wouldn't it? I don't know.
Well, don't they claim that some of them are geostationary? So I don't know how that works. One's moving, but
yeah. So I guess they're claiming
some of them allegedly move with our motion somehow.
Yeah. So some move with the spin of the Earth, and others are being controlled, I guess.
Yeah, it's all reference frames.
It's just a way for them to explain the billions of dollars they've actually put into missiles and secret wars.
Right, yeah.
Reference
I thought that as well. It's a front for weaponizing quote-unquote space. I'm with Flatman on that one.
Or it could be dumb military bases underground. Throwing that one in too.
Yeah, it's not that hard to like deceive a bunch. Look over here, distraction. And it works. I mean, they're literally just shooting up fireworks in the sky and stuff. Like, people clap at a screen. They're like clapping on their iPhone. Like, this is not that hard, folks. I always say that, like I did when I was in Boy Scouts, we did rockets. Okay, now just give me a NASA budget. I'm sure I can still do rockets. Okay, it's not that hard. It's not that new.
Well, I don't know if it was a little over a week ago or a little less. I was saying, give my friends and I just one day's budget for NASA, and I'm sure we could do our very best to put a 4K HD camera on the moon facing Earth with a 24-hour fucking feed. And if we can't do that with one day's budget, NASA should be cut off forever.
Well, then you get the weasels like Matthew saying, well, we don't need to prove it to you. Okay, buddy. Why are you here every day?
There's nothing that I appreciate more than when somebody, I won't label them, comes in and they'll admit that they're, in the heliocentric frame of mind, but their brain is open and they start ingesting the information we're giving them. And we're not trying to convince you. You got to go and look at it yourself. If any of us could convince you in 20 minutes, half hour, you're easily convinced. So please don't just take my word or somebody else's word for it. Go and do some of the stuff all of us here have done and make some verified things for yourself. And then you'll know where we're at. And do not look at Flat Earth Society. They're just going to make your stomach turn.
Good point, Flatman. Probably be a lot harder to address somebody if they were saying these kind of things that you're saying. Oh, don't listen to me. Go check. Right? It's easier to believe that, all these flat earthers just heard it from this one guy and they heard it on Facebook. And like, that's why they come here with that attitude, because they have a pre-written narrative about what a flat earther is supposed to think and all this stuff. That's why he sent us that disc and all this stuff. So yeah, it'd be a lot harder to address somebody if they were saying, oh, don't listen to me. Go check this stuff for yourself. Because they didn't do that with the globe.
So, CB, did you say he literally sent you the space pizza picture?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
he
that
did.
last guy was goofing off. I don't think he was being sincere. Even like he was acting, but he was a bad actor. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you're gonna try and act, at least be somewhat good at it. Like, if you're gonna sell an act, like no one's gonna buy it if you're a trash actor. So, I wasn't buying it, but that's just me. But hey, it's a little entertainment for the day. Whatever.
So shout out to Piotr in the chat. He's in the text chat. If you can join the voice chat, would love to hear what you have to say about what you believe we're on, my friend.
Sorry, I know we're waiting for him to respond there, but for anybody listening in future, when they watch this stream, it took me a lot of time to see what was what. It didn't take 10 minutes of research to undo a lifetime of indoctrination.
All we're asking for is observations.
Well, they don't have that. They work backwards from a conclusion or an assumption and then make the observation fit that somehow. Instead of working from an observation to some sort of conclusion like we do. We observe this, okay, then maybe we test that, okay, then we make our conclusion. But they assume... Yeah, go ahead.
Question being then, Cavendish, as an idea, I wonder if he proceeded with would it be a precursor? That the idea was in fact, or that the Earth was in fact round. Because from my understanding, based on what you just said, along with other stuff that I've taken in, is that experiments proceed with the understanding that there's already a precursor in place, or as you say, something already established.
Yeah, they do that a lot. But with the Cavendish thing, yeah, they already assume sphere. They have two spheres, whatever, in the thing. But that whole thing's a parlor trick anyway. So what's the natural observed phenomenon? Oh, some twisting. Okay, so where do I go and see twisting rods in reality? Oh, I don't. Okay, so it's your parlor trick then. It's not a science experiment. Thank you.
Bingo.
Yeah, well, they do this a lot. They assume sphere. Oh, how does this work? Well, it doesn't work with the sphere. Okay, like.
Yeah, and that was the when our friend joined in the chat a little while ago. Well, whatever his play name was, I already forgot. But from a standpoint of entering into the discussion with him, I realized that I could just come at it from a standpoint of who told you we were on a ball. Like, who touched you there? Tell me who touched you, and let's address who touched you. Because obviously, for you to believe that we're on a floating ball, somebody had to touch you very deeply in order to disturb you this deeply. So I'll take you under my wing, and let's walk together and talk about it, so we can see if we can heal the damage that has been done.
His name was K Duke Kiwi, like Duke of Globe.
Duke, most popular dog name ever. I apologize if I've offended anybody listening to this with the name of Duke. I'm sorry.
Probably more offensive to the dogs out there, but yeah, you do bring up a good point. Who touched you there? That's a good one. Yeah, it's hard to bring. You got to drag a baller outside and be like, okay, so where do you see globe? What's the evidence? It's not outside. That's why they always point to some screen or it's in the papers. It's in the papers. That's all they have.
I don't know if she wants to talk, but I want to say hi to an old friend back, Ariel. Are you there? She might not be able to talk right now. Just saying hi to her. Good
Hello,
point, though.
good day.
Hello, Ariel. I see some flashing. I don't hear any audio though.
Hello.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay, you're coming through now. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone.
Good
Like I was
day.
just saying while I was mute, we've had 40 degrees here today centigrade, and it's yeah.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm just outside. I'm the outer rim of London. It's called the Greater London area.
Is it humid?
Well, it's an island, dude.
Right. So what's the humidity right now?
So anywhere you are in the UK, you are never more than 70
Yeah, my
miles
bad.
away
You guys are an island. I
from
forgot
shore.
about that. Yeah, you're right.
It is extremely humid.
So you walk outside and it feels like you walked or you opened up an oven.
Exactly, it hits you. And this is now 2.5 weeks of continuous heat above 25 degrees. Today was the hottest temperature ever recorded. So obviously I went out and I bought a big adult, like a paddling pool, like a thing that you blow up.
Nice.
Because I don't have a pool. Pools are not a big thing here unless you have it indoors.
And neither is AC.
No, it's not. So anyway, I bought this pool, but it was my cat today that I was like really worried about. So I kept on going outside and taking water out of the pool and sloshing it over my patio just to cool the place down. And then I put my cat's food in the fridge. And when I gave it to her, and she, because my cat's never had cold food, I don't believe, but it was nicely chill. And when she went to it, she like licked it, and then she looked up at me with this funny face.
That's cute.
Cutest.
But yes, on the hopeful side, I use Telegram a lot. I don't know if anyone here uses it. And there are so many flat Earth groups. Like Eric Dubé's got a Telegram channel as well. And as soon as the Webb telescope rubbish hit, there were just so many people, honestly, that just called it fake from the get-go. And people are saying to other people, when you put something flat Earth related in a channel, then you'll always obviously get people who say, "Oh, it's a psyop. Oh, it's you tinfoil hat stuff." But they're getting a lot of pushback. So I'm amazed. I think there is a real increase of awareness. I know we've got a lot of info on the Flat Earth Discord, and we are people from all over the world. But yeah, Telegram has really given me some hope.
Ariel, is there a special reason you don't have the ladies' night tag?
Well, I've never done the three. I've never snatched anyone's wig. But
Well, that's not required. You just need to be a lady.
Spoken like a G. Sorry, I thought I was on mute.
But yes, I have been to ladies' night. I had an issue with my Discord.
Yeah, I understand.
I had Nitro and everything, and then I was on Discord one night. And I'm going to make a terrible confession now, because I was in a World of Warcraft raid in Naxxramas, and my Discord just went. It literally just shut down. So I got a notification to say I'd broken the TOS. And I mean, it goes with the territory, doesn't it? You know, once you know all these things. Fake
Did they tell you why? Just for playing World of Warcraft?
No, so that was, and I just paid, Nitro is not, it's not a huge amount of money, is it? But my Nitro subscription was being paid via PayPal. So I just paid my new Nitro subscription for the month. So I did engage with the Yannis of Discord to say to them, what you're doing is you're taking that money from me, and you promised me a service. So I've just paid you for Nitro, and now you're refusing me that service, so give the money back. You know, because if you have a dispute with Discord, it's impossible. It's just impossible. And of course, they want you to verify your phone number. So I had to find all sorts of ways and means of getting another profile on Discord, including spoofing a phone number, which is a big no-no. Because you can just get a phone number on the internet to use to log into sites that want you to verify your phone number. And I'm a private individual. I don't like to be manipulated by corporations. So there's that. Yes, long story. Sorry, my brain is fried. And so I made a new profile, and I've always listened on YouTube. Obviously, I need to hear my people.
Gotcha. Well, you've got the tag now. I just wanted to double check if there was a special reason. I understand.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm relatively new to the reality of the level non-rotating plane. And I think it's like people in the truther community will say that you do go through these stages. And I think because I'm quite a direct, well, according to my friend circle and my family, I'm a very direct, tactless person in real life. And so it caused me considerable anger and frustration, because once I took full grasp of everything, because when I first came to this Discord, there was so much that I didn't have the full realization of, and I was ill equipped at the very start, to make the argument to anyone. So it took a while for me to comprehend everything. And then I immediately wanted to go and listen, family, all of you should wake up. Like I was like a crusader. And so yeah, I've gone through all of that now. It's really, really hard, isn't it? This is valuable. People must know. It adds that extra dimension that we were created, and this is our place. And you dearly want people to get an understanding of it. And it's just awful when people that you thought highly of just. I know people's first inclination is to just start laughing hysterically. Yeah, so that's just my story.
That was well said, Ariel. Welcome back. It's good to hear your voice again. And sounds like you're just going through the natural stages that a lot of us went through when you first figured this thing out. You just want to scream it to the world, and
yes,
everybody's going to see this logic, and you kind of run into that brick wall when you realize that there's so many people that really just don't give a shit. It's kind of depressing at that point, but this whole thing's got ups and downs. But I hear what you're saying,
Funny thing, one of my friends, he made this funny observation one day, and he said, so you have sacred knowledge. This is sacred knowledge. Don't just go and throw it out there. It kind of feels like that some days.
So sacred knowledge is an interesting thing, but the fact that your friend said that, and we specifically push the idea that we do not observe anything that tells us that we are on a rotating ball. And your friend's reaction was to tell you that you have sacred knowledge because you believe this? Is that right?
I know it was a long conversation about all
Okay.
sorts of things, but it was just the way that he expressed it. But in reality, we are all flat earthers.
Thank you for that explanation.
You're most welcome. Oh, and I'm also one of the few South Africans on the server. Maybe someone should give me that tag because people often ask me, where are you from? Australia, New Zealand, Canada? I don't know if I have become so anglicized that I sound British, but I am in fact a South African. So English is my third language.
Is anybody else listening that can give her the South African tag? Because gospel's on tipping right now. If there's any new people on here, feel free to speak up. Can't watch the screen.
Good to see everybody coming back, and man, it's an amazing time to be alive. Great times. Have you guys thought about the G-forces that would be required to actually exit into outer space?
About G-forces, I saw an interesting thing the other day. They showed a simulator that is that thing that spins, right?
Yep.
And so they had a discussion about it and said that these men that you're going to see in this video, they are in peak physical condition.
Right.
And then they have a camera facing the person as the force ramps up. And then somebody commented and said, "Can you imagine there was a really elderly person that went up in that Jeff Bezos
Yep.
phallic shaped rocket thing,
Yep.
and even old Captain Kirk himself. These people are quite decrepit physically. How could they ever have tried to tell us to believe that those people in that kind of physical condition? Because I think they got up to, what is it, 6G on those near space flights.
The simulator, or yeah, I thought the simulators were pulling. I think the simulators pulled a maximum of 5Gs.
Yeah, but on the Bezos trip when they had old what's his face, Captain Kirk in there,
Yeah,
there's just no way.
that's insane. Their bones are turned to brittle, or they're turned to brittle. Sorry, their bones are too brittle for that. They'll liquefy.
Yeah, their faces would have been pulled off.
Oh my god.
So earlier today, me and somebody else was checking. You can check what the most viewed programs are on, like which programs on television are getting the most traction. It's like, at the moment, it's Stranger Things.
Yeah.
But when you look at the absolute garbage that people are consuming, the absolute dross, it's garbage, then you kind of understand why we are where we are. Where everything that people believe, not us, is a lie. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to go into my little blow-up pool now. I can actually float in it.
Enjoy cooling off.
Yes, I really do feel privileged to be here. I can't imagine how I came to this understanding. I still can't believe it.
I'm glad to have you. Glad that you came back.
Thank you.
Here it comes. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Let's ask our friend Don Pettit why we haven't been back to the moon for like 53 years. Why is that, Don?
It's the same reason that we can't go to the space station anymore. We can't go there, and we are going to have to blow up the space station in the next year. And no, you can't have any pieces.
That's scary how accurate that is. They did say you're not allowed to have any pieces. That is true.
Yes, we did. And the reason is because we had too much of our own piss coffee, Chugga.
Well, I really thought that was a nice recording to start with. That was hilarious.
Well, I just think that if we don't discontinue the space program, people will know it's fake. Thank you.
Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the Corvid.
Yes, that was back a couple years ago when the Corvid was a thing. But now, everybody has had their juice, and can I talk about that? Okay, everyone's had their juice, and so we can work on fake rockets again, and it's nice. It's a good job.
You can't.
I get paid to have most of my hair gone from my head and act stupid and ridiculous on camera. This is Don Pettit.
Well, we certainly appreciate your input here, Don. You've got some valuable knowledge that we need to hear. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, all the time. Can see,
Lastly, rest assured that you will never have to do any work on your own to find out what this world is. Just listen to us. This has been Don Pettit.
yes, science.
Good advice there, Don. We appreciate your input, sir.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots. It's all. Stop raging!
When Don Pettit talks normally for the first time.
To be honest with you, kind of retarded.
Have we talked to Plotter? Plot R? Is it a new person, CB?
No, I think is it Platter or Piotr? You mean at the very bottom?
Yeah, Peter. He can't talk right now.
Yeah, I think he said
He's
he was
on mute
busy.
too. So
Okay.
We have few people in the VC check, and I think everybody else in here is good. Any questions out there from any new folk? Questions for the panel?
That is a good question. We also have some people in the lobby. So if you want to cast your fishing rod out, they seem fairly new. Some newbies talking about Earth being a theory, and we're going in circles and gravity and all this stuff. So
let's just flag them in. Fly them in. Let them ask their questions. Why not?
Yeah. Gotta put some good bait on that fishing rod, and maybe they'll bite.
Guys, come on into the chat if we can let them come on in and ask some questions. Come on in, the water's warm.
Let's get peace from the lobby. Y'all remember that song? Let's all go to the lobby.
I'm seeing the marching popcorn right now, and the marching drink.
By the way, CB, good job on your latest tunes, man. They sound good.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Got me I'm in a creative mood lately, so who knows? Might put out another one or two here in the next little bit.
How often do you change your name, man?
It's all C's and B's, dog. It's all C's and B's.
I appreciate that, man. I'm starting to catch your drift now.
Yeah, there you go. You see a C and a B, you know it's me. Hey, in the live.
Stop it! Stop.
That sounds like my high school experience.
Do tell. Now I'm curious.
All C's and B's.
Well done. That
was good.
I get it.
I squeaked by with a 3.0 in both high school and college. And I think 3.5 was the bare minimum in grad school. Yep, that there too. I barely squeaked by each time.
What freaks me out is that you had your grade point average calculated in high school.
Why does that freak you out?
Is that something that you do in the States?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad, I didn't know that. I apologize. I'm Canadian over here.
No, it's whatever, you know.
Appreciate you.
That was a good one, GB. Way to be on your feet, brother.
Yeah, shout out to B's and C's, though. I know that life. Athlete life.
Oh, it wasn't athlete. For me, it was more aggravation and disappointment with the system.
Ooh.
Yep.
If I had been self-paced, if they had been like, listen, here's your lesson, here's your work, here's your lesson, here's your work. Read the lesson, do the work, read the lesson, do the work, and you can finish school whenever you like. And they had told me that like in the 6th grade, I probably would have graduated 3 or 4 years early. Just
early, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So pace was your issue.
But yeah, pretty much.
Did you get bored?
Yeah, and people that get bored, you know, they do other things, and you're disinterested. You know, when you're like, I need 3 minutes before, like, I'm gonna walk fast to class, right? It's a 7-minute. I don't know, it's something like 7 minutes in between classes or something like that. It was a big school. So I'd walk super fast. I'd sit down. I'd read, you know, the headers of the, you know, the chapter the chapter headers, and speed read, and I'd be like, all right, I'm good. And then I'd get my 87 on the test with, you know, 3 minutes of work, and you know, whatever. It was like, next time I might need to spend an extra minute, right? And that was pretty much the way that I did school.
Question for you.
Legend.
Are you born in the latter part of the year?
Right in the middle, I suppose. It depends on how you look at a year, but
like June, July.
I'm a June guy, yeah.
Cancer?
I don't do all that.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate that about you. That's fine. That's cool. Never mind.
Do you guys ever include the extra 9 months?
Extra 9?
Yeah, there's some cultures that include the extra 9 months in your age. So,
that. Yeah. I appreciate that, or I respect that.
Yeah, it's interesting, really. I think I've pinpointed down exactly when my start date is, which would put me in June. But I'm March.
Mine would obviously be September. But yeah.
I almost didn't get married to my husband because of that 9-month thing. Because he lied to me about how old he was. Because when I met him, he told me he was 18 and I was 20 or whatever. He was 17, so below, you know, like legal age, and I was pissed.
Oh, he tried to add 9 months to his.
You in trouble, girl?
He was flexing on his age, then, huh?
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way: it's my ex-husband now, so it's fine. But yeah, I should have caught that from the beginning. My bad. But
yeah, it's weird. Like, I wouldn't go to tell someone my age, like, as they're thinking. They're not thinking about that extra 9 months. I probably wouldn't tell someone, like, I'm older than I am. You know what I mean? But I get it. If you're 17, you're trying to cross that bar, you know?
The way he explained it to me was how they calculated it into their age in their country. I don't know. He's from Jordan, so like.
Oh.
And I was like, really? And I'm like, I don't know if it was to confuse me and still get me to marry him, but I don't know. The way his family backed him up, but then again, like I said.
Was it a citizenship scheme?
No, I don't believe it was. No.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It was a loses virginity scheme.
So that's interesting. Are you saying that they count their inception as part of their age?
Yeah, you just add the extra 9 months on. Yeah.
No, I mean, but they do that like in their culture, like in general.
That's what he explained it to me. Yeah.
Oh wow! I had never heard that.
Yeah, it's super legit. I appreciate that.
Baby, let me tell you, I'm 17, but my experience tells me I'm 18.
Wow. Aye.
22.
Was it that bad? Damn, guys, I tried.
Makes his voice deeper. My birth certificate says 17, but my experience says 22.
Well, the way that you would say it is, I was born X amount of, years ago. However, I came into being X amount. And then people go, oh, yeah, you're right. Huh. I don't think about it that way very much.
Drop them.
I'd say it like this.
Let's French kiss first, and then you guess how old I am.
Wow.
Dang, Flatman, who knew you were so smooth?
What happens if she slaps you after?
Yeah, real smooth.
They can just say they're an old soul.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Unfortunately,
Exactly,
not
Gold.
too many. I tend to pick up younger guys. I don't know why. Like, get away from me. I can't. Like, if you're not past a certain age, I can't. I just can't.
Maybe
what
I could
about
fix
normie
that for
guys,
you. I'm
though?
old. I'm very immature, but I'm like half a century old. I'm like a half-watered old rubber or leather boot. Sorry.
Right now, I'm just being me and staying my home.
I was just joking with you. That's what you need, though, is an older man that acts young, and maybe that'll fill all your needs.
Quite possibly. We'll see what God has in store. I stopped searching. I'll just, I'll wait till it happens.
Apparently, love has been born around here quite often. Flat Earth brings people together.
We got a baby now.
They're making babies.
We're uncles now.
Get out of here, CB. Stop.
Uncles. Oh
We're
my
gonna be
gosh.
uncles.
Bro, that's gold that you
I'm
just
changing
said.
it right now.
That
I'm
we're
going to CB
uncles.
right now.
That's amazing.
Cool.
You need to start adding baby rattles and nursery rhymes to the soundboard, CB.
Oh,
You said we're uncles. That's gonna have my mind doing backflips all day.
Yeah,
I
I'm
love
Uncle
it.
CB now, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, that's hilarious. I was going to ask Jackie, what are the normie guys like? Those globe head gentlemen. Have you ever dated a flat earther?
no.
Yeah,
Because I kind of just came into this not that long ago. So, and I don't even know what the hell I believe yet at this point. I just know they're lying and that whole brown ball is bullshit. So, no, I have not. I just, because I've been on a long journey to heal myself. So I've kind of stayed away from all that. I have a roommate who also used to be my ex, and we're just like friends now. So that's weird, Not for me and him, but for other people. So I just kind of like continue on with what I need to do for me, and I know along the way everything else will work itself out. So when
Amen.
yeah, when it's all meant to come together, it will. And I think I'm at that point where things are starting to fall into place. So when that happens, it happens.
Well, good. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, normally I don't know, normal guys are just out for right now. I just feel like it's anything because I can't even, like, every time I've even tried, when you put yourself on a dating site or something, it's like you just start getting like freaking dick pics like in like in 2 minutes. It's disgusting. Like, it's just disgusting, and I can't. So I'm just like, I'm out. I'm out.
Hunter Biden, man, he is everywhere. I tell you what.
I got hairy legs.
Here's your chance
Hunter,
to go.
over the
Hunter,
years,
not Joe.
gotten were probably from him.
There's your chance to go steady, Hunter.
I was trying to break the ice. I got hairy legs and they get blonde in the sun.
Yeah, hair doesn't change color. That's such a weird thing to say too.
Well, doesn't hair bleach though in the sun? It turns color, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
over
it
time,
does.
not instantaneously.
Oh hell no.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, not instantaneously. I used to say people used to accuse
I'm
me
gonna go rob a bank now.
child because people used to accuse me that I've been dyeing my hair for like years and years and years because as a kid my hair was brown, but in the summer it would turn red from the sun. And so I always looked like I dyed my hair because in the winter I'd have darker roots and lighter ends. And I'm like, no, my hair just is that color. So I got to the point where I just started dyeing my hair in the winter to match the summer color so people would stop accusing me of dyeing my hair. And so everyone's like, oh, she's just a redhead. Then they started, like, no one ever questioned me again.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. My barber said that about me. He's like, dude, you've been dyeing your hair? I'm like, no, dude. Like, the hell? The sun, yeah, turns my hair from like brown to blondish as well. Red, that's cool though.
Yeah, well, I think because, I have some Irish roots in there, so.
Nice.
Look at the Irish.
You have Irish roots in your hair?
Just the roots. Just the roots.
That was actually an epic statement.
Wow.
It's so funny that you're saying that, though, because, like, back in the day, it was common knowledge, like, when you were outside during the summer, your hair got lighter. So, like, this was common knowledge, like, back in the day. But, like, now I think people stay inside so much that, like, now people are shocked that your hair can turn light in the sun. It just seems like a total switch of a paradigm with that, because that used to be common knowledge because all the kids played outside all summer, and so everybody had that effect. And now people are inside so much that, like, it's a shock.
Interesting
Possibly.
observation. Very interesting observation.
Yeah, so strange. I'm like, why are they shocked? What?
I don't know. Because it was the time of the year that me and my sister looked like the furthest apart from each other because I didn't tan and she did. So she'd get darker and her hair would get lighter and I'd just get red and my hair would get red and her hair would turn, like you said, like a blondish color because she had more of a olive complexion and my hair would turn red and people would be like, what the heck? They would always like say something. It was just awkward and weird because they'd be like, you guys turn into different people in the summer, and they actually would make comments about it because we looked so much alike all other parts of the year. Like, they called us Irish twins otherwise.
Wow.
And traditionally, Irish twins meant that you were born 9 months apart.
Yeah, but I guess they just made it up. We were born 13 months apart, so we were really close in age.
Yeah, that's my
we
daughters.
Looked a whole lot alike in features. Like now people, we worked at the same store at one point, and people would just call her my name all the time because I worked there first. Like,
yeah,
she hated it. She had to literally leave because everyone was like, Jackie, and they're like. She's like, no, not my fucking name. Like.
Yeah.
And she went to another store and they still called her Jackie because everyone that worked there had worked with me before. So she never got away from it, but what can I say? I rambled. I'm done.
Oh, you're fine.
How dare you?
More conviction next time when you say "How dare you." You know, somebody very famous has set the bar for that phrase for all time. So you have to say it with more conviction.
How dare you?
Exactly.
There we go.
My daughter just informed me she's on Roblox, and she said somebody she knows on there that's like 16 just yelled out that the earth is flat.
How dare you come in here with a new voice and point of view and like brightening up the room? How dare you?
How old is your daughter? My daughter's on Roblox. 12.
Mine's 12.
Love it. Yeah, I'm looking at this because my daughter's got an Instagram account. She's not allowed to post, but she has, all of her uncles and aunts all follow her and stuff, and she dances, so she has to be part of it for that community engagement. And then with respect to just social media, TikTok, right? What's happening with that movement as well? I really wonder about if we have just managed to cut out the 20-something-year-olds, maybe even the 30, I think I might be insulting people there, but the 20-something-year-olds of the idea of round versus flat, because I think the younger guys are hearing about it enough that they're open to the idea versus of full indoctrination, if that makes sense.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Maybe they haven't had as long as an indoctrination, but I do think that it is quite strong today. So it's good to see people breaking through those molds so young. So shout out to the Gen Zs out there, Zoomers.
I think the biggest problem is once they hit the college indoctrination.
That right there.
That's kind of the big breaking point, I think. If you can, I think people before that are easier to reach because they're curious. But then it's like once they go through that whole college indoctrination with the big professors and who have the doctorate degrees and all of that, and then the groups, and it's like all the other stuff that they're indoctrinated with there. I think it's kind of hard sometimes, and then they get their own degrees and they're like, oh, I have a degree. And,
I've lost my daughter to college. Like, that's what happened. Like, once she went into college, her mind completely closed down. I was like, what happened? But I lost my daughter to, I like say this, like, I lost her to a college degree. Like, literally. It's like everything I've ever said to her, like, didn't matter. Any of the other information I've ever passed on to her doesn't matter. Once you try to like explain this concept even just a little bit, it's like, are you going crazy? You must be going nuts.
Okay. Shout out to Fraud. I hope he's listening because he's not on mute, so I hope he's listening. Him and I had a very similar conversation to this, basically the exact same, just on the other side of the coin, about 2-3 weeks ago via voice, or here on the channel on a Saturday morning, where my son hasn't entered in. He's 15. He hasn't entered into the college system as of yet, right? Kids pulling straight A's. And then here you are, Jackie, with the testimony on the other side of the coin where they graduate, and you're literally here saying you lost your daughter to college, right? Like, guys, it is a very serious thing in terms of looking at what they're going to study. And if what they're going to study forces them to swallow and then regurgitate the aspect of what's out there, that literally can sell their future. Because if just imagine they engage in something like something based on science and gravity, and they literally find out later on that whole thing is false, they're getting paid for selling what? Falsities, right?
Pretty much, and they've literally indoctrinated them in every way, shape, or form, because my daughter went into an arts program, which I thought would be semi-safe, but nope. No. And since, since you know what, and the whole BS with that, in the arts department, they basically told her she wouldn't get her degree unless she took it because, you know, they had to be with each other in order to do art, in order to do the plays, they have to be around each other. So they have to have it, or they cannot come back to school. For everyone else, it was an option, but not for the arts department. For the one section of kids that still have their own fucking brains, right? That actually can think for themselves. I was like, how motherfucking convenient, excuse my language. But anyway, I digress. That's exactly what happened, though. So she's just got her diploma and now going back for her master's, and it's just going to happen all over again. And it's weird because when she's away from school for a little bit, she opens up a little bit and then closes right back down when she's right back in school.
What is she studying?
She's learning to do, it's business theater like major, so she's learning how to basically run a theater from top to bottom. And all of that.
Yeah, I have something familiar with my brother who went to college, and before college he was actually a guy who actually also showed me how the moon landing was faked, and he was also very critical about everything. Actually, he always looked at the different side of things, and today he's like, you know, he was going with the 2-year thing, also got, you know, the thing and so forth, and if even especially when he got his girlfriend, it even got worse. Where he now literally is not critical against anything really that is like an official statement by government agencies and whatnot. You know, like it's just disappeared. All that stuff that he actually showed me, he today when I asked him, yo, you showed me this and that about the moon landing, for example, and he's now like, no, I never showed you that. It's pretty weird. I don't know what happens in universities or in college, what they do with people.
Either, but it's sad. It really is. Sorry to hear what happened with your brother.
It's okay. I mean, it's all a choice, right? He has a free will to live that way, be that way, but you know, can't force him. If he's happy with that, then you know, what should I do?
And that's a good outlook to have. You know, that's how we all need to just speak, right?
I mean, more than warning him of things, I cannot do, right? I mean, I cannot just like force anything.
Okay, we brought the room down. Everybody else.
It'd be like that sometimes. No big worries.
About something nicer.
A lull in conversation is not a sign that anything has died. Just space being created.
My gosh, the wind is so crazy. I feel like it's just going to rip this tree outside of my window in half.
The weather today was crazy here in Europe, Germany.
We had a tornado warning last night, and the whole family went to the basement.
Oh.
Because the good old local siren. Oh. Oh. You know, it's like, it was 11-ish. But, you know, when you've been asleep for 2 hours or whatever, it's like, oh, gee, I'd rather this have been like 4 in the morning instead of the first. Anyway, whatever.
These things sound like dying ducks.
Yeah. something like that.
I'm glad we don't have tornadoes here in Germany, at least. If so, very rarely.
I didn't know there were tornadoes in Europe. I've never heard anyone talk about a tornado in Europe.
I wonder why that is.
Didn't he just say they've had some in Germany, or did I
He
miss?
said the opposite. He said he's glad that they don't have them. Why wouldn't? Because if it has anything to do with a central area far from the oceans, then you would expect like Afghanistan or Russia or far western China to be like locations where that might be, possible. But
so
that's actually I've never considered this as a question.
Yeah,
I always wondered about the whole hurricane versus typhoon thing. They always act like that's northern versus southern hemisphere or whatever, but as far as tornadoes being a purely American thing, if that's a fact.
No. I said there are few times that there are tornadoes. Like, not completely no tornadoes, but I just googled it, and apparently in Germany you have like 40 tornadoes in a year. But I guess most of them are not as crazy as they can get in the US.
Did they have the F scale rating?
Let me see.
Yeah, because that's what I thought he said, is that there were few. And then I thought, I've never heard anybody talk about tornadoes in Europe at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if we get very strong tornadoes, maybe the reason why we have different houses. I mean, you guys have a lot of houses made out of wood. I mean, they're very easy to destroy. But if you have like purely brick houses, like you have here in Germany most of the time, can withstand a little bit more, I guess.
So you guys use an EF enhanced Fujita scale, which is probably still the same, pretty much the same. So I'm wondering if you have any 160 mile an hour.
Let me Google what the strongest ever was in Germany. Uh, 1764. Okay, it's very way back.
Wow.
Climate change. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's funny. In Mecklenburg.
Oh gosh.
Historic sources tell us that in 1764 there was the strongest tornado that was ever recorded in Germany.
What was its wind speed?
F5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if that's over 260 miles an hour, so that would be very extreme.
But do you think they really would have been able to measure that back then?
I don't know. I have no clue.
I mean, I'd be skeptical that they could have tracked the speeds very accurately.
It's reverse engineered.
Oh.
They have people that
watch tornadoes and they just kind of guesstimate it. That's F4, that's F3, that's F5. They don't have the exact.
Anyway, it's reverse engineered from the amount of damage that it does. So, for instance, an F5 would result in debarking of trees.
So observable destructive force.
Oh, so that makes sense, so that they could still determine what strength it was, even back then.
So what that means is you can take somebody's journal or diary entry, and if they mentioned that the storm was so bad, not only did the trees break, but the bark was ripped from the trees or something like that in their diary, then with reasonable assertion, they can say that it was above 200 miles an hour, or above 250, or whatever. So the description of the damage, they can reverse engineer a guesstimate for the speeds. I don't think that but nowadays, it seems as though they have the means to measure the speed, but for historical events, I believe it's reverse engineered like that.
Did Gospel just use my term?
Which they reverse engineered?
Yeah.
It's not. You don't have exclusive rights to that.
I know, but I did say it within the confines of the conversation, didn't I?
Did you?
Do I get a little bit of credit for that?
Oh, you said river. I was okay. Yeah, sure.
I think I said it before you. That's all I'm looking for here. A little bit of credit. Hey, come on, man.
Have confidence in yourself. You don't need me to validate you.
I am my guy. You know the role I play, my friend.
I'm still trying to figure it out and be real.
Really? The village idiot, man.
Yeah.
Not afraid to ask a stupid question. Not afraid to be embarrassed.
Don't be afraid, but don't hold on to that identity like it's a badge of honor.
Understood.
Cool.
Fairly noted.
I appreciate what you're doing, though. It is good for the show. It makes for an entertaining as a listener. So we appreciate it.
And again, so gentlemen, allow me to explain a concept that I learned a few years ago, and I was like, holy crap, I can totally identify with that. There is this thing called the sacred clown. And it's nothing to do with, sacred as in like holy or anything like that. But he's like the bodyguard. He's the guy that stands at the back of the room. And when people are like whispering, he's the guy that's like, hey, pay attention. Like, I may not always be in tune to exactly what's happening, but I'm always paying attention to something being taught, if that makes sense.
I like that. I grew up, I learned about the idea of the Joker. Like every good king needs a good jester. And
that's the dude on my wallet, hanging on my wall. The Joker. Well done.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, my guy. Appreciate
it. It does take skill. It's not as goofy as an outsider might think. It does take some skill to be a good jester without being annoying. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Tell me about it.
You want to be next to the king without being slayed. If you're annoying, you'll just get a new one and go replace.
Kick you off in 2 seconds. You'd be like, next, chicken, next.
So you got to be able to talk to the king, but also have a sense of humor and all that stuff. So, yeah, not everybody gets to be next to the king. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we talk about pressure. You're not fighting
too much pressure in your mic, I think.
Yeah, man. You're eating your microphone.
It clipped out, Dave.
I'm just saying that's a lot of pressure. You're not funny with his head.
Right. Yeah. It's a delicate balance. You know what I mean? You got to be able to tell the king, hey, man, you might be off here or whatever, but you got to put it in a way where, he's not just going to slay you for coming at the king.
Down.
So
appreciate that, man. Thank you.
I've never heard the sacred clown, but I am familiar with the idea of the jester. So that seems about pretty similar.
Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, found it. I'm actually curious to hear Gospel's take on this.
Oh, I'm in a different universe right now. Give me a second.
No worries, man. Take your time.
Where the pagan looking weird thing with horns here?
Yeah. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Parochial. This is somebody that thought that they were smarter than they actually are.
What do you think about that, guys?
It's nauseating on a handful of different levels to me, but
I like.
What's nauseating?
I liked the way you put it more than the way the post put it.
Understood. It's just the idea that you try to run life from a standpoint of like balance, discernment, judgment, and try to always have the idea of like what's right in mind's eye. What makes sense to you, right? It's like I can't observe anything that tells me that I'm moving. I can't observe anything that shows me that a horizon is curving from left to right. Therefore, I automatically default to me sitting here on a park bench on a calm day watching the birds and the planes fly by with no other input as such. Other than stating that everything is calm, stable, and plain within my view.
Oh, gee.
You know what? I actually resonate with that a lot. You hear me. I try to talk to people on the most base level as possible. If it needs to get technical, I'll try to get as technical as I can. But I like speaking to people on a very low level, like base level. So I think I resonate with where you're coming from a little bit. Like, can a layman understand this? No? All right, well then you're just some like trying to perform hypnosis on people. Okay, it's like this should be easy to understand. If a layman,
It's again. I always go to the idea that I grew up. I'm 42. Yeah, I'm successful. I have a job. Damn it, right? I'm employed. I've had a position of 20 years now in the field that I do, in what I do, and I grew up studying numbers. And again, there's nothing that I read ever growing up that told me, and I design buildings. I used to design buildings. Now I study them. That tells me, or do I account for any curve in the land that these buildings go upon? Not even the slightest. And I work with surveyors, and they survey the land, and they always relate to above sea level. Sea level is a constant, is it not?
well, aren't there different levels of? But
elevations, you mean? Yeah. Yes and no. There's tides. There really is the answer as far as that goes. There would be a single average, and if you were to compare those averages, they would. I don't even really know how they would determine. Honestly, if you're off the coast of the eastern coast of America and you're off of the western coast of Africa or something, apart from inference, I don't have a clue. Apart from inference and logic, how you would ever decide that those elevations were anything but equal, apart from tides. Like the mean number the mean number of the sea level.
Okay.
You would have to conclude that it was equal, because otherwise you'd have to pretend that there was something else.
Well, I mean, the average, what I get reported on the drawings that I look at is 150 meters above sea level, average. So they'll have those reported on drawings, and then they'll establish grade points and ensure that swales are maintained and water runoff is properly graded and so on and so forth. So everything is based on above sea level number of approximately 150 meters. Now, where does that 150 meters come from? Above what? I don't know. But the next thing that I'm going to find out, and what I'm going to actually, my next experiment that I'm going to conduct is call another municipality and say, hey, what is your reported above sea level? Maybe closer to Lake Ontario, like downtown Toronto, and see what's been reported back. That would be an interesting experiment I think I'm going to start undertaking.
All I'm saying is there's no other rule. Sea level is the rule. So by default, sea level must be
constant,
a single number, regardless of tides.
Right.
And
because it's land that's established. That's established, which is always going to be above sea level by default. Like, land has to be located above sea level.
No.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, you're right. Sorry.
There are a few exceptions to that.
No, there are many exceptions. Actually, it's all exceptions because land is always beneath water. Because water is the bottom of the basin.
Try to tell Roger in the Netherlands that. Think about it.
Try telling who what now? Who?
Oh, because the Netherlands is also very much either at or below sea level.
And how about New Orleans?
Oh yeah, New Orleans.
Shoot.
Near the Dead Sea, I believe that the Dead Sea is 100 and something feet below sea level. Also,
but we also know that the crust is only 8 miles thick.
Yeah. Well, crust. What an idea.
Or whatever. Not the crust, sorry, the land. The thing that we're sitting upon.
Well,
no one has drilled beyond 8 miles.
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah, there's a Russian oil rig out north of Russia in the ocean. They're just over 8.5 miles. And they have 1.7 trillion cubic feet, I believe. I did the math on how much oil they have and how much gasoline and diesel fuel you could get from that one reservoir. It was very fascinating. 38 years of gasoline for the entire world, and it's like 3 years of diesel for the whole world just from that one reservoir. I like stupid math like that.
So that's deeper than the borehole, the coldest super deep borehole? Damn.
Yeah, I think so. Yes. This is the deepest one. I'll find the name of it. And
what is this you're talking about? I just joined in.
Hello,
the current deepest. It's called. Where's this extended? It's called extended reach drilling, but that's the method. What's this place called?
That's where they can go. That's where they can go horizontal or diagonal at times. Things.
Okay, here. Yep. So on April 24th, 2015, the world's longest borehole was drilled and completed from the Orlan platform in the Chivo-filled Sakhalin #1 project with a total measured depth of 44,294 feet and a horizontal displacement of 39,469 feet. I'm sorry, not 8.5, 8.389 miles. 8.389 miles is the current one.
So they went slightly over the 7.8 or whatever the super borehole was. Okay.
I'll be back.
Who knew we'd be talking about oil rigs so much? Funny.
Interesting. Yeah, that
It's-
is kind of interesting.
Yo, oil rigs are key, man. You know how deep those pile foundations have to go?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy deep.
Quite a way.
And you know how they put those piles into the seabed?
I'm back.
Probably just
Oh, he's
they
back.
bang them in there, just like they do regular pilings.
Well, they use a plumb line. They use a
Here-
plumb.
A
to
plumb
ensure
line.
it's
Okay,
straight.
yeah, absolutely, right. Yeah, they have.
Okay, I'm done.
Here's the copy message link. All right, here's the link. But then, if you want to read all my silly math that I'm pretty sure I put in there, it's all there.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I put in all my silly math. 17.1 trillion cubic feet is in the reservoir, in addition to the 2.3. Anyway, it's there's a lot. It's pretty interesting, and I did all the math on it. I'm sorry about the 3 years. It's 18 and a half years of fuel, gasoline for the entire world, and 305 days worth of diesel for the whole world, right? From this one reservoir in Russia.
How many Teslas can you charge with that?
Well, it's an interesting thing. Here's what I found super interesting as well, though. With when I did the math, it just so happens that in that article they say what their daily operation worth of production is, like the oil production, how much they're getting per day in processing. So when you do the math, the overall production of this Sakhalin whatever thing, it exceeds their Russia's GDP. This one thing has a higher GDP than the entire country of Russia, though it belongs to Russia and should be incorporated in their GDP. I don't know. Some things like that are just a little confusing to me. I had asked a friend of mine, and he was like, "Yeah, that can be accounted for by this thing that I can't remember that he said." So apparently, there's answers as to why that would be the case, but he did think it was a little peculiar too, though. Does anybody follow what I'm saying, or am I just babbling? Man, Dave, just garbled mess of audio, unfortunately.
I am listening. I'm just kind of like, I paused and stood in my tracks to just think for a second about what you were saying, actually. So,
gotcha. Well,
I took some time.
Long story short, go ahead, Dave. No, it's better.
I'm just saying real quick, while we letting the Russians
Didn't get it still. Domo.
It started good. It started good, Dave, but then it just trailed out at the best or worst time.
Dude, if there's anyone we could crowdfund a new mic or something.
38 to 45% was good. And then after the 45%.
Never mind, it was unimportant. Y'all go ahead.
No, go ahead. Now you're good. Of course. As usually it is.
I was just saying that while we're letting the Russians drill all the deep holes, what about America? What can we do with deep holes?
God, it did it again.
Oh
Holy
my gosh.
It did it again the same way.
The satellite ate his microphone.
Trailed off to
Flat
nothing. It's so strange.
It's almost like as you get through your sentence, the microphone is getting deeper and deeper down your throat.
Or something. Yeah.
Well, anybody out there, I don't know, maybe Dave, you're using the car audio. Maybe if you switch over to the phone audio, it might work just a little bit better. But I know you're driving, so.
Yeah, drive safe, man.
I'm on a headset plugged into my phone, so y'all go ahead. It wasn't nothing important anyway.
Oh, okay.
You're fine, Dave. It's all good.
Listen, Dave, I think this would solve the problem. When you speak, I know it's strange to have to modify your speech this way, but you might want to do short bursts and then a couple more words and then a pause and then a couple more words to get your whole sentence out. Because, I don't know, just saying.
Yeah. I'll also say I have a pair of $300 noise canceling headphones, and they sound like garbage compared to just talking into my phone. So
the
Isn't that weird?
The cheap $30 gamer headphones sound really good, but I can't hear myself speaking through the little microphone, even if it's turned up all the way. Well, that's only for the volume of the headphones, but the noise canceling one, yeah, it doesn't. I can't hear myself. It's not loud enough.
Wow.
I have to.
Anyway, Russia has a slightly lower GDP than the state of Texas, and the oil place has a higher GDP than the state of Texas. This is kind of what I'm getting at. It just doesn't. Something about this doesn't add up, because you have to imagine Russia's GDP is more than just this single oil field. So even if it was their only source of revenue, it's higher than their total GDP. So I don't know.
Wow.
Something about it seems confusing to me. It'd be like having a business and another business, running two businesses hypothetically, or as many businesses as you like, right? And one of your businesses is bringing in $1 million, but your total gross income, according, when you file your taxes, you state your total gross income is $780,000, and you have, let's say, 100 different businesses you're running, right? You're super Elon Musk. You're running 100 businesses, right? And one of your businesses is bringing in $1 million, but your total revenue, gross revenue, is $780,000. It's kind of like that. It doesn't make sense to me. But that just means either they're lying or I'm ignorant of something. And it's probably the latter. I'm probably just ignorant of something about how that works. Because they wouldn't lie with such an obvious thing that I could find, right? That wasn't necessarily a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I think it is kind of unusual. Like, but I don't know. Like America itself as a corporation, isn't it kind of like that too, with multiple corporations making more than the GDP of the entire country?
Well, the GDP is the cumulative number of the total. It's supposed to be your gross.
All of
and in fact, GDPs are oftentimes inflated with all sorts of other puffy up number stuff. I bet you Napalm would know a bit about this. This is Napalm's arena.
All those numbers have been gerrymandered, just like gerrymandering states, like in the definition of gerrymandering. They moved all the guidelines, all the boundaries.
Special definitions, and so maybe it's excluded from the GDP somehow, some way.
I don't know.
That would answer that.
Like they could just say it's something called extra GDP, so it doesn't count in some circumstances.
I think what the guy that I know, I think what he said is you can offset those sorts of things if you sell directly to other companies or countries or something like that. There's ways to like circumvent. That's what he was referring to, and that's where I kind of, my mind went a little numb because I'm like, I know nothing about this.
Well, here's what I think about all those numbers. All of them are suspects, so I don't trust any of them. Like what? How do you determine which ones you trust? Which set of numbers you trust? Like,
sure, if you read that article, it says, shut up! I don't want the pop up. Leave me alone. 100 million. No, that's where's the day? Where's the day? 2.48 billion cubic meters during the year. I was trying to look at their daily production or monthly. All right, here it is. The capacity of the processing facility is approximately 250,000 barrels of oil and 800 million cubic feet of gas a day.
Yeah, I don't know if people can wrap their heads around 800 million square meters, did you say?
Cubic feet.
800 million cubic feet of gas. Does anybody understand what the size of that cavern holds?
7 gallons 7 gallons per cubic feet. I did
That is huge.
and I'm rounding. So
yeah, there's all kinds of things like that under us, and also aquifers that are larger than the Great Lakes. I mean, the Great Lakes would be tiny if you compared it to the aquifers that are still, even the small one that looks like it shrunk down to almost nothing in the west here underneath all those deserts is a huge, and California is a huge aquifer.
This one place, Sakhalin 1, the Sakhalin 1 Russian project, is 5. I think it said 5.6. 7 times 800. Yeah, 5.6 billion gallons of gasoline a day is what they produce.
5.6 billion gallons a day.
5.6 billion gallons of gasoline each day is what they're able to produce.
Break that down into hour and then minute, and the 5.6 billion. How much is that divided by? What are we talking in a day? So in 24 hours. Let me see. Let me get a calculator up. Hold on 1 second. Where is it? Is that? I just had to reload the whole freaking operating system because for some reason I was
that's
talking
3,888,000. That's 3.8 million per minute.
3.8 million gallons.
64,000
per minute.
64,000 gallons. 64.8 thousand gallons a second.
That's completely like amazing to even consider.
Gallons a second.
Yeah, it's kind of
4 gallons per second.
64,000 gallons a second is what this place.
Okay, that's crazy. Think about that.
Yeah, how does that even happen? That's like
freaking outrageous.
Yeah, it's a good word, outrageous. Holy cow!
What happened to my desktop? Oh, there.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess what's really profoundly absurd is it literally tells you the size of the pipeline is 24-inch diameter. So if you take that into consideration, you have to think you could actually probably. I mean, it's something about that. There's got to be more than just one.
There's probably a catch everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Beware of the catches everywhere.
Well, anyway, that's what they say. You do the math, and it's kind of weird. And then you do the math on how much revenue that would generate. Russia should be like, unless they're selling it at like, a penny a gallon, which maybe they are. Maybe there's a gross misunderstanding about, huh?
I bet there's a catch in the numbers that they portray. There's catches everywhere, every day. I'm sorry.
Is this a song that you're quoting?
Yeah. Yes.
So if they were selling each gallon of gasoline for a penny, for instance, that'd be $648 a second.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah.
Unfathomable. I wouldn't try to count that much in a day. 64. Think about 64,000 gallons in a second. Holy crap! Think how fast that's going by. If it were a stream.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like how fast that would have to move in order to move.
Mm-hmm.
And the pressure to be able to move that, like I don't even know.
Then they cram it into these big, huge, cylindrical looking tanks. Big, huge tanks.
Well, that is the information with this special place north in the northern ocean above Russia, and
tank farms everywhere. They have lots of them around here, but LA, it's so weird riding the train through LA. I mean, I know it's off topic, and I tend to do that, but yeah, that amount of fuel that's underneath us,
It's okay. The oil-filled space. They're saying it's 1,140 kilometers squared. So we're talking about it's a really large area.
Square space. That's freaking huge.
Yeah.
Like, how much bigger is that than the Yellowstone
How they
caldera?
can even store that.
I would like to know
I don't know.
data like that, like how it compares to like the Yellowstone caldera and how the size of that, or some of these underground aquifers that they know about, or even something like the caverns, Carlsbad Caverns in Kentucky, like those things. How large those are in size to get a comparison idea. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
They must have like cities of tanks somewhere to store all of that.
Yeah, they do. Acres and acres and acres, man. I don't know where you're from. Where are you from? Like what general area?
California. I'm in
Oh,
California.
okay. So you know what I'm talking about. You live like in northern, middle, or southern?
I'm like Central Coast.
Okay, that's a great place, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually
Like Santa Barbara area, like Santa Barbara, Ventura, like up in there.
I'm in Santa Barbara County.
Yeah, I know where that is. I love
Yeah,
that
so I'm headed to Canada because that's where my boyfriend is, but I haven't been able to get across the border right now because of
really
stuff. Yeah.
Almost makes me want to break out in Neil Young songs all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's not really like where I want to go exactly, but that's where he's at. So.
Well, if you don't mind freezing your tits off now and then, you get a good wood stove and heat things up there. Between the two of you, you should do fine.
Yeah, I already got a little of that when we tried to cross the border and couldn't cross, and then we were stranded in Montana for like 3 months.
Oh.
So, yeah, I got a little. It was like -10 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit while we were there. So
yeah, it reminds me.
I had the wrong clothes. So.
What did I do with the lighter now? It's funny how objects disappear that you thought were right next to you, isn't it?
Oh no.
I found it. So
where are these tank cities at? So like
what's that?
Where are these tank cities? Like to store that much oil. I mean, you guys are talking about it's so much. Like I don't.
They're huge. They're huge, girlfriend. They are huge. When you drive by them in southern Los Angeles County, going into Orange County and into Orange County.
Oh,
see what I mean? There's acres upon acres and acres. Yeah, they are freaking giant. They're like a whole city to themselves with nothing but these tank farms.
Whoa, really?
They're
Yes,
giant.
I haven't really been past I've been in San Diego, but I don't really I mean, if I do go down there, it's usually to like Oxnard or like around Universal or
all north of LA City.
Wow.
Yeah, they're giant. You can drive by them for 25, 30 minutes, maybe more. And you're driving from LA to San Diego. You're going through Orange County. Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh.
They are everywhere, bro. Yeah, they're all over the place. And I used to live in San Pedro for a short while with my girlfriend before I joined the Navy in the mid 80s. And they have acres upon acres of cars and these big, huge container ships unloading cars. Those acres of cars below I think it's called the MacArthur Bridge. It's filmed in a lot of movies, like Gone in 60 Seconds, but hundreds of other movies were filmed with that bridge. But anyway, so there's acres that goes on for, like, if you're on the ground looking at those cars, it looks like as big as like 4 football stadiums in size as far as the floors.
Posting. I'm posting in the chat. This is Sakhalin 1 that I'm posting in the chat.
Okay, I see it.
I mean, I was kind of joking about tank cities, but you're saying they actually really exist.
Bigger.
Right along the 5 freeway. Right along the 5 freeway, going down south of LA. When like you start getting past like around Long Beach, right around in that area. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Gnarly, dude. It's gnarly, dude.
Wow. Yeah, I was kind of joking, but like, I figured like I can't imagine the storage.
You know what? A lot of them are made around easements for freeways. Like a lot of those places are around big, huge freeways here as well, here in San Diego County.
Just
So
that last image I posted. Bruh.
Look at that. Check.
Wow.
Wow.
So what is that? What is that?
That's it. This is the Sakhalin
drill site.
This is 404 not found. Somebody's probably attacking Russian servers.
Yeah, they're gonna take out the more dead internet. Like it's decaying. It's decaying. The internet is decaying.
But this is the onshore. Where is the Sakhalin?
Do you ever lose control of your Discord screen and it doesn't do like? Oh, is that a shortened screen? Because it looks like I can't scroll. It's supposed to be a wide.
I lose control of my screens when I have my devices high-speed charging. And it gets kind of scary. Like I could post stuff that I don't want to post, like because it starts doing stuff on its own. So I have to unplug to like even touch the screens because.
Yeah. Well, here, let me tell you this little story. It'll only take a couple of minutes about my experience. I've had a flat Earth YouTube channel for 5 years. I'm surprised they keep it up, but it's pushed away in some dark, dusty corner. We won't talk about that right now. But they've allowed me to remain up with my YouTube channel. It gets copyright strikes every now and then for videos that are just mirrored from other sites that get a copyright claim 4 years after I had it up. 4 years later.
Yeah, all it takes is somebody popping into the video.
Wait, what was I talking about? Hold on. But just recently is what I want to talk about is that all of a sudden I was on Discord here talking about how what if they just ended up pulling the plug on the internet. That's all they would have to do. And that next day I couldn't log in on my screen. I couldn't connect to anything. I work on Linux machines and it deleted the entire even when I had it wired in with a Cat6 cable directly into my modem, would not connect to the internet when it had no problem before, and it ended up that I had to reload an entire operating system right alongside of my existing one, which has thousands of flat Earth videos, documents, QE documents, scientific statements, like I have all kinds of information. So from however this happened, it stopped me from using that login with all that information in it, where I was posting links and images and my own stuff and QE stuff in here, citations, all kinds of things. I can't be logged in on that and connect to the internet, and I couldn't figure out how to turn it on and off. When I loaded the new operating system, I can go into command line in a terminal and I can put it in a command line to turn on and off the internet, and I watched it happen that it was indeed turning it on and off. I went back to the original login, tried to turn it on and off, does not work. I'm like stumped. I'm stumped. But isn't that strange? I think that's just really uncanny that all of a sudden stuff like that has happened recently, where all of a sudden my freaking PayPal card stops working. Shit like this. Yeah, there's some strange stuff going on. Like, I don't really care, but it's just bizarre. The timing of it is really odd. I don't know if anybody else has had experience. I just had to interject. Didn't mean to change the subject to how much oil and petroleum and that the Russians are, and probably everyone that drills. Like what I was going to say about that gospel bearer is I think that it's a renewable energy source that just keeps reproducing itself all the time. That stuff just comes out of the ground. It always has. It always will. It's nothing.
Yes. However, I have learned. So this is the experience. There's such a thing as gallon per minute production of a well, like a water well,
Yeah.
right? And the same thing exists with these oil reservoirs. So when they're pumping for oil, they'll be able to get, let's say, 1,000 gallons, or 2,000 gallons a day from whatever the rate is, right? It starts that way. And they're able to do that for a certain period of time. But over time, months and years, the rate goes down until it's so low it's not even worth working on it.
True.
And what I've been told is the only way to get one going again is for it to be revitalized. They have to do something to it in order for it. So fracking is one of the ways that they do that. But
re-drilling, they can.
Yeah. So anyway, I agree with you. I think that's more than likely mostly the case, but there does seem to be limits. And the question I'm curious of is, what are those true limits? Because there seems to be so much oil in the world that there's a lot of this that seems really absurd.
Like for instance, like in Saudi Arabia, underneath that, wherever that pocket is, that may be so large that whatever they're saying is how large it is could be the tip of the iceberg. Because they literally cannot go down that far to find out really how large it is. They don't know any deeper than a certain point. They have no idea.
Supposedly, isn't it Venezuela that has the largest oil reserves in the world, allegedly? But then I also, think it stands to reason that America probably has the largest oil reserves ever. They just don't want anybody to know about it. It could be Canada. Maybe Canada has the largest oil reserve. I don't know.
It'd be hard to say, I think,
unless you go looking everywhere. And as deep as they dig, now they dig, 4 miles. 2, 3, and 4 miles on most of these, and obviously even deeper on some of these ocean-based ones.
Well, like there's this one dude, this Glober, that Dutchincy. He's somewhere in the
Dutch sense.
Yeah, and so I like what he does. He is a Glober. He portrays everything as a globe. I wish he'd get on board with the flat Earth, but he's showing these drill sites and from all over the country. And for instance, I live in California, so he's showing these drill sites off in California here, off like in the mountains before the deserts, and there's lots of areas like that, with thousands of drill sites, and some of them are reporting temperatures that are over combustion of regular materials.
Yeah.
On the surface.
I'm gonna pause you just real quick.
Temperatures and stuff.
Open heart, open book. My goodness, the moment I say their name, they bust out. They came in here flashing their deafen signal, and
who did?
Open heart, open book. They left. I said open, and they left.
I didn't notice. Interesting. Yeah.
Loser.
Funny how people will just scurry away like that. That doesn't seem like a logical way to be in a live stream. What purpose does that serve?
Unless it's somebody that is running away from me.
Yeah. To be here, but then not to be here.
There's only one person that's trying to run away from me on the regular.
Interesting.
It's the thrill of engagement, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe it's too exciting for some. Hey, Solar, how's it going? Long time. I haven't talked with you in quite a while. Are you there?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Hey, good to see you in here. very well, doing good. Now I had some rough time for a couple of months. I had health problems. I'll just say that. I'm doing much better now.
Sorry
How's
to
the
hear it.
weather? How's the weather in your area? Hot.
It's still winter here in the south.
So raining.
No, we stay quite at high elevation, so it's quite. It's just bitterly cold, sort of getting to like
okay.
couple of degrees below zero, but it's not snow, but it's like bone chilling cold.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. You're talking about Celsius, aren't you?
Yeah, so that's below 32 degrees. Yeah, so that's around freezing.
I have to laugh. And listen, what's so fascinating about temperature is how relative it is. Live in central Florida for 30 years and then confront 28 degrees Fahrenheit or -2 or -3 Celsius and you're like, oh my gosh, I think I might die. But live in a place like North Dakota where the high temperature for the day is negative
in the
12 Celsius, right? Or negative 21 Celsius. That's the high temperature for the day, right?
Then like 10 below Fahrenheit, right?
No, like I'm talking about like negative 15, negative 20 Fahrenheit.
Are you saying that's the high? The negative is the high.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's like
the coldest weather. Yeah.
And hold on, he hasn't even mentioned what the low is with the wind chill.
I know. What's that low?
So I was last winter. I was bundled so good. I'll show you a picture. I sounded like Trump there for it. Is so good. So good. I was bundled so good, but I was in the wind chills. It was like -70 or something Fahrenheit.
Oh shoot!
Which is like I think -50 something Celsius. But that's just wind chill. It was in the -40s Fahrenheit. -48 is parity. If I'm not mistaken, -48 Fahrenheit is -48 Celsius. Correct
now, listen,
me if I'm wrong.
I was in Washington. I know it doesn't compare, but we had a blizzard, and at the beginning of the blizzard, we had snow about 3 feet of it, or more, 3 or 4 feet of it, and the temperatures got probably to about 10 below. Then after that, we had about a 15-day stretch of ice on the streets, and the temperatures, the highs for about that whole 15 days, didn't get above the teens. The whole
Are we talking
time.
DC or state?
So
Washington State in the Northwest.
Bro,
Yeah.
'cause you got the Western board exposed.
Yeah.
There's my pick. I put my pick in the chat.
Let me see gospel.
That was me. I was out there for 2.5 hours shoveling like a madman.
Wow, look at that.
Eyes exposed.
Yeah, bro. This was before I got my snow goggles.
That's a one-piece suit. You have to have one like that, huh?
Oh yeah, man, my snowsuit. But I had wool, and I had 2 or 3. You don't want to wear too much because you'll actually overheat yourself.
Yeah.
So
and
basically, no skin exposed except for my eyeballs. I did experience burning for 2 days around my exposed skin. But it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, it's never been that cold here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's ask a question. What is your? Do you guys have long johns? Do you wear long johns?
Bro, I tell you what. When we moved here,
I know you wear long johns based on that picture you just posted up, man.
California.
No, not
I used to own a pair, but I don't even own a pair anymore.
Our friend in the temperate climate. Sorry, I missed the name.
Flat Earth Solar is the guy.
Oh, solar, yeah, flat solar. What's do you have long johns like thermal underwear, or do you strictly have just like hoodies and jeans and stuff?
Yeah, we're very underprepared this side. We have long johns, and you can get thermals, but you can literally only wear them for 2 or 3 weeks of the whole year. Otherwise, you overheat.
Yeah.
When we get cold here, it's like maybe -8 Celsius.
Right.
But that's our minimum, and then it goes back up to 24 degrees or 28 degrees in the day Celsius. So it's momentary, but it's during the night when it like really the temperature drops and the
Right.
pools freeze a little bit on the top. But we can swim basically throughout our winter, depending on how tolerant you are to cold, because in the day the sun still gets warm, you know. A mild day is in the teens, like somewhere between 12 degrees Celsius and maybe 18 degrees Celsius. That's like a mild winter day for us.
So like Toronto will do -20 with the wind chill as an example in winter, like January. So you're cleaning off 12 inches of snow off your car with the wind blowing -20, and then you're starting it up. And that's just Ontario. We haven't even talked about Winnipeg yet. Winnipeg's like average 10 degrees Celsius worse than Ontario. I think about that. Where's Flatman? Is he here?
It's 25 Celsius here right now, and where I'm in San Diego, that's 78 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's only 1 o'clock. It'll probably get warmer.
But not right
It's
now.
going to be about 80 something.
Yeah, like you said, it's relative, you know. For us having a baby in winter, we get like fearful. How's the baby going to deal with the cold? And then I think exactly of like what you guys have just described. How would you even think that having a child in your winter is like feasible? You know, like what you'd have to do to keep that child warm. It could never evolve naturally. It could never just.
Exactly. Well, listen, growing up in Missouri, I used to go to school in 10 below. It was all snowy. Like I would be all bundled up and walk to school. It was about a half a mile, maybe a little more. 10 below zero.
So New Year's Eve of this last winter, the high was -22 Fahrenheit and the low was -30 Fahrenheit. That was, I think, one of the coldest. Pretty much one of the coldest days we had. That's the coldest high that we had was -22 Fahrenheit.
And that's surprisingly actually when you guys are closest to the sun. Your northern hemisphere winter is when the Earth is at its closest point on its orbit.
Sure. Whatever.
Supposedly, right?
That's a -30 Celsius for the conversion. Was our high. -34 was our low that day. That's just not factoring in wind chill. You know, when you can just put 30-mile or 40-mile winds on that, and it can get to -100 with the wind chill factored in. It's amazing how fast those numbers can go down when you add wind. It's quite remarkable. Yeah. What is going on?
Oh, so I wanted to tell you, Gospel Bearer, about the kefir. Oh my gosh, that's the best stuff ever.
You got it working? Good at 16-hour ferment and.
Yeah, exactly. So I found that because if I put it in the evening, the temperature is too cool, so I have to let it stay till the next evening. Then it's perfect. Or I can put it in the fridge for a little while, and it works pretty well. It just takes a little bit longer, but that's fine. And you know what? It's delicious.
Yeah. So some people like it plain. I'm not usually one of them. I really, really love, and you might not have this spice on hand. It's a peculiar spice. But I really love to put powdered, like a quarter teaspoon of cardamom powder.
Oh, cardamom. Okay, gotcha.
It's extremely refreshing. You don't have to add, like some people add sugar to their kefir and stuff, and then you're starting to turn it into something that might not be healthy if you do too much of that.
I know, that's true.
Cardamom is an incredible spice to add. You can do nutmeg. Nutmeg's an excellent spice.
I love cinnamon. I could probably do cinnamon too, and that would probably work. Cinnamon's great. I noticed this gross cinnamon coagulates on my coffee at the bottom, so that's kind of gross. But I like to taste the cinnamon. I probably am putting too much. But I put some apricot preserves. What was it? Pineapple apricot preserves. Just about a tablespoon in a big glass, with it. And that was delicious. I mean, it had
so
a little sugar in it, but
any flavoring, anything you ever do, just make sure you're always keeping the grains pure with milk only. Yeah. So you can do whatever you want to the kefir after you separate the grains, and but yeah. Anyway.
So how much do you make? How much kefir do you make? Because there's only 2 of us here right now. I mean, until I get up north, and then there'll be 4, and I could make more. I want to try making kefir because I know our kefir, at the stores, is pasteurized and it kills.
Yeah. Well, the milk I get is pasteurized also, but still, you still have the fat in there, and that's the idea, is to convert the fat over. So I use the best organic milk.
Kefir is supposed to be the most number of bacteria you can get, I think, is in homemade kefir.
Usually around 13 strains, but can be as many as 20-something strains of different bacteria in kefir.
So it seems like, do those grains keep growing? Because it seems like there's more of them than started. Now I have more, and so I produce about 16 ounces every single time, and I can do that every single day. As long as my milk doesn't run out.
Exactly. That's why you need to use a smaller container, and you need to only make as much as you're going to be consuming.
Yes.
So it can get carried away, and then you get overwhelmed really fast.
That's what I'm wondering, because you have to keep turning it over. So for 2, because I heard even a couple tablespoons of homemade kefir is tons of bacteria.
Really so
if you want to take it as a drink, it doesn't. It's great. You can do that. I stick to somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 4 ounces on a daily basis, or less. So in that case, you'd be making 8 ounces for 2 people. You just do exactly 8 ounces of milk each day. And what you have to do if it's thickening up too fast and starting to separate is you reduce the number of grains.
Or increase,
and you put the extra grains in a kefir hotel, just like you would put it in a kombucha hotel, is what they call it.
Well, what does it do? Does it help you digest?
What is?
Yeah. It helps your gut flora and all that.
What is the hotel part? Wait, what is the hotel part before you move on?
So, in the concept of ferments, like in regards to kombucha or kefir, a hotel is basically you put it in its raw food material, which kombucha would be sugar water, and kefir would be milk, and you stick it direct. You don't let it ferment at all. You stick it directly in the fridge.
Yeah,
and then you have to replace the milk no greater than every month. So you don't let it sit in the you have to feed it at least every month. So
a month from now.
No, perfect.
So kefir.
kefir is a method that you could literally preserve milk for many months.
Bro, isn't it just making yogurt though?
Basically, yes.
How do they create the grains in the first place? Those grains.
That is similar in some ways to the way that yeast is naturally occurring in the wheat, but not necessarily. You can't just let milk sit out. First of all, it's pasteurized.
Right.
But if you have raw milk directly from the cow, you let it sit out, it will clabber, and you'll get natural buttermilk that way, and you'll get natural sour cream.
Mm-hmm.
But in regards to kefir, allegedly they are handed down strains. So they have found frozen kefir grains in the Ural Mountains and stuff that supposedly are who knows how old.
Wow!
And they've regenerated them or revitalized them, I guess is the right word.
Now think about that. So you sent those to me, and now I have a colony growing here, and that's going to keep on producing.
Absolutely,
more
bro.
grains. I can give it away to someone else, and they can continue to do that as well.
The same shit goes with vinegars too, bro. Like there are colonies of vinegars that you could pass on.
Yeah, sourdough, friendship bread, so on and so on.
Yeah.
The kefir thing's pretty cool. The trick is being able to afford milk, which is really expensive, and making sure you're not making too much because you'll get worn out. Now, when you start getting worn out of drinking it, obviously you can reduce your production. But what I started to do is I started to incorporate it in a bread recipe, and it makes the best bread I've ever had. It's like I'm making. It's like I stole the recipe from Hawaiian rolls. Something about using that kefir as one. I basically do a 1-to-4 ratio for water. So 1-4 or 25% of my liquid in my bread recipe is kefir.
You can pretty much use it in any recipe that calls for yogurt, right? It basically is yogurt.
Or sour cream, yeah, pretty much.
Have you ever made actually the kefir water? Because one of my friends was
once you do that, you can't ever go back though with the grains.
What do you mean?
So once you do that, what you're doing is you're turning, let's say it's 13 strains. So those strains, their food is lactose. Once you convert it to sucrose fructose, you are killing off a certain number of that 13. I don't know what that number is, but inevitably a number of the strains will die, and whatever ones are able to proliferate with sucrose and fructose, glucose, fructose, whatever what the different ones are, whether or not you're using sugar or honey, but you're not going to be able to thrive all of the same strains on a different sugar because kefir is specially tuned to lactose, which is milk sugar. Kombucha would be the better way to go. I did do kefir water, so I have done that. I made some with and made my own apple soda, and it's really not. I'd rather go with kombucha. It's just more pleasant in taste and stuff. The kefir water I was not a big fan of personally, but yeah, I've done that before too.
Yeah, my daughter and I are we both really love kombucha. And then I had a friend who was, explaining about the kefir, and then I was reading some articles about like how crazy of an amount of unpasteurized kefir, like homemade, like how much stuff is actually in it. You just can't even get it anywhere else like that.
So
and then my friend's son likes only the kefir water, but see, I didn't know about that. Actually makes sense that some of the strains wouldn't survive. I hadn't thought about it.
So, those fancy, expensive $50, $80 probiotics you buy at the grocery store that say 100,000 units or 1,000,000 units of bacteria, whatever, in each capsule.
Yeah, and they're so limited on the strains.
Yep. Well, it so happens there's over 1 trillion in a teaspoon of homemade sauerkraut.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing is like
Wow.
we've forgotten like because we got refrigerators, right? We've forgotten the other ways of preserving food, which are actually so much better for us.
Yeah, for real. No, it's true. I mean, we've
And that's
gotten
fermentation, right? That's what he's talking about. It's fermentation.
I just
Yeah,
drank about 8 ounces of my own kefir, just plain, and it's actually by itself, it's delicious.
Mm-hmm.
I like it just by itself.
And it's
I've never
fucking
had-
good as fuck for you, bro. Look, it's crazy shit. None of this stuff costs money, but it's like,
well, milk's pretty expensive these days. But
but
you're converting.
Milk. You can use off milk to do this.
You can. That's true. But if you, it's nice if you have a hookup.
Wait, what's off milk? What's off milk?
Sour milk.
Oh, I think I swallowed a kefir grain. Nothing's going to happen, right?
No, it won't hurt you. In fact, many people, because they keep on growing and proliferating and more and more and more, many people will just go ahead and eat them. It's not a big, I've eaten them. It is actually a little bit more potent though. And what I mean by that is it's similar to taking a high strength probiotic in that you'll know in about 6 hours, oh, that did its job.
You mean you're gonna be in the toilet in 6 hours?
Not for 6 hours. I said in 6 hours.
In 6 hours, you're gonna be on that toilet.
It might not take 6. It might only take 2.
Yeah, but it's a cleanse, right? It's good.
No, probiotics. Yeah, they help break stuff down. Now there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. But that most of the time, in regards to gut bacteria, in my understanding, I shouldn't have to have a preface or disclaimer here, but I am no doctor. But in my understanding, as far as gut flora goes, the environment is more important than what goes in. So you could have all sorts of different bacteria go into your gut. That's way less important as to the environment you're providing your gut. So all the other stuff that you're eating. So if you basically, long story short, if you're eating healthy stuff, the bacteria that you eat are going to break down the good stuff and do your body well. But if you're eating a bunch of garbage, you're going to potentially have a bacterial overgrowth because you're providing a overripe opportunity for certain bacteria to go crazy. But if you're eating balanced and healthy food, then the bacteria is not going to be a problem. In some cases, it is if you're eating unhealthy. Is my point.
Yeah, and the diversification of the food actually really increases the strains and numbers of different
that are able to
bacteria.
maintain.
Yeah, 100%.
So, and I'm not the best at that. I mean, I eat probably 60% healthy and 40% iffy-ish, but, the diversification is the problem because I don't really enjoy cooking, so I don't eat as wide of a variety. But people who experiment and they get this vegetable this week and they buy these vegetables a different week and the next week they buy, these vegetables. When you actually diversify your diet, you increase the number of strains. And they do different things, and they've even found that thin people have completely different gut profiles of bacteria inside than people who aren't. So there's a lot of different things to it, and also our gut makes more neurotransmitters.
But here's the problem: is that like being thin isn't necessarily healthy.
No, I wasn't saying that. I'm just talking about the varieties and the diversification that people with different problems have different profiles, of gut bacteria because of however they're eating and how they are or not diversifying it, or however much, like he said, junk food you're eating that actually kills your bacteria. There's so many things, but I feel like the key to our health really is our gut bacteria, but there's a lot of complicated facts to figuring it all out.
Yeah, you're right.
And then when they steal your appendix, you got to figure things out all over again.
Do you think it really plays a havoc on your system when your appendix is taken out?
I am without appendix for 1 year and 1 month, and I think that it has changed some things for me, but it seems to be counterbalanced by regular consumption of probiotics. Yeah, allegedly, it's an organ that can serve as a reservoir of gut bacteria, but I'm suspicious that it may play more of a role of maintenance than for emergencies, as they seem to indicate when they describe what the appendix does.
Huh.
You just put it out like it's nothing. It's fucking annoying, right?
No, it was what did they call it? Mild. I guess I had a mild appendicitis. I also had a separate medical emergency, and while they had me, they took that too, to be on the safe side.
Well, I think that, even without your appendix, it seems like you're a very healthy motherfucker.
I stay pretty healthy. I always have. My medical emergency was slightly unrelated to healthiness, because it was beyond my...
What did you do? Did you eat some fucking Cheerios?
No. It was a birth defect, a diverticula that was overgrown over the course of 36 years of life, and it started to wrap around my intestines. So they had to remove it so that I didn't die. And then, of course, they took my appendix too, just to be on the safe side, like I said. And then they did the biopsy and found out that it was actually under the status of mild appendicitis.
If it was just like a safe side thing, why did you let them take your appendix?
He said it was best practice, intuition. So the doctor I had, the surgeon I had actually is retiring. He just this month he's done. He had been a surgeon for 30-something years. He's been around the block, and or whatever the saying is, and whatever. I didn't get a say in it. I probably would have been like, "Is there any other way? Does it have to be?" But there would be the high chance that they'd have to reopen me had they not done that, especially seeing as how after the fact they discovered that it was a mild appendicitis, which he believed after retrospect told him that it might have been the trigger that caused the small bowel obstruction, as it's known. So no, it had nothing to do with what I was eating. It had to do with just a fluke.
Well, he sounds like you got yogurt's down and shit like that, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm not concerned.
I need to get some of that kefir. Just interjecting.
Yeah. I paid it forward onto Sunny, and I think it cost about $11 to. So it's the VHS. If you know what that thing is, a VHS tape. It's a box with the USPS about the size of a VHS tape. And what I did is I triple bag it, or did I think I triple bagged it, Sonny. I put I think a double in a small like quart Ziploc bag, and then another quart, and then I put that inside of a 2-gallon.
Yeah, you triple, at least it was either triple or quadruple. And now here's the thing. My son, he had his gallbladder taken out, and he's all kind of that depressed. He can't gain weight. He's always had stomach problems for a very long time. I mean, there's other certain things going on, but now I'm going to send him some of those, and he can start his own. I'm telling him about how well I do.
It's not a cure-all. It's not a cure-all. It's just a benefit to overall health.
Like what he's trying to say is maybe this guy does need to eat some homemade yogurts.
Stuff like that, yeah. And even,
honestly,
like I want to know about the kombucha. How, you just do black tea and then put sugar water and put it out? Is that how you do that?
Yeah. I actually did an entire series.
Does it need yeast?
No, the kombucha is the yeast. So SCOBY stands for SCOBY is what it's referred to as, symbiotic colony of bacterial yeast. So kombucha already is a yeast. I started mine off with a kit, and it's extremely easy, but again, you have to manage your quantity because you'll wear yourself out.
Do you have like a mother, like a
Yep, that's the SCOBY.
Yeah, so could you do that with an existing kombucha and start it that way?
Here's a GIF.
Okay.
Can you do that with? Yes. Can you buy a bottle of kombucha at the grocery store and make it? Yes, if you want as organic and good as it gets, and you want it to be as unflavored as possible.
I see. I gotcha. So unflavored as possible, but now it would go into more sugar water, right? A tea sugar water mixture.
Correct. Now the tea provides certain micronutrients for the SCOBY, allegedly. And the reason that this
does. I thought the sugar is.
I
thought it was the sugar that provides the food for the.
Might take my chances.
I did have more that I could answer on that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. The reason that they speculate that the tea provides micronutrients is because when you do kombucha in plain sugar water, it doesn't proliferate in the same way. It seems to be influenced by the tea that you use. Now, yes, you want to use plain tea and not flavored tea like Earl Grey or whatever, because certain flavorings and oils will also disrupt its and potentially kill it.
So, what about the most the most purest tea I can get? Like, should it be a black tea?
I just like organic English breakfast or Irish breakfast tea.
Oh, so just very simple, just plain tea, like a Lipton's, but Earl Grey.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
What he's saying is like no flavors, no fucking Lipton lemon,
just plain black tea. Yeah.
Organic if possible.
You could use other black teas. Could you use other black teas like jasmine?
You probably want to try to use organic tea. That way there's
organic. Could you use organic jasmine tea or organic chai?
So, no to the chai, but yes to the jasmine. Chai isn't really anything except black tea with spices. Yeah, so you can do that after on your second ferment, but on your SCOBY, this has been the fermentation hour with 24/7 fermentation Discord.
It's useful.
I know this is very important shit, bro.
Anyway,
You're gonna,
stuff that
you are
so
with
I
this
need to hear it.
conversation, my man. People are gonna be
It's the
taking
bomb.
shits a lot better in the future.
It's so much better for you too. Let me tell you.
I'll send you the link. I did
You'll
a whole
feel great.
I've been drinking
Patreon.
kefir, like buying it, so I've been wanting to try to make it homemade. So for me, this is
Oh
actually
man, I'm
like you're
so
really
enjoying the
educating me
kefir.
right now.
What's that? I'm sorry, Jackie.
I said I'm really getting a good education right now because I found that it's the only thing that I've bought that has helped me fix my stomach. Like, and I've been buying
Yeah,
it.
exactly. And like I've had stomach problems my entire life. I was a colic
Too.
baby. Apparently, I couldn't drink milk. I couldn't drink formula. They had a really difficult time with me. I guess I couldn't drink my mother's breast milk, which is probably a good thing because of the Pall Malls and the martinis at lunchtime probably wouldn't help me. So maybe that's a good thing. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I miss my mother's breast. I'm only kidding.
We
I was
all
taken away
do,
from my
bro. I
mom,
mean,
so I never got it.
we
So
all of us, man, love a little bit of titty. You know,
Right.
nothing wrong with that.
I was
Normal
taken away from my
instinct.
mom, so I never got any of that. So I've always had digestive issues my entire life, and I just thought
Yeah.
it was just the way I was. And I had a
Right.
high blood pressure. I've had conditions, all of these things that I was able to cure myself of once I left work and went down the rabbit hole, curing yourself naturally. And
Yeah.
as those things went into the background, the stomach issue stepped more forward. Like it
Yeah.
almost got
Yeah.
worse as the other things got better.
You know what? You know what? My stomach was fine until I started talking to you, and now all of a sudden I feel like I got stomach problems.
Oh no!
So Flatty, good to see you on here, Flatty. Guess what? Here we go. Here's
Maybe
the
you're an empath.
See,
Hey,
that's
Sandy.
the mind over the matter.
Here's a picture of the Stratocaster. I'll send you a DM. Also, I'll put.
Oh yeah, send it to me, dude.
Hold on, I'm going to start this because I made a commitment to myself, and to have my best instrument be sitting here with no strings, waiting for me to work on it for 3 months. That's not. Anyway, okay. So here's the first pick of the.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to make some kefir and kombucha. We have a kombucha bar here, which is really interesting because they have the really big containers and you can see it like sitting there, and it's kind of cool. But we love kombucha, but I mean, it's like $5 or $6 or $7 for like 2 of them. So it's a lot, I think. And
You know what? The sad thing is, it doesn't take a lot of money to make it. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You can buy a pound. You can buy a pound of organic black tea for about $15, and a pound will last you a very long time. For instance,
You know what's so crazy? I totally I know a lot about this stuff because we've been in it, but I totally did not know kombucha had tea in it for some reason.
Neither did I. I'm just learning it right now.
I know. I'm like, what? Because they never mentioned that at the kombucha bar, so I'm shocked.
I've actually never drank it because I didn't know what was in it. And
I've drank a lot.
I've never even tried it. I don't know why, but I've never been called to try it, I guess. And once I found the kefir, I just stopped looking for other stuff, and so maybe I need to try it now. And I love tea. Like I absolutely love tea. I have like 1,000 different teas in my.
It doesn't taste like tea though at all. That's why I'm shocked.
so
What
then
does it
there's
taste like?
well, so then there's not just kombucha. There's also Jun, JUN, which is green tea with honey instead of black tea with sugar, and that's another way of making kombucha. You use the exact same SCOBY,
Gave me
but
a great idea.
you use green tea and honey instead of black tea and sugar, and
Oh.
It's really yummy too. Now check this out.
I was just about to I'm going to go ride my bike far away to the organic food co-op and buy some organic honey. And I would just get some tea while I'm there too.
Bro, organic honey with fucking some really good yogurt.
Yeah.
And some fucking berries up in that shit. That's the bomb right there, bro.
Oh, yeah.
So check this out. This is another flavor / life hack for ex drinkers. Those that like the good craft beer type stuff, but they're like, I don't want to have beer anymore. I X that out of my life, sort of thing. If that's your story, then you can brew your kombucha with hops, and oh my goodness, if you love hops, like not everybody likes the IPA hoppy flavor. It's not everybody's quote unquote cup of tea, pun intended. But I tell you what, like that video I posted in the chat is a blackberry and hops combo, and oh my gosh, it was really really good. But
you got a substitute for wine?
Hey, I'm gonna do all of that. Actually, I'm gonna make. I have a still too. This quince tree is starting to already produce fruit. I'm gonna do my first mash, like make a quince liquor.
I made marmalade from quinces once upon a time.
That's really good. That's another thing.
I think that if you're gonna want to get into it, start slow. I mean, you can start with yogurts. You can brew your own yogurts.
Wait a second.
I like the idea of beer also, so I'm glad I'll be able to do all of those things. I have a pot big enough, and so I'm going to experiment with all those different things. I've heard beer, like 4 ounces of beer, I hear has more good bacteria in it for your gut than almost anything else.
That wouldn't be true.
Probably sauerkraut.
Budweiser and stuff like that. That wouldn't be true. It wasn't quinces that I made marmalade from. What's the tiny tiny little orange things that you can eat the peeling of? I'm forgetting their names. Kumquat. That's what I made a marmalade of once upon a time.
Yeah, that's probably really good. Quince naturally has pectin. Quince naturally has pectin in it. And speaking of quince, I have hundreds and hundreds of seeds. I have a big, large bowl full of quince seeds from last year, and I'll be glad to send you some of those quince seeds. Now, I hear they're not your ordinary thing. They're for like boutique gardeners because you have to freeze these seeds, and you live in the perfect place. Because you have freezing temperatures. It needs to freeze, and then they'll start sprouting. And I would like to see, I'll send you some of those. So it'll probably be, I won't be able to for another 2 weeks before I get some more money in my account. And I'm going to send those kefir grains to my son in Arizona, and I'll send you out those seeds. Cool. Oh, shoot. I think I still have your address. I threw away the label. My bad. Anyway, I think we have those.
Apparently, quinces can be made into a marmalade, though. I'm seeing somebody mentioning here.
And the thing with marmalades and jams is you kind of lose a lot of the benefits of the product itself because it's basically being preserved in sugars.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's nowhere close to the amount of benefits you get from that same product if you let it ferment.
I have my doubts on that claim.
Oh no, you could look it up.
I know. I had made videos for my Patreon, and now I can't even find. I can't find those videos. I have so many videos in my YouTube.
How many videos do you have on your YouTube?
Hundreds.
Damn, so you like a pro?
No, I'm just a dude. My Patreon, I guess. Maybe I deleted it. That'd be weird.
see Wiz is here. I think that's the only other cunt I know in this room.
See, Flatty, there's me with the drill.
Black and Decker. Dude, I tell you what, I was at the store the other day and I saw this entire aisle of red, and I'm like, how much of a poser could you possibly be, Black and Decker? Everything looked identical.
I know.
To Milwaukee.
It's crazy why they'll do that, right? To have a brand.
But I don't know. Like, I happened to get this drill. Like, the timing was strange. Like, everything in my life is strange. But anyway, it's a 20 volt and it's a compact little drill, and it's the most powerful drill I've ever owned. And it's like been super duper reliable, and it's.
Does it do the whole? Does it do the pump action?
No,
like hammer action?
I can put it on my pickup on my electric guitar, and it amplifies a. Isn't that amazing?
It's pretty cool, bro. Pretty cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for later when I will do a performance of said drill and humbucker pickup.
Damn, is that gonna be like a section?
I can do it with this one. It even has no strings on it. Hold on. How could I do that? Hold on, Matt. This is a trip.
Wait, you're gonna give us a show right now?
What?
Are you gonna give us a show? He's gonna give us a show.
Yeah, partly, yes. But
oh, we're so fucking lucky, aren't we?
This is the pre-show to the guitar disassembly, and I'll show you can still play the guitar with another electronic device, even with no strings on it. Let me see. Maybe should I put some delay on it, or maybe some wah-wah pedal? Oh, that ought to be interesting.
Please do a couple of wah-wahs. Otherwise, it'll be pointless.
I only have one, and I don't have any strings.
All right, one wah-wah is fine.
Let's see if that'll work. Probably, if the battery's good. Still, we'll see. Let's put this over here. Let's see, maybe a delay pedal. Ooh, that would be the bomb.
You know what? If you had some of that kombucha, it won't take you this long.
You're probably right. I know. Yeah, you're probably right.
Kombucha power.
Yeah. Let's see.
I need to go get a kombucha. I haven't had one in like a week.
I know, I'm kind of craving it now for some.
I know, I'm craving it too. I love the Trinity flavor one, or whatever it is.
Yeah, the one that they call Unity. I hate the name, but the Unity
really
one
love
is really
that.
good. Yeah.
I think it's but the flavor is like Trinity, isn't it? I really
That's
like
one of them. That's one.
Yeah,
of them.
I love that one in particular.
The Coca-Cola of kombucha is a company named Bucci, B-U-C-H-I. They're out of Asheville, North Carolina, and they literally are the Coca-Cola of kombucha. Not in bad ingredients, but in regards to their exotic and extreme flavors. They really know what they're doing. It's incredible. Try. If you ever get a chance to see BUCHI out of Asheville, it's all over.
Is it just
America,
me though?
but-
Like every time I drink kombucha, right, I go to poop right afterwards. Is that just me, or is that a thing?
It depends. Bacteria affect everybody a little differently. It depends on your gut health.
Okay, this is going to be a short little sound clip here. So I'm just busy.
I mean, no matter how short the sound clip is, it better be fucking good because you spent a lot of time setting this up.
I know, and just a few more minutes for the vacuum tubes to warm up as well. 1 second. Hold on. I need
You could just tell us what the point is.
Well, you have to hear it, so I have to touch the metal to the pickup for a second. Let's make sure we're talking here. Let's see. A little distortion, maybe. Hold on.
Oh, man.
Did you hear that? Hold on a second. Here's the wah-wah. Wait a second. Okay, hold on.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
That's a guitar with no strings on it.
Oh my gosh, if you guys saw my cat right now that just walked by and how she was looking at this.
Yeah, I bet.
You pissed that cat off, bro.
Oh man.
That
She
cat,
stopped in her tracks. It was
that cat
looking
probably
up.
went, what from hell
listen to
is
this.
that?
Here's the treble pickup.
Napalm, exactly my thoughts.
Here's the
My mouth is literally still numb.
Here's
Yeah,
the
I can
middle.
tell.
Here's the middle pickup.
Bro, that's how they did movies in the 1970s. This sounds like a 1970s action TV show.
Yeah, the echo going out. Fucking hell. Sounds like you're fucking revving up a UFO up in your fucking kitchen, man.
You hear the wah-wah? You hear the wah-wah pedal?
We hear it, bro. We hear it.
Here's the.
You could get a job as a Foley guy.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you the secrets of the universe.
Who did that bass thing?
First of all, the earth is flat.
Oh, that's Justin.
Oh. No.
It's not flat, is it?
Yep, it is.
You know this by now, Branch.
Coming in for a landing, 5 meters.
I know you're gonna dig this.
You know what, man. You know what?
I
it
think
was
we're
funny.
gonna
It was
try.
funny for a second, and that was done.
That's over. Told you it was short.
So Branch, is it really a globe? Is it really a globe?
Yeah, it's a globe, motherfucker.
Now, what did you think?
You crazy?
Is flat. The Earth is flat.
Listen,
Matthew.
I don't mind the whole kombucha talk, but if we're gonna get into the whole flat Earth thing, like
that's always the thing, Branch.
I know, but I don't really.
We detour from time to time, but
I don't
we're
really
not
like
staying,
to fucking debate.
We're not staying on a topic that you enjoy in order to accommodate your emotions.
So I sometimes I came in this room just to chill the fuck out a little bit. Yeah.
Well, fine. You got your opportunity.
I'm the type of cunt that I argue with globe earthers, even though I'm a glober. Right. I enjoy making globe earthers sound like shit. Because half the time they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, more than half. More than half.
Well,
but I'm never going to be a flat earther. I just enjoy fucking with them.
So today we're putting out a branch for Branch, Peace Branch.
We'll extend you an olive branch.
An olive branch for peace. That's right. There you are, Branch. Here's your branch.
Thank you.
So what do the globe earthers get wrong?
Everything.
Most of the time. when you say they don't know what they're talking about?
I mean, I think the biggest thing people get wrong is what the meaning of life is. You know, I think that they talk about indoctrination, or you guys talk about indoctrination and shit. But I think the biggest indoctrination is our way of life that we think is the way we should be living. And
is that an objectively determined thing?
No, it's not.
Okay,
it's purely my consensus.
Yeah. So for the purposes of the conversation here,
did it sound like this is some shit that's justified with NASA and shit? No. I'm just saying that the way I see it is, sometimes people have forgotten what it means to be human, and
people also forget it. What water is doing in the nature. People forget it.
That's true. People forget that water seeks its level. What a novel idea.
Because other people said that it's curving, but people forget it. What is water doing itself? Branch.
Yeah, man. The thing is with me is that I'm way too stupid to understand how water works.
Look at this. How you will measure, for example, elevation in one island?
I mean, every time I look at water, I get confused. Is it
why can we?
Is it flat? Is it curved? I don't know.
Brent, did you know we could see the Southern Cross from as far as 23 degrees north?
Damn,
that's impossible.
Hey, where's it? That's a cool ass story, bro.
Oh yeah, 23 degrees north, you can see the Southern Cross. How's that work?
I don't know.
It doesn't work, Brent. It doesn't work. The Earth should be blocking it.
Probably.
That's weird, huh?
It's really weird. But again, with it, like, I'm not the type of glober that would argue with you and go into well, it's refraction. That's not what I do, my man.
So hold on. We have a glober here.
Winston, have you ever heard me go into fucking
hold on, Branch. Hold on. Who was talking?
We have a glober here.
Oh, luminiferous.
Winston's a glober.
No, I'm not a glober. Who's a glober though?
Yeah, you just look at the tags. Well, anyway, yeah, Branch is a glober.
The globers. I just have two questions. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, if the Earth's a globe, how do we see the Southern Cross from 23 degrees north? And if the Earth's a globe, why do we see Polaris from way below the equator?
23.
If the Earth's a globe, why are the sun rays parallel from the sun into the Earth?
True, man. Why aren't they parallel? I don't know.
No, why are they parallel?
That's crazy, isn't it?
Parallel. They are parallel. Exactly.
Even the globe model will say that they're not exactly parallel.
Okay. Listen, man.
Well, they are technically exactly parallel to the naked eye.
I'll tell you guys one thing, man. If you're looking to find a glober to fuck with, you're looking the wrong person, because I really don't give a fuck.
No, and also, why is it that we can only see one side of the moon, and that the moon is transparent? You could actually see through the moon.
Yeah. Okay. One at a time. Hold on. One at a time, everybody.
So, luminiferous, got a question for you. You say that the sun rays are parallel. Can you show me a parallel sun ray?
I could show you pictures. I could show you real life pictures taken by spectators, observers of natural phenomena and stuff. Yeah, I could show you pictures.
Yeah,
okay.
But
can you show me a picture?
They're non-CGI pictures, though. They're non-Photoshop and CGI.
Cool.
Well, that's good, because that's right.
I'll send them 1 second.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
No, they do exist.
Could I interject?
Parallel sun rays do exist. That's why the sun is local. The sun is a local, luminous ether. It's a luminous, conscious object. It's not really an object. It's more of a light. It's more of an electromagnetic ether.
We don't know about the conscious part.
It seems to be a byproduct of magnetic holography, to be specific.
Well, it's definitely not a physical object. It's more of a spiritual object, if anything, because it keeps track of time, and it keeps track of life, and it allows the pulse of life to occur. And it allows oxygen to be charged in our lungs, and it allows photosynthesis to occur in plants, and it allows pretty much everything to occur.
Okay, well, spiritual. It's not an object, but yeah, it doesn't.
It's a spiritual concept that exists as a luminous spectacle of phenomena of nature, of mystical nature.
So it's a physical, metaphysical object.
Yeah,
Is that kind of a contradiction?
It's not. It's an abstract and concrete thing that you could see, that you could feel, that you could understand, but it also isn't physical.
No, you could take it just from the objective side of what we actually experience with it.
There are physical implications.
The light in the sky, Other than that, you're just presupposing. We don't know.
There are physical implications of the sun. Like the sun, for instance, gives you more vitamin D in your skin and in your body.
Yeah, that's true. You got all those parts right. All those parts.
But also more vitamin K too. It also increases vitamin K and other things. But it on top of all that, beyond the chemical reactions, the sun, our circadian rhythm, our electromagnetic system of our body, our neuropathic system of our body, basically runs off of the sun. When the sun comes up and when the sun goes down is when we usually go to sleep and wake up. That's how.
I know that's true. I didn't want to miss the part because I didn't quite catch what Witz said earlier. Did you say magnetic hologram? Like, what did you say?
Yeah, it's a magnetic hologram. The sun is
I was asking luminescent. I was asking Witz. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this of course can't be physically proven. We're confined to speculation, but yeah, it looks like a product of magnetic holography.
Magnetic. Okay, based on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The polarization of the electromagnetic field.
That sounds like something.
And
we could
actually,
almost...
the data shows us that if you look at Effie Core, Mike Cavanaugh, he did a year of data all around the Earth along the same longitude, and he got azimuth and declination readings, and it actually shows that it's basically like a magnetic holography relative to the observer's position. So it's like the sun is each person.
It's based off of consciousness. It's based off observation and consciousness. That's how it works. That's how the sun works. You know.
Wait a second. I just want to, just for clarification. So are you saying that it's kind of along the lines of like these ley lines that we see the differences in the magnetic ley lines on the surface of Earth? That's why we have to do changes in where we're going. We have a declination to the compass headings and things that have to be at an error adjustment. So that those are anomalies of this thing you're talking about, that are these fluctuations between different parts of the magnetic field. Is that right?
Yeah, I might be roboting now.
Is that pretty much where you're going? I'm just trying to clarify for myself and for others listening, because I think it requires some clarification. So that's why I asked anyway.
Like I said, I don't have very good service. But yeah, sun relative to Europe.
Okay, he's roboting. Did he just say our servers?
Wait, start again. We almost got it. Go now.
No, I'm asking first. He's roboting, so I'm discounting him. I need to ask, did he just say our server isn't very good?
No, he's going to start again, bro. Go ahead, Witz.
First of all, buddy, it's not your server, okay? So, secondly, I said service. So I don't know who let this gamma run wild in here, but that's like the 5th backhanded comment I've heard you say. I don't know who you are, but you need to pump the brakes, pal.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's good.
Whose server is this?
I'm sorry, I apologize profusely.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Branch. Anyway, go ahead, Witz. Were you done?
Witz, whose server is this?
Just shut up about that. Listen, go ahead, Witz. Were you done?
Okay, yeah, based on where you are within the toroid magnetic field, like the lines that you're talking about, is why we always have to correct when we navigate, the magnetic declination lines. Yeah, based on where you are on those lines, you're going to observe the sun a certain way relative to your observation. It isn't some small physical object that's local over a flat surface. It's impossible with the actual observations. Any flat earther that says that is ignorant.
I agree with him entirely.
It seems like a specific focal point.
Did you just say, Witz, a whole bunch of shit that made no fucking sense?
Oh, no, just be quiet. Hold on. He did, and just you weren't listening or something. But anyway, so it seems to be that it's a specific focal point in this particular area of the sky above us that keeps continuing. So there's one specific area that is the focal point that moves across our sky. Would you agree with that? According to this magnetic.
I don't know. You seem like the wizard.
Exactly. The sun is moving across our sky. The Earth isn't moving across the sky. The sun is moving across the sky along with the stars. And that's how it's always been.
So you know what? You know what it is? It's the sun moving.
You don't know what you're talking about.
The sun is moving and the stars are moving, not Earth. Earth is not moving. You can't show me any measurement that Earth is moving.
Earth is moving, dude. Who do you think you're talking to exactly? Do you know who you're talking to? You're going to teach me about flat Earth, my man?
Yeah, I'll teach you about flat Earth. I've been studying it for 10 plus years.
How long have you been looking into it?
10 plus years.
Really? And so you're going to teach? I think the Earth moves.
I have over 10,000 hours of studying flat Earth.
That's 2012, bro.
I'm a professional at studying flat Earth. I'm a professional flat Earth.
Interpreting what people are saying, you're obviously not very good at that.
No, I am. I'm a very philosophical mind. I can deeply conceptualize and deeply esoterically symbolize everything.
You don't wait for someone else to finish before you start, and you continue on after somebody's in the middle of their sentence. That's not very good, according to the Socratic method of conversation at all.
Yeah, you just strawman me as if I think the Earth is moving, my man. I traveled the United States on a microphone for a year, telling everyone that the Earth doesn't move. I don't know who you are, but you're not really like as big and bad as you're acting like you are. So you can pump the brakes. You're not teaching everyone here something new, profound idea.
It's really bizarre. No matter where these people are coming from, where they're sitting actually in their chair or whatever position they're in, it's just kind of strange to have people come in like that. But anyway, yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I think it's fascinating. I look forward to more of those, yeah.
Right, so you obviously can't use like trigonometric deduction to like find a physical location of the sun or anything like that. You guys will have to tell me if I'm actually roboting, but because you see the divergent rays, but that would make the sun right above the clouds. The sun is not above the clouds. It's not right above the clouds.
All good so far. I heard everything.
Okay, so it's like, for an example, so everyone can understand it, if you see the sun over a lake, you look at it from one side, you'll see the divergent rays. That side of the lake, you should see the same sun with the same divergent rays. But in reality, when you go to the other side of the lake and turn around, the sun will be behind you. Okay, so it's not a physical location based on the divergent angles. It's based on your perception angle. It's based on where you're observing it from, and that's what the data shows. Also, we have times of the year where the sun can be seen for way too vast distances to be a small local object over a flat surface. So it isn't physical. The evidence directly contradicts that. It's magnetic holography based on your position of view. Like, I'm not claiming that's definitively proven. I'm just saying it's one of the only viable options. And Flat Earth kind of needs to update what they say instead of pretending that the sun's in the clouds.
I don't know, man. Honestly, the conversation was super chill a little minute ago. Can we get back to that chill conversation we used to have?
Actually, I heard you just trolling the whole server, and as soon as Flat Earth came up, you wanted to run away from it.
No, it's not.
You don't understand when someone starts speaking. Was I speaking or was I muted? Like, was I speaking to a muted mic? I could have sworn I started speaking, and then you started speaking again as soon as I started, but I could be wrong.
Not bad.
All good. I could have been the one. If I was, I apologize.
I do apologize if I did overspeak you.
It's okay. It could have been me. I'm an old guy, actually. So I make mistakes. I'm always willing to admit when I do make a mistake, or if I.
No, but go ahead, man. What was you gonna say?
I don't even remember now. See what I'm saying?
I hate when that happens, man.
Forget shit. Only the short term. I can remember stuff from like 1968, what I was writing in a notebook at school. Like literally.
But that was it was a good point you was gonna make, wasn't it?
Nah, yeah, maybe. Sometimes they are. Oh boy, what a life! It's such beautiful weather. I'm gonna go out. It's so nice out, man. I'm gonna go right to the beach. Go get some honey and some tea. Make my own kombucha this time.
It's gonna be delicious.
You'll have to give us updates.
I definitely will. Yeah, my sauerkraut turned out phenomenal. I need to eat some more of that today.
Dude, but sauerkraut, it stinks though, bro. It smells your whole house out.
No, it doesn't. It's in a jar in the fridge.
No, I mean, when you're making it though.
No, when I'm making it, it's still in a jar in the cabinet. I just vent it once a day, and that's it. It doesn't stink. It smell at all. Mm-mm.
I mean, honestly, a hot dog without sauerkraut is not a hot dog.
I don't know. Like, I stopped eating pork about 5 months ago, so I'm not enthused about eating a hot dog.
I love me a little bit of pork.
No,
pork is
only if like someone goes, look at this pizza. You want a piece, and it happens to have a piece of something like salami or something. It might be good, just a little bit of it, but I won't eat like bacon anymore with eggs like 3 times a week like I was before. No more. But I'll eat me some steak and eggs. Now that's different. I'll eat some beef.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's very different.
Yeah. Like, I'll eat that. That's good stuff. The raw eggs mostly in the daytime. I'll eat.
You know what? Do you ever find yourself craving raw meat?
No, not really. But I cooked this roast, and I ate the first piece, and the inside was really, really red. Like people that eat rare meat would probably eat it, but
dude, rare meat, man. I'm on this thing right now where I just love rare meat.
I don't like raw meat. Like, no. Like, I tasted a piece. It is good. Like, I still eat it. I could eat it if I had to. I would definitely.
How do you eat your raw eggs? Do you put them like in a shake or something? My daughter decided I want to try raw eggs, so she like broke it and like just downed it, and then she was like, "Ew."
Yeah. So what I do is we used to do as kids growing up in St. Louis. That was part of the thing in the morning. We would make our own eggnog to get ready to go to school. Like, so it's just a glass of milk with 2 eggs. Well, or 1. Maybe just start with 1. Depending on how big your thing is. I do 2 in about 16 ounces. I do a nice big one. So I do 2 eggs. But now a doctor told me from here, said separate the whites and cook the whites, because the whites, raw whites, do something with your lactic acid. And I don't need that because I'm an athlete. So, and I have problems with cramping. So, but lately I don't want to separate it. And then if I don't want to have the egg whites cooked, I have to save it. I don't want to save egg whites. They're nasty. So I just usually do the whole egg, but I get the very best quality eggs I can. Organic, grass-fed, nothing added, just plain free-ranging chicken organic eggs. They're fed organic meal or whatever.
Back before everybody got so afraid of salmonella, right? Mm-hmm. Orange Julius used to be a drink everybody had before going to work. It was basically orange juice blended with 3 eggs or 2 eggs.
It is. I didn't really even realize that it was eggs. No wonder it tastes so good. Anyway, so I put mine in the milk, and then I put sugar. Look, I put some brown sugar, like a tablespoon of brown sugar, and some cinnamon, and I just mix it up with a fork, and that's it. And I drink the whole thing down like immediately. I don't save it. I just drink the whole thing.
So wait, Orange Julius was orange juice with eggs in it?
It blended orange juice and eggs. It sounds disgusting, right?
But the citric acid must change it then, right? It must cook it like a little, because the citric acid.
It must have been fucking good. That was like a staple of American fucking...
It was good. You're right about that.
We still have an Orange Julius here.
Really?
It's mixed with a Dairy Queen. It's like combined.
That's wild.
But I don't. But the problem is, since it's mixed with the Dairy Queen, if I do decide to go there, I just can't order an Orange Julius, because then there's all those blizzards there, and then I get tempted and I have to get those. I bet I never really go there, but I haven't had.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you, right? Like.
Yeah.
But those blizzards are pretty delicious.
Wow, I'm like totally tripping out that Orange Julius had eggs in it.
Yeah. When I heard that shit, I was like, what the fuck? No way. It's literally just blended eggs and orange juice. Sounds disgusting as fuck.
Like, that makes me want to go get orange juice and put an egg in it and put it in my Vitamix and try it.
You know what? I kind of, actually, I've never tried it either. Maybe it's delicious.
No, so you can make a cold eggnog that's not cooked. You could just put the egg in the milk to have a raw egg.
I mean, raw egg is pretty fucking tasty, right? Like, when you have like a sunny side up egg, and
No, my daughter did not like the raw egg that she dropped in her mouth. She did not like it by itself.
No, what I mean is that when we eat sunny side up eggs, yeah, that's raw egg. Wait, we're still eating the raw yolk, right?
You're still supposed to get that yolk up to a certain temperature, though, like which is supposed to be able to kill off salmonella and everything. Of course, you could turn it early where it never even really got hot, but yeah, you're supposed to have it like cook it at a certain temperature so that you can get the yolk hot, but leave it runny. Also, I believe as far as salmonella goes, I think that only comes in the egg white. It's not in the yolk. So I don't even think that's really too much of a fear.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna throw those motherfuckers up in the orange juice and see what happens. Whisk it up.
For as much as I've heard the word salmonella, I don't know if I've ever known one human being who's gotten salmonella.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't salmonella poisoning? Isn't it just basic food poisoning, like the 24-hour flu?
Yeah, maybe you got the shits.
You know, but
Is
with
that food poisoning then?
well, with food
Salmonella is just food
stuff
poisoning.
like that, I think it has to do with your sensitivity too, because like I know people who never went out to eat ever, and then they like went out to eat, and then they came back and said their stomach was upset. But like, it's kind of like at your house, you know, however you cook and clean your house, your body adjusts to that. But then, like, if you go to someone else's house and, like, their hygiene is completely different, I mean, you know, there's different things, and it's a sensitivity, I think. Because there's people who own reptiles, and reptiles also supposedly have salmonella. You can get it all over your hands and transfer it to things or touch your mouth. But I think people get more adjusted to it. Like, I don't really worry so much about stuff, so I don't feel like I really get it because I do eat out, and I don't like bleach everything like every day. I'm not all crazy about like.
I've always found that people that do worry about getting stuff get it.
Yeah.
To elaborate on what you guys were saying a second ago, I'm pretty sure salmonella is in the chicken poop. So if you ever
she's totally right. I used to have a bearded dragon, and I never gave a fuck. People used to tell me all the time they carry salmonella in their fucking shit, right? But I had a bearded dragon. That was my fucking pet. And
yeah, well, the whole idea is if you have children and you have a chicken, don't let the children play with the chicken and then touch their face.
Or maybe you should let the children play with the chicken and build up.
No. Branch. I said let the children play with the chicken. And make sure they wash their hands afterwards before they touch their face. You know, same thing with electronics. If you're ever using a soldering iron, you know, whether you're an adult or you're doing it with children, make sure if you're showing a child how to use a soldering iron, make sure they wash their hands before they eat anything. There's a bunch of lead in the solder.
Yeah. Okay. I got nothing to say about that. You're right. Bearded dragons are the shit though. Whoever posted that napalm. Motherfucker that cunt was a greedy cunt. He used to eat just like that.
Like it's like my wife when she realizes the sushi roll I ordered was better than the one she ordered.
Fuck that. If you order shit food, you eat shit food. Don't.
Yeah.
You know
She
what?
reaches her hand in,
We say that, but when a girl asks for some of your food, you can't say no.
No, slap her hand away. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to give you half of mine. I'm going to take half of yours." You go, slap her hand.
Just share one roll, though, like one bite. Come on. Be nice.
I was just playing. We actually share all of our rolls.
Like, we sometimes actually order extra just because we know the girl wants to eat some of it.
There's never extra sushi. I will eat all of it. I don't care how full I am. I will finish it.
Sushi.
Sushi is bomb. I've definitely been very full on sushi, though. It is hard to continue when you're full.
Yeah, we're really we've been craving it. My daughter and I want to go get some.
Same thing. I find you can get full pretty fast on it, but then you're not full for very long. So you just need to take a little break and come back to it.
And it's not like a oh, I'm so sick. It's not like eating a
greasy
24 ounce steak or something. It's not that kind of full.
I'll tell you what though, it's way fucking too expensive for what it is.
Okay, but who eats the wasabi in here?
Hell.
Oh, I love the wasabi. That's the best bit.
No.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. But here's my question. So since I have a lot of people here, I need to do a poll and find out. So I have this problem. Like the amount of wasabi that I take on my chopstick and I eat my sushi roll with, is a pretty good chunk of the wasabi. And then all of a sudden I get a pain, like a burning pain sensation in the very back top of my head for a couple seconds.
Yep, right between your nose and your eyes.
You're taking just a dab too much wasabi. Yeah.
Because I was but it burns so bad, but it kind of feels really good, and I'm kind of addicted to it for some reason.
Right? And that's what makes sushi so fucking good is the wasabi.
At the store by my house, they were going through a different company for a while, and the wasabi was kind of weak, honestly. It wasn't as potent as it should be. I used to take a lot of it on there, but they switched, and whatever the wasabi they're using now, it's way stronger. And I took the same amount that I had been putting on it, and all of a sudden I had what you're talking about. Whoa! It was kicking. All right, this is gonna actually last this time.
So other people get that where it hurts at the very back top of your skull.
Yeah, I mean the worst is when you go eat sushi with work people and shit, right? And and you get that feeling and you try to play it off like you're not getting it.
Yeah. Isn't that because it's a horseradish? I think it is. Yeah. So the horseradish, what it will do is actually your sinuses have a reaction from horseradish. If you continue to take a small portion of horseradish every day, it'll eventually kill off any infections you have in your sinuses.
Well, fuck it. Let's put some horseradish.
Listen, even
that's another thing too. Actually, I do like to buy real horseradish sauce too, and have that in the house.
Yeah, listen, even hay fever, asthma, all kinds of things probably are cured because if you use horseradish like that.
Actually, I heard that if you actually get real wasabi, fresh wasabi, just grated root. It it's actually really mild.
Yes, because it has vinegar in it. All the modern ones, the modern concoctions, anywhere you could buy it, mostly all have vinegar in it. You don't want that. You want just the pure grated horseradish root. Now you're talking another whole story thing when you try some
Dude,
of
you know
that.
what though? That sounds delicious though. Fucking put that shit in a
It grows.
in a
It grew
brew.
all over the place in Washington State. I found it grew in a big long snake of a root. Like I had horseradish all the time. The stuff was just wow. It was so strong.
Did you ever drink root beer? I'm not root beer. Ginger beer.
Ginger
I
beer,
love
yeah, I like it. Actually, I'd like to find a source for actual real ginger beer. Is it fermented though?
Yeah, that's why it's fizzy.
Yeah, okay.
No,
Because,
I don't think ginger beer needs to ferment for like a long period, like regular beer does. I think it's a fast process.
Yeah, it's not alcohol because my daughter drinks it.
It's more like kombucha, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's like root beer or whatever, but with ginger.
Right. I love that.
But wait, this horseradish thing, so that's really interesting. Now I need to figure that out. See, I've had like 100 hospitalizations for my asthma, and I haven't really had that much asthma in like years now, but like the last 3 or 4 months since I had to come back to California temporarily, like I've been wheezing. So now I'm going to go get some real horseradish, like, and have some every day. I don't know what I'd have it with, but
Didn't one of the guys in the Jackass movie snort wasabi?
Oh my
God.
Didn't
that sounds
I wonder if that's good for your son.
Well, but listen, it's not unusual. I've had such a reaction from it before where it came through my nose the other way. Like it went and came out because it was I couldn't control that reaction and it came out my nose the other way. So that's
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Like, have you ever been like you're in a fucking very civilized fucking dining situation, right? And you eat too much wasabi, but you cut like you still fucking do these weird eyes and shit. It's impossible not to do the weird eyes when the wasabi hits.
Yeah, exactly.
I always hold my head, and then my daughter's like, "Mom, why do you keep doing that?" And I'm like, "I like it." I don't know.
Is it kind of like the same kind of like a masochistic love for it? Kind of like me, with my daughter, she doesn't, you know that liquid bandage stuff, you know how it'll burn and sting, like real bad when you put it on? She
Yeah.
won't use it. I love that. I'm like, oh yeah, put more on there.
Oh.
Like,
When I get a little sore, I have iodine that I'll use on my skin, like to get iodine. But sometimes I'll drop it directly on, like the wound or whatever, and it stings.
Dude, did you bump
See,
your head?
what I'm saying is like you want the kombucha. Yeah, just brew a little bit of kombucha with some wasabi in it. Imagine how delicious that would be.
It's actually really hard to get actual real wasabi, though. Actually, I read a whole article on that. Most of the wasabi we're eating is not actual.
Yeah,
like,
it's horseradish.
wasabi. Real wasabi is like super expensive, and it's very hard to come by, I've heard. So I don't really know what we're eating, but that's why I'm going to go look for real horseradish instead.
But real horseradish, I've never had it. But apparently it's supposed to be it doesn't give you that nose, and it doesn't give you that burn.
oh, sure it does. Well, sure it does. Like, I mean, I would imagine. I've never like chewed on a like horseradish like root itself, but like real horseradish sauce made with real horseradish roots. Like,
Yeah, but we're not talking about horseradish, my man. We're talking about wasabi is
well, you just said horseradish. So
it is a horseradish.
Agreed wasabi was from horseradish. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
It's like,
I'm not saying.
It's like the Chinese horseradish. I think it is a similar plant.
It's like the cousin of horseradish.
Now I can't remember what all I read about it. I just read an article like a month ago, but
Whatever, it's delicious.
Yeah, I really like it. But I want to try it for the asthma and hay fever.
Somebody dying on some weed out there?
I know it sounds like
Oh, shoot, was that me? Oh, my God, I'm sorry.
That was you.
Bro, use edibles, man. You don't need to be smoking that shit.
No, I have a handheld vape that I replaced the battery. It works really great now, so I'm kind of
But now it sounds like you need a new coil if you're freaking making that noise. That shit sounded awful.
No, that's because I picked up a joint and I forgot I have a filter, and I'm thinking it's a regular roach with no filter, and I smoked the paper, and I started coughing because of that.
Yikes.
That doesn't happen often. I got over enthusiastic. Time to roll another one for the road. Let me mute myself.
for the tea and honey road. Is that where you're going to get tea and honey?
Yes, I'm walking back and forth, putting the gear on my bike. Yes, tea and honey, and I'll see what else. I'm not going to load up too much. I have a long ways to go. It's 8 miles each way, so it's 16-mile ride at least, but I'll probably go further.
You just need tea and horseradish. There you go.
They might have organic horseradish there. I know they do have a ginger, so I can pick up some of that. Some ginger. Can make ginger. See, I can make my own ginger kombucha.
Ginger beer, bro.
Ginger beer. Yeah. So anyway, I got to get ready. I'm going to sign out. Nice to talk with you guys today.
Have a good ride.
If you got to hear my strange guitar sounds earlier, that was pretty cool. If not, go back and listen to it.
My cat fell asleep.
Talking about these different roots like horseradish or whatever, and ginger. Somebody mentioned like root beer, which comes from the sarsaparilla root. And then there's like ginseng. Like my family owns like he sold it, whatever. My stepmom is the vice president at a brewery, where they make a bunch of sodas too, and they use real ginger in the ginger ale and real like I don't think it really actually allowed anymore to use real sarsaparilla root in root beer anymore. But it's a good root beer anyway. But we got ginseng too that we put in some of the sodas, and just like one little root, like it might be an ounce or two, like it's like thousands of dollars. It's incredible how much that stuff costs. You only use a little tiny bit.
Hey, did you bump your head or something?
A year ago, yeah. What's that?
No, damn.
That was more than a bump, bro.
Yeah, weird. That wasn't fucking very nice, my man.
Nah, he thinks it's funny. It's not that good of a joke. He really needs to work harder on that, especially as time goes by. That's funny.
You enjoy the pain from like liquid band-aids or something. I just didn't know if you bumped your head or something.
No, like rubbing alcohol on a wound or liquid bandage. It's like a lot of people fear it. I something about that sting. I'm just kind of like, yeah.
So you're just gonna continue on with it?
Why wouldn't he want to continue on?
Yeah,
like, what he's doing, there's nothing wrong with what he's fucking doing.
Oh wow, thank God.
Why are you making that like a bad thing when to continue doing it?
Dude,
thanks, Branch.
Yeah, thanks you so much, man. It's an inside joke, Branch.
I don't like inside jokes, my man. Hey, wait, first of all, man, if you're gonna make inside jokes, you need to fill me in first.
No, he just likes to give me a hard time. Branch, I'll fill you in. So like about a year ago, I had some kind of accident, whatever, got lightheaded while pumping gas, and I freaking passed out, fell over, and hit my head on the freaking curb, and had a huge
ouch.
Dude, I was out for 15 minutes and before I fucking woke up, and I had concussion and a huge egg on my head for a long time, and big old whatever. It was bad.
Damn, filling up gas.
Yeah. The fumes. All of a sudden, the fumes got to me, and then I got a stomach ache, and then all of a sudden I got lightheaded, and then all of a sudden I was out. I tried to take a couple steps away from where I was fueling, and didn't even make the second step. Just
that's the good thing with people that smoke, right? Is every time you fill up gas, you let it fill up, and you walk in and buy a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, you're not supposed to leave it unattended. It says it right there.
Motherfucker, anybody who smokes cigarettes knows that what you do is you start it off, you let it fucking start running, and you go buy a pack of cigarettes while it's filling up.
Wait, there are actual people who don't just click the gas pump and walk away? Is that what you're saying, Lou? You sit there and watch it the whole time, every time?
Yeah, actually, unless if I got someone there, I'll say stay by the pump, and go in. But otherwise, yeah, I'd stand there, I'd let it finish, and then I go in.
Okay.
I do sometimes worry, while I'm gone, if some shit would happen, but it never has.
Yeah, I mean, it never has for me either. But I guess the fear is that, if you've got it in the stuck open position, that it could somehow not click and then stop itself when it's full.
Wait, are you saying we're not supposed to stand there while it's filling up? Is that what you're saying?
No, you are supposed to. You are supposed to. Yeah,
he said you are.
They have a little click that makes it pump the gas for you, and you can just walk away and go get something in the store at the same time.
Yeah, you could. But there's a sign that says not to do it.
Oh my God, there's a sign that says stay 6 feet away from everyone, and you can only walk this direction down the aisle.
You know what though? There is a sign. So if there's a sign that says not to do it, you shouldn't do it.
There's a sign that says face covering suggested. Where do we stop?
You guys,
I don't know. There's also a sign that says not to smoke cigarettes or talk on your cell phone while you're pumping gas. I guess you should probably be smoking cigarettes and talking on your cell phone while pumping gas.
No, I can see. This is the thing. We don't limit our logic to what the sign says. We apply critical thinking skills, right? So no, we probably shouldn't smoke cigarettes beside gas fumes. That makes a little bit of sense.
Wait, I'm not supposed to be texting while I'm filling up gas.
No, you're not supposed to be messing with your cell phone.
No, wait. You're supposed to just watch the gas while it fills up your tank. Just watch it. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, if you watch it, your consciousness will prevent it from being flammable.
But ADD, just to watch the gas only and not text, that's kind of hard.
Well, and then
no texting allowed, sweetheart.
In climates too. There's during the winter it gets so dry. There's you're supposed to discharge yourself before messing with the thing. Also, in case you create a static spark.
Everybody does that.
Wait, wait, what?
But it's incredibly low odds that static charge actually ever creates.
Okay, wait. Okay, so I've never really been in the snow until I tried to go be with my boyfriend in Canada and got stuck in Montana. So, wait, what are you saying? So if you're filling up cold weather, what am I supposed to do when I get out?
Something about the cold weather makes it where you can you build up static charge easier, right? So when it's really dry, and so when you get out of your vehicle, I'm not even sure the actual process. That basically you're supposed to touch something that grounds you, so that if you have a static charge, that you discharge before you start pumping the gas. So
what you're supposed to do is touch your nose while the gas fills up, and then
don't say that.
And then you got to stand on one foot and kick your leg out.
I'm going to take a video of myself doing that next time I try to go back there. Kidding.
Yeah, and you got to smack yourself on the side of the head like you got water in your ear while you're kicking your leg.
So, yeah, you got to park east as well, so you go with the spin of the earth to avoid any potential friction.
That's pretty scary though, because I didn't know. Well, before I met the damn Canadian for my boyfriend, but before that, I was gonna move to Utah, and I never knew that Utah was like the second driest state in the United States. So, like, does that even mean that if you're in Utah and it's the second driest state and it's like in the middle of winter, is that even more risky then at the gas pump?
Like Witsit was saying, the chances ever are extremely slim to none. But it's just, taking all
It actually
precautions.
depends. It depends on how hydrated you are.
Yeah, you should also never get in the ocean because there are sharks in there.
Yeah, we had killed by a shark at one of our beaches here.
Yeah, but I mean, did you know more people die from like hippos and boars and not even close. It's not even people.
Oh no!
So wait a second, come on, man. Dying by fucking shark is a good way to die.
I think so too.
I mean, hopefully they finish it quick, but either way, it's a great story to tell for everybody to tell. Like, how'd your brother die? Shark attack.
Obviously, the point of bringing that up is it's like, well, it's very little odds, but you just got to take every precaution. So then you can never get in the ocean, Lou. Like, sometimes you just got to live life.
No, yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. Like, I brought up, like you said, as far as the static charge goes, it's even, no matter what, it's slim to none. Like, I don't know. I don't follow that shit. I'm just saying, I've heard it's true. Like they have signs talking about it, and like it's been on the news where like fires have started at the pumps because of this. Like I've seen the flames. Usually it gets put out quick and blah blah blah. But yeah, it can happen. That's a thing.
Yeah, they would be like you would have a decent chance, like a 0.00001% chance, if you left your car running while you were supercharged, while you were on your phone. Maybe. So
look, you're just giving me a hard time because I stand there and attend my freaking gas pump. You are.
You walk the correct way down.
You're an irresponsible consumer and citizen.
Do you walk the right way down the grocery aisle nowadays?
I don't know what's the right and wrong way. Ours don't have stupid arrows. I don't we go whichever way we want around here.
Yeah, I know. I've been there, bro. Trust me, it's a free for all.
Yeah.
It depends though. Like if I don't mind walking the wrong way down the grocery aisle, if on the other side is a super hot chick.
I actually intentionally go the wrong way.
I mean, honestly, in today's day and age, like hooking up with girls in grocery stores isn't something I don't do.
It's not. Is it? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, you used a double negative.
Yeah, that's that global lingo, though. You pick up girls.
So now I'm still wondering if are you going and picking up girls at the grocery store or not anymore?
No, I don't. I go to the grocery store to get my fucking food, right? But I have found that Home Depot is the place. If you want to hook up with a girl, Home Depot is a good place to hook up with fucking single women that don't know what the fuck they're doing.
It's definitely Target. Target's definitely the one.
She wants to put a fence in. You're like, I'll dig those post holes, baby.
Oh, smooth, Lou, smooth.
Give him a break, baby. He bumped his head.
Wait, what about the post holes?
Oh, well, here we go.
No, I totally was texting and I missed it, but I used to have asphalt company, so I've dug lots of post holes.
Do you think it would work to hang out in the lumber yard at Home Depot waiting for some single woman who's trying to put up a fence, and you just be like, "Yeah, I'll dig those post holes, baby."
You know, I don't know, but my downstairs neighbor's daughter. So she's from a bigger city in California than I am. So she's like way more like around, like into the, I don't know. She literally will get ready for 2 hours just to go pick up something at Home Depot. So I don't know. I mean, I
get what you're saying. Yeah.
I totally think you could meet somebody at Home Depot. It's very possible. Like my friend, she's always waiting probably to meet someone at Home Depot.
There's a lot of single contractor men there. And so she's spending 2 hours to get ready to go and
Dude, do you not realize that girls find single contractor men sexy as fuck?
Of course I do. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I get it.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, 2 hours for the depot, like, it's a little bit much. Shouldn't you be, looking good, but not, like, overdoing it?
Yeah, she cracks me up. But she's from, like, San Diego, and I'm from, like, Central California. And she was up here for her mom, but yeah, she won't go anywhere without like doing like and getting completely ready like to go out. So
can you imagine a man getting dressed up to go to Home Depot?
No, and I wouldn't either. I mean, I might put on mascara and like make sure, brush my hair and like
fuck no, man. If I'm going to Home Depot, I'm going where the fuck I'm wearing at that time.
Yeah, no, wearing dirty work shorts and a and a tank top or something, right? Like
yeah, it cracked me up so bad. Like she was so cute though, but like I would be like, she's like, we're gonna go here, and I'm sitting down there, and I'm like, why aren't we going?
No, are you trying to tell me then that girls go to Home Depot to couple guys?
No, but this
yeah, I think that's
friend of mine, she like actually does a lot of her own work and stuff. Like she'll watch YouTube videos and do everything herself. She's actually really inspirational to me. But no, I'm just saying she won't leave the house without, getting ready for over an hour or so. But like I said, we're from California and she's from actually San Diego, so she's around a lot more.
Yeah, San Diego people are a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm north of San Diego and LA, so I don't have to like see as much of that kind of craziness, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, North Cal people.
No, I'm not north. I'm still Southern California. I'm just at the north end of Southern California.
Got it. So you're still chill though?
I mean, I feel like, if I'm going to meet someone, like, I mean, obviously I don't want to look like my worst, but I don't feel like I need to be dressed to the nines to go run my errands or anything. I feel like people should meet me for my personality because, like, I'm totally awesome, So.
I mean, girls have minimum makeup, right? What's your minimum makeup?
Like, I'll go out with just mascara on and no foundation, but, like, if my boyfriend texted me today and he'd be like, we're gonna video chat, I would definitely put on concealer, foundation, mascara, and a lipstick, but that's it. I don't put on, like, all the other stuff. I'm not really... And actually, before I met him and I was gonna go to Utah and I got on a dating site... I did people got me paranoid. They said, you're going to go see about moving to Utah. They said, you better make sure there's single guys there. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, Well, they're all Mormons, so they're probably all happily married, and there's probably no single men. So I got nervous, of course, and got on a dating site. And I did meet a few people there, and some guys said they had met like 30 or 40 women, and I was the only one who actually looked like my profile picture. So I guess most women's profile pictures don't actually look like them, is what I'm gathering. But they said out of like 30 or 40 women, like I was the only one they've ever gone out with that actually looked like their profile picture.
Damn.
So
hey, Branch, I've just noticed that you're a Glober, Branch.
Yeah, what's up?
Wait.
What's your globe proof?
I'm sorry, man. Did you just want to interrupt the conversation?
Well, it's the Flat Earth Discord, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please move on with the dating show and talk to her.
Do you guys want to talk flat Earth?
I mean, you can talk makeup if you want, Branch, but you know what we're here for.
Yeah, makeup is not a good conversation.
Honestly, man, the only proof I need for a globe are pictures from space. Got lots of them.
Hell no, dude. Really? So you believe in Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster?
I believe in the pictures that we got from space. I don't think they're fake, and I think that's the.
They tell you that
that's
they're
the
not
core
real
of it,
pictures.
isn't it?
Is that enough?
The core
What
of the
about
whole
them telling you that they're not real?
the whole core of this whole fucking debate is whether or not you think the whole world is lying to you.
No, it doesn't matter, Branch, because you can go out and check and see if those photos are real. It's showing you curved lakes. So you just go out to a lake and guess
They
what?
look real as fuck to me, my man. I trust them.
The dude
then just go outside and
made them told you that they're not real pictures, that they're CGI. Like he had a full blown interview and admitted how he made them.
If some motherfuckers are gonna be around telling me they're fake, I ain't gonna believe them. I'm believing what I see, motherfucker.
Wait,
The guy who made it is the one who admitted.
They're fake. NASA says that they're composite photos and they don't have one actual full real photo. So you just said you believe NASA and they say they don't have it. So what's up?
We've got a lot of pictures of the globe.
Okay,
they're not even pictures.
Branch, regardless of whether they're real or they aren't, you're supposed to go outside and look to see if what they're saying is really happening. And when you do that, it's not there.
Wait, my bad. Are you telling me what I gotta do?
Yeah, go outside, brother. Stop looking at, because the globe is only on your screen. It's not outside. So when you go outside and look for it, it's not there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, bro, I don't gotta do shit because I believe that these pictures are real.
Well, there
you gotta do shit to prove they're not real.
We did. That's what we're telling you. That's why we're here for you.
You didn't do well enough because you didn't fucking convince me, did you?
Because you just like your pictures. That's your baby
pictures aren't pretty enough.
Branch, I get that. Like you don't want to like do other things, but I'm just going off what you're saying. You're saying you trust NASA, but NASA even admits they don't have a real full picture. So what do you mean? Don't you trust that then? You said you trust them. They said they don't have a real full picture.
We have full pictures of the.
No, they don't. They don't. They tell you they don't.
No, they say they don't. It's
and this is the saddest part. The saddest part of this conversation is the people that know the least about space and the theory behind it are the ones that believe it the most.
Look. So if you want to understand where these pictures come from, then you can Google it. I don't need to tell you how to get pictures of the globe that are not composite.
Rich, I have another question. Why these people are doing that to you and to all of us? Why they want to change the world? That's this harmonic, beautiful world, and they want to now to say that it's flat and everything is working good.
It's not changed. You guys changed it and said it was a ball.
No, wait. I'm asking Branch. Branch, why these people doing this? What they want to achieve?
I personally think that the reason why flat earthers do this is because they're bored. They're honestly this is a way for them to have an out because they're not educated in the physics. They're not educated in the maths.
Not
I needed to understand this shit.
He said plural. He said math.
Yeah, but
And then
yeah,
said
but
educated.
they are not. They are not educated. They are not.
He said
they don't know
educated and then
physics.
said maths in reference to other people.
Okay, but what they want to achieve, I still don't. When they if they bring
The only thing they really achieve, what they're achieving, is making themselves feel better.
Again, this
You're
is simple
so wrong, my
geometry
friend.
branch. It's literally as
Am I
easy
wrong?
as
Am I
measuring
wrong? The reason why
Yes, you are very wrong.
You're so very wrong, my friend.
Living in
as
a
simple
world
as knowing how tall you are. You just go measure it, Branch. It's that simple. This isn't about what you're talking about, dude.
who
It's as
just
simple as
fucking
measuring.
muted me right now?
My
living
guy,
in a world
there is
full of
nothing.
unknowns is far more frightening than living in a world full of pure understanding.
My friend, there's nothing that you can present to us that is not created by some other source that
You know
tells
what?
us
You know what,
that
bro?
we
I'm
are
actually
on
on the
a moving
mindset where
plane or
I'm
a
actually on the
ball.
mindset where I'm totally cool
Take
with flat
that in,
earthers, bro.
because you
I don't give a
believe
fuck.
in the pictures of space. You
I'm just
believe
saying,
in the
I'm cool
things
with
that
flat
they
earthers.
feed you. This
I'm
is a
cool.
problem.
All right, bro. Here's the thing. You're making this out like it's an argument, right?
Another question.
You're living in a world created by another man, my friend. It's a calm
You're
voice
talking
that
to the
you
wrong
need to
guy because
rationalize
I
with your
don't give.
emotions.
Hey, you're
I
talking to my
really
guy
don't
all
give
wrong.
a fuck.
Do it again. I'll stab you in the face with a soldering knife.
Being calm with you is the only rational thing that seems to break through to you, my guy. So I'm being calm with you versus aggravated. Why would I be aggravated when I'm engaging with a peasant?
Damn. Branch, did you say that you don't give a shit?
Yeah, but he's still in here.
Really, I don't give a shit. I think that.
Yeah, but
arguing about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, that's
and
great.
And fucking. It's not just about arguing about the shape of the earth, but making arguments about ridiculous shit.
Yeah. Okay, you said you don't give a
It's
shit.
fucking.
It sounds like the intro to a Wu-Tang Clan song.
And it's fucking.
Everybody start talking at the same time, man. My God.
This is really hard to listen to. Can one person go and then let them finish their sentence and then the next person talk?
How's that gonna work?
Okay, Branch, like this. I ask you, you said that you don't give a shit. Is that true?
It's very true.
Okay. Why you are not in cinema now?
I mean, hold on. I said I don't give a shit. And then your question back to me was
for the shape of the air.
Oh yeah, I honestly, it's not really worth arguing about. This is something that's
but
but you're in a Discord server to debate it.
Why are not in cinema now? Why you are not with why you are not searching for that girl?
Doing something other than being here.
I enjoy the whole flat earth community because people are open minded, right?
And honestly, man, you said they are not educated, and now they are open minded. They are what?
What I'm saying is, I enjoy the flat earth community because people are open minded.
What that mean?
And interesting conversations. But like seriously, if I believe the Earth is a globe and you don't, why can't we just leave it at that?
We're trying to settle this thing.
Yes, we can leave it like that. But for example, if it's not a globe, is that a problem?
If you want to believe it's not a globe,
no, I'm telling you what.
I'm
what
totally cool if you thinking that.
Yeah, that's okay. But what if it's not? What then?
He's okay with living under the premise of a fake.
No, I'm okay.
Lie.
I'm okay with you all having delusion.
I'm asking you what if it's not? What then?
I mean, that's right? Not even an if, bro. Your if is
okay.
Okay,
it's not even an if.
The Earth is a fucking globe. The Earth is a fucking globe, and there's no doubt about it.
There's the baseball bat. There's the gavel that's been swung.
What is globe on the air? Does Earth is curving or water is curving? What is curving on the air?
Hey, Branch, can you post your best globe proof for us? I really am really truly interested. Can you post?
No, I don't have I don't have a best.
It's his faith.
Globe. I don't
His
have that
faith is
because
his best
there's not one proof that makes it.
Your religion.
There's not one proof that makes it work, right?
Okay, so what's your top 5? Can you post them for us in the chat?
I don't have a top. I don't have a top 5.
It's not one. What's your top 5?
The fact is, the Earth is a globe. That's it.
On TV, yeah, on TV.
Oh, on TV.
Fact is, he doesn't have any.
If I'm French,
you know what? I don't need any. That's how confident I am that the Earth is a globe.
Do you have the top?
Are you that confident?
Look at his avatar.
All right, hold the fuck up. I am so fucking
Look at his
confident.
avatar.
I'm so fucking confident about the Earth being a globe.
Dunning-Kruger.
Right?
I'm not.
How
I'm not
confident are you guys? Why don't you guys show me your proofs?
Branch, I'm not confident. I want to see all that facts, but that I want to be confident like you.
Yeah, well, I'm not the type of person that's gonna explain it to you, bro. Like, I don't really give a fuck.
Do you know any person who can make me confident like you?
Branch, don't act like you.
There's people that can help you do it, but that's not me. Like,
if the education system didn't do it,
are you saying that?
Honestly, I think that everyone can believe whatever the fuck they want to believe.
Oh, okay, that means that some person can help me with the water.
Bro, what I'm saying is, asking me to show you why it's a globe is fucking retarded. Go fucking do the research yourself.
Yeah, it is retarded. The globe's retarded. So we get it.
Okay.
Don't act like you go outside and observe any globe. It's a false confidence. You're just bluffing. That's what people do. That's why when we ask you for
I don't need to fucking bluff.
That's what you're doing, Brent. So relax.
If that's the way you want to see it, I don't.
Well, I have all this
don't really give a fuck.
I have all this confidence.
Branch, can I present? Can I present?
What I'm saying is there is not there, Sasha.
Branch, can I present the same way like you presented the fact for the globe? Can I present the same way the fact for the flat Earth?
You definitely can, but like the way I presented it was pretty much saying I don't give.
No, I wanted it the same way like you present.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, listen to this. The Earth is flat. That is fact. That's the proof.
You're right.
Yeah.
Good job.
That was easy.
Good job, man.
Do you understand? The Earth is flat.
Yeah, you need to stop believing that shit. This ridiculous bullshit you're on.
No belief involved here, man.
That's fact. Listen, that's fact. Because I'm saying fact. You know what is fact? Fact. And now I need to back it that story fact. Like you said, this is fact. And that's it.
Damn.
No, I'm saying.
You know what, my man? You know what, my man? Based on your expressing yourself or what's a fact and not.
Tell me that water is not a fact, that is not level.
I'm just saying, bro. Like based on what you just said.
About I don't know. Water itself is flat. Listen, this water cannot speak. Water cannot feel, but water will keep the level. Listen, this is interesting. But listen, this the people will say how water will behave in the nature, but water doesn't give a shit what people will say.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it will behave how it will keep.
Water doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, water doesn't want to behave like other people saying. Other people saying water is curving, but water doesn't give a shit what people
bro,
say.
You know what? That was a fucking great explanation of flat Earth, and you got me about 50%.
Okay, great. Chile. Do you know how looks Chile?
Chile.
Chile. Country.
Yeah, I know Chile. I know
Okay.
Chile.
You know that Chile, it's like a long. It's going from north to the south.
Very long. It looks kind of like California.
Yeah, how much curvature is between north to the south? Big, let's say it's big one.
I have no idea. I don't really care.
It must be big one, you know. But look at the devil.
Is it a big one?
Yeah, it must be big one. It's all almost half of South America, man.
How big? How big?
Well, I will post you the picture if you want to see how big.
Yeah. Let me see a picture.
Yeah, great. That will maybe give you a picture about curvature.
Bro, send me the picture.
Just a second. Slow. I'm old. I'm not young like you.
Branch, you played poker, right? Somebody at the table talking all big, but they don't have the hand. You're claiming you have the winning hand, but why aren't you playing it?
Yeah, but see, that's the game I usually play.
Okay, do you see?
I pretend I don't know what I'm doing.
Branch, do you see this mountains from north to the south?
What?
Do you see these mountains north from the south?
Okay.
Do you see the picture on voice text chat? South America.
From Sasha?
Yeah. Do you see that left? How much curvature is from the top to the bottom?
He doesn't know.
Yeah. Why would I know that?
No, I want to tell you something. It must be something.
Seriously, man. Is that general knowledge that people should fucking know?
Can I finish at least? Okay. There should be curvature, at least who knows how much, but it is big one because it's all continent, you know. But look at the devil, all that mountains, you know, all that mountains, what you see from the top to the ground, on the left side has the sea level.
Yep. It's supposed to be curved.
I see the sea on the left and I see the sea on the right.
Yeah, but all that mountains are measured reference to the sea level. All that on the right side. You see that mountains on the coast? From the north.
I also see the fucking sea, my man. And obviously
and obviously that mountains how are measured? By the sea level or the sea
well, however the fuck you want to measure them, right? Fuck it. Somebody measured them. Now what?
Okay, great. Let's put another question. How people in Austria calling sea level?
My man, can you get to your fucking point? Because you're boring.
Because
make your point, brother.
Austria has no sea. How they call sea level? Why they need sea level even?
Just tell us, Sasha. Just make your point.
Because mountains in Austria are measured by sea level. Which sea level? Adriatic Sea, the oceans. It is one sea level.
Great point, Sasha. Great point.
And all elevation on this world, it's easy to measure if you have 0 point, and it's called sea level. And all above that sea level has the height, and that's the height.
Damn.
Right. So
complicated.
Okay, so here's a question for you. You mentioned or you asked an interesting question earlier. Is there a general knowledge? My question to you is there anything that you witness, not of man's creation, that tells you you're on a moving ball?
When you go outside. That was for you, Branch.
Oh, the sun.
What about it? We all see the same thing. The sun moving.
The star, bro. The sun and the star.
That doesn't
help.
What about
If you want me to give you a detailed explanation of why I say the sun and the stars, then you're not going to get that from me, right? You can Google that shit yourselves.
We don't need to Google
I looked into it. The sun sets over a horizon that's too far to be Earth curve. So what does that tell you about Earth curve?
Like I said, the way that the sun moves and the way that the stars move prove it's a fucking globe.
You just said
They move.
Sun moves.
So they move, we don't move. That proves that you're on the spinning globe.
No, you just debunked yourself, Branch. Good job.
All right.
Yeah, you said the stars move. The sun
All right,
moves. It was the globe that was supposed to be
You know
moving.
what? You know what? I did debunk myself, and you guys win. The Earth is flat. There you go.
Of course it
You
is.
win.
Well, did you
There you
think
go.
you had
There
to
you
win
go. You know
hand?
what, guys? You guys
You've been
fucking
bluffing
win.
this whole time, Branch.
The Earth
Relax.
is fucking flat. You guys fucking
course
win.
it is.
There you
It
go.
always was. Nothing changed. It never was a
Is
ball.
that what you want to fucking hear? Is that what's gonna make it happen?
Relax, Linda. You don't need to be fucking sarcastic. Just chill the fuck out.
Yeah, it never was a ball. Nothing changed. So welcome to where you've always been.
Again,
That's why you've been bluffing, Branch. Relax.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You keep asking me for proofs of why the
Well, yeah,
Earth
you
is
said you
flat.
had all this confidence, right?
But here's the thing. I've not heard not even one.
I just gave you one.
You just told us one.
I haven't heard anything plausible.
Oh shit, chat
All
combo.
I've heard is stupid fucking shit from you all.
It's not plausible that it's not plausible that the horizon's too far to be Earth curve. I can just show
I'm
it to you.
sorry,
right
bro.
now.
You know what? Maybe it's just me that
It
thinks
is.
that all this fucking research you guys have done into why the Earth is flat is all bullshit.
Oh
yeah, but you don't know why that would be though. You just say that. You just say it's bullshit, and then you can't elaborate. So
You reckon he's got the
he's having a tantrum.
attention span for the Black Swan?
You should know what the Black Swan is by now, Branch, don't you?
I know what the Black Swan is.
Tell us. Tell us why that's bull.
It's a stupid fucking picture.
It's not a picture. It's
of reality.
It's a grab from a video.
Yeah, reality's
Video,
stupid.
not
Go
fact.
ahead. Yeah, reality's stupid because it didn't turn out to be a spinning globe. Go ahead.
Stupid video.
I will say this though. The one thing I didn't enjoy about the whole black fucking swan shit was when I get
Well,
to
wait,
debate-
you were just about to tell us why it's bullshit. What about that?
When I get to debate with some of the dumb fucks that you guys look up to, you guys look up to who is it?
You're that guy. That's you.
Well who, does what's his name?
You were gonna tell us why the Black Swan is
Me.
bullshit.
Who's the guy that came in the Black Swan?
Nobody.
Okay. Anyway, you were just gonna tell us why reality, aka the Black Swan, is bullshit. So get back to that.
Who came up with the Black Swan?
No. We don't care. Just tell us why it's bullshit.
Yeah, Branch, you don't need to talk shit about the guy to make your point, do you?
Yeah, because
that guy didn't make
when
the
I talked
Earth
to
flat.
him, what's his name? Quantum Eraser, right? When I talked to Quantum Eraser,
So your argument against reality, against the horizon, is with a person, not the horizon.
That guy didn't make the Earth, Branch.
Yeah, that's
So
pretty
it doesn't
stupid.
matter.
Just stick with the fact.
all right, but who the fuck felt the need to meet me again?
Oh, I did because you weren't on topic. You were about to tell us why reality.
All right,
is
well,
bullshit,
you know what, motherfucker? Look, you don't get.
Okay, yeah. So you're going off topic again. You were just going to tell us why
Holy
reality is
swole.
bullshit. Yeah. So just let us know why reality is bullshit, and then you can continue.
One
Ready?
more time, man. One more
This
time.
is simple stuff, Branch.
Oh, he's going to threaten me. I guess he's going to do something if he gets muted again.
Oh, boy.
Okay, he's gone.
Really showed us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was just trying to keep him on topic, is all.
If you mute me one more time, I'm out of here. Is what he should have done.
Right. What does anybody think is going to happen? Well, you just drew a line in the sand. You think we're going to be like, no, I'm not crossing that one.
Yeah. How will the server recover without him talking shit about people instead of just telling us why reality is bullshit?
I guess we're all screwed. I guess.
Is that a woman? Holy shit.
Yeah. I am. I am female.
Hold on. What did I miss? I put down the phone for 2
Yeah.
seconds. I feel like I missed huge stuff.
Sorry to chase him out of here, guys. Maybe you guys wanted to play with him a while longer.
Maybe he'll come back.
And people like that embarrass themselves. He said when he debates with Quantum Eraser. When was that? Did he actually pull up any decent arguments or what?
Yeah, that's a funny joke.
It's Branch. He'll be back. This happens all the time. Okay.
Yeah, he totally got triggered. He was like totally one way, and then he just like triggered all of a sudden. So somebody must have said some crazy trigger situation for him.
We just told him that the horizon's too far to be Earth curve, and he lost it.
Right.
Said it was bullshit.
I wanted to complain about the guy. Like, what does the guy have to do with it? Like, explain the picture and stick with the facts, you know?
I guess he thinks if that...
What's the argument? He wants to discredit the person, which is, you know, like,
Horizon's imaginary anyway.
The argument sucks because Quantum Eraser is an asshole. All right. Sorry, that just doesn't work.
And the camera's lying because BMLSB took the picture. If someone else took the picture, the horizon wouldn't have been where it was.
It's imaginary anyway.
So did he blow a fuse?
Yeah.
Nice. Well done, guys.
Well, just picture us all around a poker table, and he's talking all big about his hand. I have all the confidence. Okay, go ahead and play the hand then. Oh, I'm not gonna.
I know. I was like,
even if you do have the winning hand and the round ends, you lose.
I was like, give me your best one. And then he's like, I don't have the best one. I'm like, well, give me your top 5. He's like, I don't have a top 5. And I'm like, what?
That's called a bluff.
Yeah, dude. For real.
So what's up?
I chased him out of here. That was fun. Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe we can talk to Steam Train Locomotive. Welcome. Oh, you're quiet now. You wanted to talk about how there's women in the room. So what's up? Maybe you want to talk to the women? Maybe they can go easy on you. Or you can
have you spoken to a girl before or a woman before?
Maybe it's his first time.
Oh no.
Oh, he got quiet now.
Okay, I'll go on mute so you can talk, okay?
He always clams up in front of women. Yeah, that's why he said, "Oh my gosh, there's women here." I'm going back on mute.
There's also Snacks to the Future, 8 out of 10 name.
You know, I'm still in for like a week waiting on a globalist to show me a recreation of a ball with 71% water on it and show it moving one revolution for the entire day without water falling off of it.
What? I can do that. That's easy.
All right, do it.
Dude, you didn't do enough caveats.
Enough what?
You just said the water had to be on the ball, covering 71%, correct?
Yeah, and move it one revolution within 24 hours. Okay, so water has to stay on it. 71% has to be covered by water.
Sure.
And that's it. Put a paper towel underneath it to show that it doesn't drip off. And it's as simple as that.
Okay. What's ice made out of?
So you're going to go with that?
71% of the water can't be on the bottom of the ball, and all the earth is stuck on the top.
So, I mean, you can go to your globe. You can look at it. You can see how much water's on there. So, who cares? I don't care. Do 50% of water on. Go. Put your mist of water onto it, and then show me that it doesn't fall off of it. Not moving, no nothing. Stays in its spot.
Does it have to be liquid water?
I'm pretty sure you could do either salt water.
What about ice? Can I do ice?
Huh?
Can I do ice?
Yeah, you
That's
could.
water.
If you want to go that detailed in it, you could put an ice cap at the top and an ice cap at the bottom that's stuck to it, and then all of
I'd just put ice over 70%, and then I'd win the bet.
No. Put a liquid. Don't try to go way too far, man. It's a simple thing. Put regular water on. If you want to turn some of it into ice, so be it. You can do that. Make it look exactly how a Earth globe model works.
And no water falls off of it.
Yeah, but you
Correct.
need a whole nother planet, and I'm sorry, you just have to believe it for now.
Wait a minute. I only have to make it look like it looks.
You think that Mars is flat?
Well, if I only had to make it look like it looks, I would just coat it in some kind of coating.
I mean, are you basically just saying? Are you basically just getting at like what he's asking for is ridiculous?
Yeah, but I'm also getting at if you're going to make. Not that he made a bet, but if you're going to make bets, you got to be hyper specific.
What if we use sugar to create water?
I mean, I can get real detail driven if you want me to. I mean, we can go to where you eventually go and add ice caps to the top and the bottom, but the point is, you're not going to be able to add water onto the surface of a ball. Cover.
Yeah, but John, the thing is like the heliocentrists and the mainstream scientists and all that, like they'll tell you straight up, like that our model is unfalsifiable. Like we're not able to do like a proper experiment or test here on Earth because like what you're asking for is something that they don't even claim that they could ever do.
Yeah, I know they can't.
They're like, our lie is so big you can't even tell if it's a lie. That's what they're like.
Yeah.
Well, the reason in their worldview why water sticks to the ball is because of some kind of gravity, which a small scale model wouldn't be sufficient. So they would just say it's not scale.
Some kind of gravity, like, but that's gravity's like what? That's holding stuff. That's like what? Like some special magnetism that doesn't exist.
It's highly irrelevant. The point is that at the scale they claim it. So making a small model with the water falling off really wouldn't prove anything to a glober.
Like
it'd be dismissed. It'd be dismissed for the reasons I just gave you.
Well, there's no gravity on that size. See, like, yeah, you have no problem doing it on an incredibly vast planetary scale to create the spinning ball, but like to create a miniature, there's gravity, so that it will fall off. We don't have, the ability to not make that happen.
Well, there you go, and that's what he said. Why you can't falsify it in that manner. Now, let's say, for instance, so I'm about to go to my little favorite lake here again. I finally did measure it from the point to point, and it's 333.33 meters. I'm not even joking.
That's a fantastic number.
But let's say, for instance, that I go to this little lake and I observe it flat. I measure it flat, right? And it's concretely flat as a fact, okay? So if that lake is flat, no, but check this out. If it is flat and I verify it to be flat, does that mean that the whole Earth is flat?
Like, that would be a generality and an extrapolation. I think that's beyond logical to extrapolate that, but I mean, it's hard to measure something atomically flat anyway, but like, to what degree of flat is fine? Like, does it need to be atomically flat?
Yeah, good point. That's a good point. So let's say, for sake of argument, the globe has a prediction of what water should be curving.
Well, if you want to say like,
I would argue like about,
there's like the argument.
So I think this might get to the truck or get to where you're going faster. So like, if you everything is basically waves or whatever, right? Like, or think of everything like a wave. You would take either all of the crests of the wave or all of the valleys, or you would take an average, a mean, halfway between. But that line would be level throughout.
Like, if you want to talk about what the smoothness of a supposed planet should be.
I actually want to talk about what I want to talk about.
Can I just say this real quick? It would be you'd be talking about something this like the smoothness of like a billiard ball. Okay, and then
right again, you have a scale problem.
Right, and so something on that scale that would be analogous to the height differential of mountains to sea level would be sandpaper.
Actually,
yeah, great. So what does that have to do with a lake of 300 meters wide?
It has to do with scale and flatness and how much of a tolerance you're willing to accept for flatness.
Right, okay, there you go. So let's say the tolerance, right? Okay, keep in mind, in the billiard ball example,
I'm saying don't even worry about a fucking little wave. You know what I mean? Don't worry about a wave. You know what I mean? If you're talking about a planetary scale, you're talking about sandpaper versus smooth, polished marble, right?
Awesome.
Fuck a wave.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to seize the mic because you're taking me off task every time I try to.
Sorry, bro.
Just if you're interested,
to
the point, water ball.
Yeah, and you're now. I just told him I'm taking the mic, so you thought that was your cue to take the mic. Anyway,
I would just get to it instead of leaving the gap. Now I'm taking the mic.
What I was trying to get to is, if I measured this body